CompTIA CySA CS0-004, Domain 1, Objective 1.1, is explain concepts related to system and network architecture in security operations. The fourth version of CySA CS0-004 launched June 23, 2026. Domain 1, Security Operations, carries 34% of your exam, the heaviest weight of any domain. And Objective 1.1 is the foundation the entire domain is built on. If you don't understand how logs move, how operating systems are structured, how modern infrastructure is architected, and how identity and encryption protect it all, the rest of the exam gets harder than it needs to be. So this is going to be a long video. It's a long study session. Intentionally, we're covering Objective 1.1, which has a lot in it. I've got a lot of shorts, I've got a lot of shorter videos out there, but I'm also going to be putting these long videos out for people who want to go through every bullet on the official objective list in order in one video. We also have diagrams for every major concept in this video. So I encourage you to grab something to write with. I'm going to flag exam tips as we go. The roadmap is 9 major topic areas: logging concepts, operating system concepts, infrastructure and system architecture, device management, network architecture, identity and access management, encryption techniques, data protection, and critical infrastructure. So if this kind of full objective training is what you'd like, is helpful to you, please subscribe, bookmark it that way by subscribing, because I'm covering the entire CSO004 series objective by objective. First, let's look at logging concepts. Ask yourself a simple question. What does a security analyst actually look at all day? The answer overwhelmingly is logs. Alerts are generated from logs. Investigations are conducted through logs. Threat hunting queries run against logs. Compliance evidence is pulled from logs. If your logging pipeline is broken, misconfigured, or untrustworthy, everything downstream of it, your SIEM, your detections, your incident timeline, is going to be broken too. So that's a good reason for CompTIA to have put logging first on this objective. The 5 sub-bullets are ingestion, configuration, integrity and security, time synchronization, and retention. Think of them as the life cycle of a log: how it gets in, what gets captured, whether you can trust it, whether its timestamp means anything, and how long you keep it. Ingestion is the process of collecting log data from sources and getting it into your central analysis platform, which is usually going to be a SIEM. That's Security Information and Event Management System, SIEM. Some people call it SIM. Look at the pipeline on screen. On the left, you have your sources, firewalls, endpoints, running EDR agents, domain controllers, web servers, cloud platforms, identity providers, network sensors. Each of these generates events in its own native format. Those events travel through collection methods. You need to know the main ones. Agent-based collection. A small piece of software installed on the host reads local logs and ships them out. Examples: the Splunk Universal Forwarder, the Elastic Agent, EDR sensors. Agents give you rich data and reliability features like local buffering. If the network drops, the agent queues events and sends them when connectivity returns. Agentless collection. The source pushes logs over the network with no software installed on the endpoint. The classic example is syslog. Syslog traditionally uses UDP port 514, and here's your first exam tip. UDP syslog is fire and forget. There is no delivery guarantee and no encryption. If a question describes log silently missing from the SIEM during network congestion, UDP syslog is likely the culprit. The fix is TCP syslog, or better, syslog over TLS on port 6514. API-based collection. Cloud services do not let you install agents on their infrastructure. Instead, your SIEM pulls logs through APIs. Think Microsoft 365 audit logs, AWS CloudTrail, Google Workspace events. This matters more every year as workloads move to SaaS. After collection, events hit parsing and normalization. Raw logs arrive in dozens of formats: syslog text, Windows XML, JSON from cloud APIs, CEF, LEEF. Normalization maps all of those into a common schema, so a source IP is always in the same field no matter which device reported it. Without normalization, you cannot correlate. With it, one query can search everything. Finally, events are indexed and stored, ready for search, correlation rules, and dashboards. One more ingestion concept here: collectors and aggregators. In larger environments, you rarely ship every device directly to the seam. You place intermediate collectors, sometimes called forwarders or aggregation points, at sites or network segments. They buffer, compress, sometimes filter and forward. This reduces WAN load and gives you a control point. Now, configuration answers the question, what are we actually capturing? Two devices of the same model can produce wildly different logs, depending on how they're configured. The first knob is verbosity. That's the level of detail. Syslog severity levels run from 0 to 7. Emergency, alert, critical, error, warning, notice, informational, and debug. Lower number, higher severity. When you configure a device to log at a given level, you capture that level and everything more severe. Here's another exam tip. Debug logging captures everything, and that's exactly the problem. Full debug on a busy production system can crush disk, network, and license costs, and can bury real signals in noise. For the exam, you need to balance visibility against volume. Log what supports detection and investigation, but do not log everything just because you can. The second knob is what event categories are enabled. On Windows, this is audit policy. Are you auditing logon events, object access, process creation, PowerShell script block logging? Process creation auditing, event ID 4688, is off by default on many systems, and it's one of the highest value events an analyst can have. On Linux, this is audit D rules, and which facilitates syslog captures. On network devices, it is which rule hits get logged. A firewall rule set to log denies but not permits will never show you the successful malicious connection. Third, where logs are sent. Local-only logging is fragile. An attacker who compromises the box can edit or delete local logs. Configuration should always include forwarding to central collection, which leads directly into our next topic. But a note on filtering: it is legitimate to drop known noise events at the collector to control cost, but you want to be deliberate about this. Dropping noisy authentication failures might also drop the brute force pattern that you needed to see. Now let's talk about log integrity and security. Logs are evidence, and attackers know this. Clearing or editing logs is a standard post-compromise step. MITRE ATT&ck tracks it as T1070, indicator removal. So the exam expects you to know how we keep logs trustworthy. Centralization is the first defense. The moment an event is forwarded off the host to a collector, the attacker does not control. Wiping the local log no longer erases the record. That's why near real-time forwarding really matters. A 5-minute forwarding interval is a 5-minute window where evidence exists only on the compromised machine where that attacker could remove it. And there's write-once storage. Log archives can be written to worm storage, write once, read many, or object storage with immutability locks, so even an administrator cannot alter history. And then hashing and integrity verification. Compute a cryptographic hash of each log file or block of events. Some systems chain those hashes. Each block's hash includes the previous block's hash. So modifying any historical entry breaks the entire chain forward. On screen, you can see how one tampered block invalidates everything after it. If a question mentions proving logs were not altered, The answer involves hashing. And then access control on the logging platform. Analysts read logs. They should not delete them. Administrators of the SIEM are high-value targets, and their activity should itself be logged separately. Separation of duties applies to the logging system just like anywhere else. Encryption in transit. Logs frequently contain sensitive material, usernames, internal host names, sometimes fragments of data. Ship them over TLS. For an exam tip, watch for the scenario where the Windows Security Event log shows event ID 1102. The audit log was cleared. That event survives the clearing and is a screaming indicator of tampering. On Linux, a gap in log sequence or a truncated file midday, it tells the same story. Now we have time synchronization. This one might seem mundane until an incident makes it painful. Every log entry carries a timestamp. During an investigation, you're building a timeline across a firewall, a domain controller, an endpoint, and a cloud service. If their clocks disagree by 4 minutes, your timeline is fiction. Did the logon happen before or after the firewall allowed the connection? You don't know. You can't say. The answer is NTP, Network Time Protocol, UDP port 123. NTP is organized in strata. Stratum 0 is the reference clock itself. GPS receivers, atomic clocks. Stratum 1 servers are directly connected to Stratum 0 devices. Stratum 2 syncs from Stratum 1, and so on down the hierarchy you see on screen. Higher stratum number means further from the source. Enterprise best practice is run a small set of internal NTP servers that sync to reliable external sources, and point every internal system, servers, workstations, network gear, hypervisors, at those internal servers. In an Active Directory domain, the domain controller holding the PDC emulator role is the default time source for the domain. So make sure that machine is synced properly, and everything downstream follows. Time zones are the second half of this. The best practice is to log in UTC everywhere and convert for display. If half your sources log in local time with daylight savings and half log UTC, correlation becomes an error-prone conversion exercise. On the exam, a scenario where events across systems appear out of order or offset by a consistent interval is pointing you at time sync or time zone misconfiguration. So for your exam tip, time synchronization is also a forensic admissibility issue. Evidence timelines presented in legal proceedings need defensible timestamps. NTP configuration is part of chain of evidence credibility. And then for log retention, the last logging concept, how long do you keep all this? So your retention is going to be driven by two forces. First, operational need. Industry reporting has consistently put median attacker dwell time in the range of weeks to months. If your retention is 30 days and you discover a compromise that began 90 days ago, the early evidence is gone. Threat hunting and incident response want long retention. Second, compliance obligations. PCI DSS requires at least 1 year of audit trail history, with 3 months immediately available. Other frameworks and regulators, HIPAA, SOX, sector rules, they all impose their own periods. Your retention policy must satisfy the strictest requirement that applies to you. So, the ones that apply to you and the strictest requirement that applies to you. Pulling against both of those, cost. Log volume at enterprise scale is measured in terabytes per day. The standard answer is tiered storage, shown on the timeline on screen. Hot storage, recent data, fully indexed, instant search. That's the most expensive tier. Warm, older data, searchable but slower. And cold or archive. It's compressed, cheap object storage, restored only when needed. A common pattern is 90 days hot, 1 year warm, multiple years cold. But the exam answer is always retention follows policy, and policy follows legal, regulatory, and operational requirements. So your requirements, your regulations. It all depends on the industry that you're in, a variety of things like that. Now, one nuance to know is that retention has a maximum as well as a minimum. Privacy regulations like GDPR push organizations to not keep personal data longer than necessary. Keeping everything forever is a liability, not a virtue. Now that completes logging. Your quick recap. Ingestion gets events in through agents, syslog, and APIs. Configuration decides what is captured. Integrity controls keep logs trustworthy. NTP makes timelines possible. Retention balances investigation needs, compliance, and cost. So now we want to go into operating system concepts. System hardening is reducing a system's attack surface, the sum of every point where an attacker could try to get in or do damage. A default OS install is built for compatibility and convenience, not security. Hardening is the deliberate process of stripping that back. The core moves shown around the diagram on screen. Remove or disable what you do not need. Unnecessary services, unused software, sample applications, legacy protocols. Every running service is listening code that can have vulnerabilities. If a file server doesn't need a web server, the web server should not exist on it. Classic examples of things to disable are Telnet, SMB version 1, LLMNR, and unused management interfaces. Also, you need to close unused ports. Host-based firewalls should default deny inbound and allow only what the system's role requires. Also, part of hardening is patching and updating. Current OS, current applications, current firmware. Unpatched known vulnerabilities remain one of the main initial access vectors in real breached data. And enforce least privilege. Users are not local administrators. Services run under minimal privilege accounts, not system or root, unless truly required. Default credentials are changed, always. Apply secure configuration baselines. You do not harden by intuition. You harden against a benchmark. Know these names: CIS benchmarks, consensus configuration guides for operating systems, cloud platforms and applications, and DISA STIGs, the U.S. Department of Defense's Security Technical Implementation Guides. Organizations adopt a baseline, apply it through group policy, MDM, or configuration management tooling like Ansible, and then continuously audit drift away from that baseline. SCAP, the Security Content Automation Protocol, is the standard family that lets tools automatically check compliance against these baselines. Additional hardening layers you should recognize. Application allow listing, so only approved binaries execute. Full disk encryption, secure boot and measured boot, verifying firmware and bootloader integrity, and logging enabled as part of the baseline itself. A hardened system that cannot tell you it is under attack is only half done. Your exam tip. As a CySA Plus analyst, hardening connects to your daily work through configuration assessment. Vulnerability scanners do not just find missing patches. Compliance scans compare systems to CIS or STIG baselines and report deviations. When a question asks how to verify hardening at scale, the answer is automated configuration assessment against a baseline, not manual inspection. Now for file structure and critical files. Analysts read file paths all day, in EDR alerts, in logs, in forensic images. You need to know what normal looks like on both major operating systems, so the abnormal will jump out at you. Let's think about Windows. Key locations on the left of the diagram that you can see. We've got System 32. These are core OS binaries and DLLs. The critical fact is that legitimate system processes like service host executable, like the LSAS executable and the services executable, all live here. That's C, Windows, System 32. A process named service host, that's an executable, running from C user's public or from a temp directory, that's a red flag. It's the same name with the wrong path, and that's a classic masquerading technique. So you need to know that service host, LSAS, and services, all these executable files should be in C, Windows System 32. So if you see them anywhere else, you see the file path isn't right. So these file paths are things you should memorize. Now in that same directory, we've got config. This is where the registry Hive files, SAM, System Security Software, are. The SAM Hive stores local account password hashes, which is why attackers want to dump it. Now in the System 32 directory, there's a drivers directory. Inside of that we have etc, and inside of that we have hosts. That's the host file mapping names to IPs before DNS is consulted. So malware edits it to redirect or block traffic. For example, blackholing security vendor update domains. Now then there's the file path app data. It's per user application data. You see that file path on the screen. App data local temp and app data roaming. These are among the main directories where malware first lands and persists, because users can write there without any admin rights. Then the program files directory and the program files x86. These are installed applications, and writing here should require elevation. The Windows registry itself deserves a mention as a critical structure. The run and run once keys under HKLM and HKCU are the textbook persistence locations for attackers to try to use. Now we go to Linux, the right side of the diagram. Linux follows the file system hierarchy standard, everything under a single root. So we have etc, that's configuration. And two files you need to know. It's the psswd etc in the etc directory. It's world readable. It lists accounts, shells, UIDs. And shadow in the etc directory is root only, holds the actual password hashes. An account in PASSWD with UID 0 that is not root means someone else created a hidden superuser. Now in the etc directory, subdirectory below that is SSH, and then SSHD config, also etc sudoers, and etc cron tab, and etc cron.d. You've got SSH policy, privilege escalation rules, and scheduled tasks. Cron entries are a primary Linux persistence mechanism. Then in var, you have log. These are the logs, auth.log or secure for authentication, syslog or messages for general events. You've got the home directory, each user's authorized keys. An attacker who appends their public key here gets durable passwordless access. Then the temp TMP and in the dev directory SHM. It's a world writable scratch space. Executables running out of temp or dev SHM are suspicious by default. Then there's bin, sbin, and bin and user, USR. These are system binaries. Attackers replace or Trojan these. File integrity monitoring watches them. And then proc. The proc directory is a virtual file system exposing running process information, and it's useful for live analyses. So for your exam tip, expect path-based questions. Given a process path or a modified file, identify whether it is normal or suspicious. Anchor on system binaries belong in system directories. User writable locations executing binaries is a warning sign. And the host file, shadow file, authorized keys, cron, and run keys are the high-value tampering targets. Now let's talk about system processes. A process is a running program. Every OS has a normal population of system processes with predictable names, paths, parents, and counts. Analysts learn this population the way a birder learns local species, so the out-of-place one is instantly visible. Windows process genealogy on the tree diagram, we've got system PID for kernel, its child smss.exe, session manager start sessions, csrss.exe, client server runtime, critical, 1 per session. Then we've got the winInit executable, starts the machine side, its parent services executable, the service control manager, and the LSAS executable, the local security authority. lsas.exe deserves special attention. It handles authentication and holds credential material in memory. Tools like Mimikatz target LSAS memory to steal credentials, which is why EDR watches any process trying to read LSAS. There should be exactly one LSAS.exe, be spawned by winInit.exe, running from system32. The services executable parents service host.executable instances, SVCHOST. These are generic host processes for services. Multiple service host processes are normal. Service host with no command line service argument or parented by something other than services.executable is not normal. Then you have winlogon.exe. This handles interactive logons and parents the user shell, explorer.exe. User applications descend from explorer.exe. That parentage is the detection gold. Anomalous parent-child relationships are how many attacks are caught. The canonical example, Microsoft Word spawning command exe, cmd exe, or PowerShell exe. Word is a document editor. Its child processes should be rare and boring. Outlook spawning PowerShell. A web server worker process like w3wp.exe spawning cmd.exe. These patterns indicate exploitation or malicious macros. Expect exactly this style of question on CSO004. Linux processes. Everything descends from PID1 init, which on modern distributions is systemd. Services are managed as systemd units. Systemctl lists and controls them. Daemons, background services like SSHD, cron, and nginx, conventionally end in D. Useful analyst commands are psaux or ps-ef for a process snapshot. Top, htop for live view, pstree to see parentage, and lsof or sstolpin to map processes to open files and listening ports. A process that has deleted its own binary from disk while continuing to run, or a listener on an odd high port owned by an unexpected process. These are classic Linux compromise indicators. And then services and scheduled execution round this out. Windows services and scheduled tasks. Linux systemd units and cron jobs. These are how legitimate software persists across reboots. And therefore exactly how malware persists too. When you investigate a host, enumerate them. For your exam tip, memorize 3 Windows facts cold. lsas.exe is the credential process attackers dump. Servicehost.exe, svchost.exe must be parented by services.exe and run from system32. And Office application spawning shells indicates malicious documents. Those 3 facts answer a surprising number of questions. Now we want to talk about infrastructure and system architecture. You cannot defend what you do not understand. When an alert fires on a containerized workload in a cloud environment, the analyst who understands that architecture asks the right questions immediately. Which image? Which orchestrator? Which service account? Which API calls? The analyst who doesn't understand that is lost. Yes, there are tools that help with these things, but recognize these facts as you're studying for the CySA v4 exam. Now this section covers 4 architectures: cloud native, virtualization, containerization, and APIs. You don't want to be completely reliant on the tools to tell you everything while being ignorant of how things actually work or why, because you can miss a lot, and your ability to protect is limited and completely dependent on a tool that may or may not be perfect. A virtualization. This lets one physical machine run multiple isolated virtual machines, each with its own full operating system. The hypervisor is the software layer that creates and manages those VMs. There are 2 types side by side on the screen. We've got type 1, bare metal. The hypervisor runs directly on hardware. VMware ESXi, Microsoft Hyper-V, KVM are examples. This is the data center and cloud standard. Then there's type 2, which is hosted. In the hosted case, the hypervisor runs as an application on a conventional operating system. VMware Workstation and VirtualBox are examples. This is desktops and labs. Related security implications that you need to understand for the exam. The hypervisor is a concentration of risk. Compromise the hypervisor, and you own every guest. Hypervisor patching is the critical infrastructure maintenance, and real-world ransomware groups have targeted ESXi hosts directly for exactly this reason. VM escape is the marquee vulnerability class. Malicious code in a guest breaking out to the hypervisor or other guests. Rare, severe, and a favorite exam term. Then VM sprawl. VMs are easy to create and easy to forget. Forgotten VMs miss patches and monitoring and become soft targets. Related is snapshot risk, where reverting a VM silently reintroduces vulnerabilities that had been patched, and dormant VMs that wake up outdated. And then visibility. VM to VM traffic on the same host crosses a virtual switch and may never touch a physical network tap. Monitoring architecture has to account for that. And containerization. So containers take a different approach. Instead of virtualizing hardware and running a full OS per workload, containers share the host kernel and isolate at the process level using kernel features. Namespaces for isolation. C groups for resource limits. The comparison diagram shows the difference. VMs each carry a full guest OS. Containers carry only the application and its dependencies, packaged as an image. That makes containers small, fast to start, and portable. Docker is the household name, runtime. Kubernetes is the orchestrator that schedules and manages containers at scale across clusters of hosts. So some CySA v4 security implications. Weaker isolation boundary than VMs. Shared kernel means a kernel vulnerability can enable container escape. Containers running as root or with the host Docker socket mounted inside or in privileged mode dramatically raise that risk. And the image supply chain. Containers are built from images, usually layered on public base images from registries like Docker Hub. A vulnerable or deliberately malicious base image propagates into everything that's built on top of it. So the defense is image scanning in the CI/CD pipeline, trusted registries, image signing, and minimal base images. And then there's ephemerality changes, forensics, and logging. Containers live minutes or hours. If logs stay inside the container, they die with it. Container logs have to ship to central collection in real time, and detection has to work with short-lived, dynamically addressed workloads. And then orchestrator security. The Kubernetes API server is the control plane. Misconfigured RBAC, exposed dashboards, or leaked service account tokens hand an attacker the whole cluster. Secrets handling in Kubernetes ties into the secrets management topic coming later. So your exam tip here, if a question contrasts containers with VMs. The levers are containers share the host kernel, lighter but weaker isolation. VMs virtualize hardware with a hypervisor, heavier but stronger isolation. If a question mentions a compromised base image affecting many deployments, that is a supply chain issue answered with image scanning and trusted registries. And then cloud native. This describes applications designed for the cloud from the start, not merely migrated to it. The building blocks shown on screen, microservices. The application decomposed into small independent services communicating over APIs. Containers and orchestration running those services. Serverless functions. AWS Lambda. Azure functions, where you deploy code and the provider runs it on demand with no server you manage. Managed services for databases, queues, and storage. And infrastructure as code, where the entire environment is defined in templates like Terraform, deployed through CI/CD pipelines, and treated as disposable and reproducible. So what changes for security operations? The shared responsibility model. The provider secures the cloud infrastructure. You secure what you configure and deploy in it. Misconfiguration. Public storage buckets, permissive IAM roles, exposed management interfaces. These are the dominant cloud breach causes. Analyst work shifts heavily toward configuration and identity. Then there's telemetry comes from APIs, not packet captures. Your visibility is CloudTrail, Azure Activity Logs, VPC Flow Logs, and audit logs from managed services. Identity becomes the perimeter. An attacker with valid API keys does not need to breach a network at all. And we have ephemeral elastic infrastructure. Instances auto-scale in and out. IP addresses recycle in minutes. Detections keyed to static IPs break. Everything must key to identities, resource tags, and workloads. And then immutable infrastructure and drift. In a healthy cloud-native shop, nobody logs into a server to change it. Changes flow through code, so a manual change in production is configuration drift and is itself a security signal. Then APIs, application programming interfaces. APIs are how modern software components talk to each other. They're the connective tissue of everything we just covered. Microservices call each other through APIs. Your SIEM ingests cloud logs through APIs. So attackers, naturally, attack APIs. The dominant style is REST. Clients send HTTP requests, get to read, post to create, put and patch to update, delete to remove. All of these to endpoint URLs, and they receive structured responses, usually JSON. The flow diagram on screen shows the critical part. Authentication and authorization on every call. Common mechanisms are API keys. Simple static secrets identifying the caller. OAuth 2.0 bearer tokens. Scoped, expiring tokens issued by an authorization server. And mutual TLS for service-to-service trust. There are security concerns to know. Broken authentication and authorization top the OWASP API security top 10. The classic flaw is broken object level authorization. The API checks that you're logged in, but not that object 1002 in the URL actually belongs to you. So changing the number reads someone else's record. And leaked keys and tokens. API keys hard-coded in source, committed to public repositories, or embedded in mobile apps. These are a routine initial access vector for attackers. This connects directly to secrets management, which is coming up here. And then there's the lack of rate limiting that enables credential stuffing, enumeration, and scraping at machine speed. And visibility. API gateways centralize authentication, rate limiting, and logging for API traffic. And their logs are an ingestion source your SOC should have. SOC, Security Operations Center. Now for another exam tip. When a scenario involves data exposed by iterating IDs in a URL, that is broken object level authorization. When a scenario involves credentials found in a code repository, the answer set includes secrets management and key rotation. Now for device management concepts, start with mobile device management, MDM. Modern workforces run on phones and tablets that hold corporate email, chat documents, and authentication apps and frequently leave the building. MDM, mobile device management, and its broader umbrella UEM, unified endpoint management, give the organization control over that fleet. Core MDM capabilities, arranged around the diagram, enrollment, bringing a device under management, and establishing trust. Policy enforcement, require a passcode, require encryption, minimum OS version, block jailbroken or rooted devices, application management, installing required apps and blocking others, remote lock and remote wipe for lost or stolen devices, and compliance reporting, feeding device health into access decisions. Deployment models matter for policy design. Corporate-owned devices allow full management. BYOD, bring your own device, requires balancing corporate control with personal privacy. The standard answer is containerization of work data, a managed work profile, or a partition on the personal device, so the organization can enforce policy and selectively wipe only the corporate container, leaving personal photos and apps untouched. For the exam tip, jailbroken or rooted devices defeat the OS security model. So blocking them via MDM compliance policy is a standard control. And for BYOD questions, selective wipe of the work profile is almost always the right answer over full device wipe. This sits in a security operations objective because device compliance is a signal your detection and access systems consume. Conditional access, which we'll be talking about more in the IAM section, can require a compliant managed device before granting access to corporate resources. A non-compliant device is both a risk and an alert. And then there is endpoint management. Endpoints, like laptops, desktops, servers, these are where users click links, open attachments, and run code, which is why they are where compromises begin. Endpoint management is the operational discipline. Endpoint security tooling is its enforcement arm. So you want to know the tool progression. There's EPP, Endpoint Protection Platform. That's the preventive layer. Antivirus and anti-malware, largely signature and heuristic based, blocking known bad before execution. Then there's EDR, Endpoint Detection and Response. This is the visibility and response layer. An agent continuously records telemetry, process creation with command lines, network connections, file and registry changes. That telemetry supports behavioral detections, like the Office spawning PowerShell pattern that I talked about a little bit earlier, and gives responders capabilities like remote isolation of a host, killing processes and pulling forensic data. For a CySA Plus analyst, EDR telemetry is one of your primary data sources. Then there's XDR, Extended Detection and Response. This extends the model by correlating endpoint telemetry with identity, email, network, and cloud signals in one platform. So a phishing email, the resulting endpoint execution, and the subsequent suspicious logon appear as one incident instead of 3 unrelated alerts. As they are related, you need to know that. Alongside detection tooling, endpoint management includes patch management, inventory, test, deploy, verify on a cycle, configuration baseline enforcement, tying back to hardening, and asset inventory. You cannot patch, monitor, or defend a device that you don't know exists. And unmanaged, unknown endpoints are a persistent gap that attackers find first. Now we want to talk about network architecture concepts. For decades, network security ran on the perimeter model, affectionately castle and moat, hard outer shell, trusted interior. Once you were inside the firewall, you were largely trusted, and lateral movement was easy. Attackers industrialized the exploitation of exactly that assumption. Phish one user, land one implant inside, then roam. Now, zero trust replaces the assumption. The principle, never trust, verify explicitly, assume breach. No user, device, or network location is inherently trusted, including the corporate LAN. Every access request is evaluated on its own merits. Who is the user? Is the identity strongly authenticated? Is the device known and compliant? Is the request normal for this user? And is this the least privilege necessary? The diagram shows the working parts, and this vocabulary appears on exams. The policy engine makes the access decision using identity, device posture, and context signals. The policy enforcement point sits in the path and applies the decision. Access is granted per session and per resource, not to the network. Then there's ZTNA, Zero Trust Network Access. This is the technology category applying this to remote and application access, and it is the term on your objective list. Contrast it with a traditional VPN. A VPN authenticates you once, then typically places you on the internal network, where broad reachability is the default. ZTNA instead brokers a connection from the user to one specific application, after verifying user and device, with everything else remaining invisible. Applications are never exposed for inbound discovery, which shrinks the attack surface dramatically. Continuous evaluation means a session can be terminated midstream if device posture changes. Alongside ZTNA, microsegmentation applies zero trust inside the data center and cloud. fine-grained policy between workloads, so server A can talk to database B on one port and nothing else. A compromised host in a micro-segmented environment has almost nowhere to move laterally. So for your exam tip, the exam contrasts to no cold. VPN grants network-level access after one-time authentication. ZTNA grants per-application access with continuous verification of user and device. If the scenario's goal is limit lateral movement or replace broad VPN access, ZTNA and microsegmentation are your answers. Now we have SASE, Secure Access Service Edge. This is the delivery model that packages modern networking and security together as a cloud service. Users are everywhere. Home, branch offices, airports. Applications are everywhere. SaaS, software as a service. Multiple clouds, remaining data centers. The old pattern, backhaul all traffic through the headquarters security stack via VPN or MPLS, adds latency and cost, and the perimeter it enforces no longer maps to where anything actually lives. SASE, S-A-S-E, moves the current stack into a globally distributed cloud edge. Users and sites connect to the nearest SASE point of presence, and their traffic is inspected and policy enforced there, then delivered wherever it's going. The convergence diagram shows the standard component set. So learn these acronyms. SD-WAN, or SD-WAN, Software-Defined Wide Area Networking, the connectivity layer intelligently routing site traffic. SWG, Secure Web Gateway, web filtering, malware inspection of internet-bound traffic. CASB, CASB, Cloud Access Security Broker, visibility and policy for SaaS, software as a service use, who is uploading what, to which cloud app, sanctioned or shadow IT. ZTNA, the application access broker we just covered. ZTNA is a component within SASE. And FWaaS, Firewall as a Service. And DLP, Data Loss Prevention, often woven through SWG and CASB. The subset of SASE that is only the security services. SWG, CASB, ZTNA, Firewall as a Service without the SD-WAN networking, is sometimes labeled SSE, Security Service Edge. So you want to recognize that term. For the SOC, Security Operations Center, SOC, SASE is also a telemetry gift. One consolidated log source covering web traffic, SaaS activity, and application access for every user regardless of location, feeding straight back to our ingestion segment. So for your exam tip, keyword mapping, converged networking and security delivered from the cloud is SASE. Visibility and control over software as a service applications is CASB. Filter and inspect user web traffic is SWG. Match the acronym to the function, and it makes these questions much easier points for you, so you know what they're talking about. Now let's talk about hybrid cloud. A deployment model refresher, public cloud, provider-owned multi-tenant infrastructure, private cloud, cloud-style infrastructure dedicated to one organization, hybrid cloud, private plus public working together as an integrated environment, and multi-cloud, using several public providers. Real enterprises are overwhelmingly hybrid, usually for reasons of legacy systems, data residency, regulation, and cost. The topology on screen shows the defining feature, the connective tissue. On-prem networks linked to cloud virtual networks through site-to-site VPN or dedicated circuits. AWS Direct Connect, Azure Express Route. Identity is federated, so one directory governs both sides. Data flows across the boundary constantly. So some security operations challenges you need to know for the exam. Expanded and blended attack surface. The cloud connection extends your on-prem network. A compromise on either side can traverse the link. Segment and monitor the interconnect like the critical boundary it is. And then inconsistent controls and visibility. On-prem you have firewalls, taps, and agents. In cloud you have security groups, flow logs, and API audit trails. different formats, different consoles, and different teams. The SOC must normalize both into one picture, which is precisely why normalization is so important, like we talked about at the beginning of the video, really. Now, identity spanning both worlds. Federation means one compromised identity may unlock resources everywhere. Identity monitoring becomes a highest value detection surface in hybrid environments. Configuration management at double the width. We've got 2 rule sets, 2 baselines, twice the drift opportunities. Cloud Security Posture Management, CSPM. This tooling continuously audits the cloud side for misconfigurations. So, like we mentioned, let's go into talking about IAM, Identity and Access Management. If Zero Trust made anything clear, it is that identity is the new perimeter. IAM is the framework ensuring the right identities get the right access to the right resources at the right time and nothing more. The identity lifecycle, provisioning when someone joins, modification as roles change, and deprovisioning the moment they leave. Gaps here create the classic findings: orphaned accounts belonging to departed employees, and privilege creep, access accumulating across role changes and never being removed. The countermeasure is periodic access review and recertification, owners reapproving or revoking existing access on a schedule. Access models to recognize here are RBAC, role-based access control, permissions attached to roles, users assigned to roles, and ABAC, attribute-based access control, decisions computed from attributes of the user, resource, and context, which is the flexible model underpinning many zero-trust policy engines. For the analyst, IAM systems are both a control and a telemetry source. Authentication logs, privilege changes, group membership modifications, failed logon patterns, impossible travel, logons at abnormal hours, a sudden addition to an admin group. Identity telemetry drives a large share of modern detections. Now for privileged access management, PAM. Some accounts can do catastrophic damage. Domain admins, root, database administrators, cloud subscription owners, service accounts with broad rights. PAM, privileged access management, is the discipline and tooling that puts those accounts under special control. Core PAM mechanics on the diagram. We've got credential vaulting. This is privileged credentials live in a hardened vault. Administrators do not know the passwords. They check out access through the PAM system, and the vault rotates the credential after use. So nothing sticky lives in a text file or a memory dump. Just-in-time privilege. Instead of standing admin rights around the clock, privileges are granted for an approved task and a limited window, then automatically revoked. The steady-state goal is 0 standing privileges. Session management and recording. Privileged sessions are brokered through the PAM platform, monitored live and recorded. Deterrence, forensics, and audit evidence in one. Service account governance. Non-human accounts running applications and jobs are frequently overprivileged, shared, and set to never expire. PAM brings them into vaulting and rotation. So the exam tip: if a scenario involves stolen admin credentials being reused, or asks how to limit the blast radius of privileged account compromise. PAM concepts: vaulting, rotation, just-in-time access, session recording. These are the answers. Also, connect PAM to detection. Any privileged authentication that bypasses the PAM system should itself fire an alert. Now for authentication and authorization methods. 2 words that must never blur. Authentication proves who you are. Authorization determines what you may do. Auth in, then auth z, in that order, every time. Authentication factors. The classic 3, something you know, passwords, pins, something you have, hardware token, smart card, phone-based authenticator, something you are, biometrics. MFA combines factors from different categories. 2 passwords are not MFA. Now, MFA strength is not uniform, and CSO004 expects nuance here. SMS one-time codes are the weakest common form, vulnerable to SIM swapping and interception. Push notifications improved on SMS but created MFA fatigue attacks. Bombard the user with prompts until one gets approved. Number matching mitigates this. The strong end is phishing-resistant MFA, FIDO2, and WebAuthn hardware-backed passkeys, where the credential is cryptographically bound to a legitimate site, so a lookalike phishing page gets nothing usable. Single sign-on lets one authentication event grant access across many platforms, brokered by an identity provider. The Federation protocols to recognize, SAML, XML-based, the long-standing enterprise standard, OAuth 2.0, an authorization framework issuing scoped access tokens, and OIDC, OpenID Connect, the authentication layer built on OAuth 2.0 using JSON Web Tokens. Inside Windows domains, Kerberos is the ticket-based authentication protocol. LDAP is the directory lookup protocol beside it. For your exam tip, SSO trades convenience and centralized control against concentration of risk. One compromised identity now opens many doors, and one stolen session token can bypass authentication entirely. That is why token theft and session hijacking feature in modern incident scenarios, and why conditional access, evaluating device compliance, location, and risk signals at every authentication, pairs with SSO in well-designed environments. On the authorization side, tie it back. RBAC and ABAC decide what the authentication identity can do. Least privilege bounds it, and access reviews keep it honest. Humans have passwords. Systems have secrets. API keys, database connection strings, service account credentials, encryption keys, tokens, and certificates. Modern environments contain thousands of them, and the failure mode is depressingly consistent. Secrets hard-coded in source code, pushed to repositories, open GitHubs, baked into container images, left in environment files, then found by attackers who scan public repositories for exactly this. Continuously and automatically they're scanning all the time. Now, secrets management centralizes them in a purpose-built vault. HashiCorp Vault, AWS Secrets Manager, Azure Key Vault are names you want to recognize. See the flow on screen? The application authentication to the vault using its own workload identity retrieves the secret at runtime, and the secret never lives in code or configuration files. The vault provides encryption at rest, fine-grained access policy, automatic rotation, and a full audit log of every retrieval. Best practices that show up in exam answers: never hard code credentials, rotate secrets automatically and immediately when exposure is suspected, scope each secret to the minimum access it needs, use short-lived dynamic credentials where possible, generate on demand, expiring in minutes, and scan code repositories and images for leaked secrets as a standard pipeline control. And for the SOC, vault audit logs are detection material. A secret retrieved by an unusual identity, at an unusual time, and from an unusual source. That pattern has caught real intrusions. So now let's talk about encryption techniques. Encryption transforms readable plain text into ciphertext using an algorithm and a key. Two families, symmetric, one shared key encrypts and decrypts, it's fast. AES 256, the common strength. And asymmetric, a mathematically linked public-private key pair. RSA and elliptic curve are the names. Slower, but it solves key distribution and enables digital signatures. However, just a side note, I guess you probably don't need to know this for the exam, but the asymmetric cryptography is that which is going to go extinct with the quantum age, but it's not extinct yet. So right now it's more secure. In a certain amount of time, it's going to be less secure than symmetric. So that's very interesting. And if you're interested in that, I have a video out about it, quantum cryptography for the quantum age, that kind of stuff. Now, real systems combine the two. TLS uses asymmetric cryptography to authenticate the server and establish a session key, then symmetric encryption for the bulk data. Hashing sits alongside, one-way fingerprints like SHA-256 for integrity, not confidentiality, and you've already seen it protecting log integrity earlier. Now, an important framework to understand for the exam: the 3 states of data. So you'll see that on the triangle diagram. Encryption at rest protects stored data, full disk encryption, BitLocker, LUKS, database and file level encryption, encrypted object storage in cloud, threat countered, physical theft, lost drives, attackers reading raw storage. Now note the limit. At-rest encryption does not stop an attacker using a compromised account because the system happily decrypts for anyone authorized. Then there's encryption in transit, protects moving data. We've got TLS, current versions are 1.2 and 1.3 for web and API traffic. HTTPS on port 443, SSH for administration, VPN tunnels using IPsec or TLS, and from earlier, remember syslog over TLS. We've got threat countered, interception, and on-path tampering. Your analyst wrinkle, encrypted traffic also blinds network inspection, which is why organizations use TLS inspection points and why endpoint and metadatabase detection carry more weight every year. Encryption in use is the emerging third state, protecting data while it's being processed via confidential computing and hardware secure enclaves. Recognize the concept and the term. There's two management realities that complete the picture. Key management is the hard part. Generation, storage in HSMs or cloud key management services. Rotation, revocation, and destruction. Encrypting everything with a key stored next to the data achieves nothing. Losing keys destroys your own data. And certificate management, PKI issues certificates binding identities to public keys. Expired certificates cause outages. And forgotten certificates on forgotten servers are findings waiting to happen. So your exam tip here, match the control to the data state. Stolen laptop, encryption at rest. Captured network traffic, encryption in transit. Sensitive processing in shared cloud hardware, encryption in use. And when a question involves attackers reading data despite disk encryption, look for the compromised credential angle. Encryption at rest does not defend against authorized looking access. Now for your data protection concepts. Encryption is one tool. Data protection is the whole program. Knowing what data you hold, how sensitive it is, and controlling how it is stored, accessed, shared, and destroyed. It starts with classification. On the pyramid, a scheme such as public, internal, confidential, and restricted. Classification drives everything downstream. The controls applied, who may access it, how long it is retained, how it is destroyed. Alongside classification, know your regulated data categories. PII, personally identifiable information. PHI, protected health information under HIPAA. Cardholder data under PCI DSS. And intellectual property. Regulations attach obligations to categories. GDPR for personal data of EU residents. State privacy laws and sector rules. Data loss prevention, DLP, is the enforcement technology. DLP inspects content, pattern matching for card numbers and national ID formats, keywords, fingerprints of known sensitive documents, classification labels, and applies policy at 3 points shown in the flow. Endpoint DLP watching USB copies, printing and clipboard. Network and email DLP watching outbound traffic, and cloud DLP, typically through CASB, watching uploads and sharing in SaaS, software as a service. Actions range from alert to warn the user to block outright. For the analyst, DLP alerts are a triage stream with a notoriously high noise floor. Tuning matters, but they are also how insider data theft and accidental exposure get caught. A departing employee mass downloading customer list to a personal drive is the canonical DLP detection scenario, and it appears in exam questions dressed in various costumes. Round out the program with data minimization. Collect and keep only what is needed, which shrinks breach impact by definition. Masking and tokenization. Replacing sensitive values with placeholders for testing and analytics. Rights management, encryption plus policy that travels with the file. Backup protection. Backups hold your crown jewels and must be encrypted, access controlled, and immutable against ransomware. And secure disposal. Cryptographic erasure or destruction at end of life, driven by the retention schedule. Notice retention appearing again here. Log retention in the first section of this video and data retention here are the same governance muscle applied to different assets. Now for critical infrastructure concepts. Everything so far has been IT, systems that process information. OT, operational technology, is the hardware and software that monitors and controls physical processes. Power generation, water treatment, manufacturing lines, pipelines, building systems. When OT fails, the consequences are physical, outages, environmental damage, and safety incidents. That drives the fundamental priority inversion you must internalize for the exam. IT security prioritizes confidentiality first. CIA. OT prioritizes availability and safety first. A control system must keep running. Taking a turbine controller offline to patch it is not a casual Tuesday decision. This explains OT's defining constraints. Extremely long equipment life cycles, 15 to 30 years. Legacy operating systems that cannot be upgraded. Patching windows that come rarely. And a deep intolerance for anything that might disrupt the process. Even active vulnerability scanning can crash fragile OT devices. Passive network monitoring is the preferred visibility method in OT environments, and that is a known exam point. So ICS stands for Industrial Control Systems, and it is the umbrella term for the control systems running industrial processes. Components to recognize are PLCs, programmable logic controllers, ruggedized computers executing control logic directly against sensors and actuators, and HMIs, human-machine interfaces, the operator screens, DCS, distributed control systems, so plant-wide control common in refineries and chemical processing, and engineering workstations, which program the PLCs and are therefore prime attack targets. SCADA stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. It is the ICS architecture for supervising processes distributed across large geographic areas, pipelines, electrical grids, water systems. SCADA layers a central supervisory system over remote sites, where RTUs, remote terminal units, and PLCs collect telemetry and execute commands, communicating over wide area links. Historically, those links and protocols, Modbus, DNP3, were built with zero authentication because the design assumption was an isolated trusted network. And those protocols are still everywhere. The architecture diagram on screen is the Purdue model. The reference layering you should recognize: Level 0, the physical sensors and actuators. Level 1, the controllers, PLCs and RTUs. Level 2, supervisory, HMIs and SCADA servers. Level 3, site operations. Then the industrial DMZ, often called Level 3.5, brokering every exchange between the OT zones below and the enterprise IT networks at Level 4 and 5. Nothing should cross from IT to OT except through that DMZ. Now for securing and monitoring OT. The control story for OT segmentation and visibility. Segmentation. Strict zone boundaries per the Purdue model. Firewalls and unidirectional gateways are the IT-OT boundary, and the hard reality that air gaps are frequently more myth than fact. Vendors connect in for maintenance, engineers move files, historians replicate data upward. The IT-OT boundary is a monitored trust boundary, not an assumed void. And visibility. Passive monitoring sensors that understand industrial protocols, baselining what normal control traffic looks like. OT traffic is wonderfully predictable, which makes anomalies stand out, plus asset inventory of every controller and workstation. And remote access for vendors brokered through jump hosts with MFA and session recording, never direct. So CompTIA puts this on a SOC analyst exam because IT is the front door to OT. Real-world attacks on industrial operations overwhelmingly begin in the IT network. Phishing, VPN compromise, and either pivot toward OT or, as in major ransomware cases affecting pipelines and manufacturers, disrupt operations by taking down the IT systems that the physical process depends on. An analyst in a converged environment must know that an alert on an engineering workstation or the industrial DMZ is a 5-alarm signal, and that response playbooks in OT must account for safety and availability before anything else. So your exam tip here: 3 reliable OT answers. Availability and safety outrank confidentiality. Passive monitoring over active scanning. And segmentation with a controlled IT-OT boundary per the Purdue model. So now let's put the whole objective back together, because Objective 1.1 tells one story. This is the world you defend. Logs are your eyes. Ingestion brings them in. Configuration decides what they see. Integrity keeps them honest. NTP keeps them in order. Retention keeps them available. Operating systems are the terrain. Hardened baselines, known good file structures, known good process trees, so anomalies surface. Infrastructure is where workloads live. VMs, containers, cloud native, stitched together by APIs. Devices are managed and monitored through MDM and EDR. The network no longer trusts location. ZTNA, SASE, and hybrid connectivity define access. Identity is the perimeter. IAM, PAM, strong authentication, and secrets management guard it. Encryption protects data in all 3 states. Data protection governs it end to end, and at the highest stakes, OT, ICS, and SCADA demand a different rulebook where safety and availability lead. Your exam strategy for this objective: it is an explain objective. So expect concept and scenario questions rather than hands-on simulation, which is your best friend keyword game. Map keywords to concepts fast. Timestamps disagree, NTP. Same process name, wrong path, masquerading. Word spawns PowerShell. Malicious macro. Per application access replacing VPN, ZTNA. Cloud delivered converged security, SASE. Credentials in a repository, secrets management. Vault, rotation, just-in-time, PAM. Availability first and passive scanning, OT. Your study recommendation: take the official CSO004 objectives PDF, and against every bullet we covered today, write 1 sentence from memory. Anything that you cannot explain in 1 sentence, rewatch that area of the video, and I'll be working on getting Objective 1.2 video out for you soon. So for both our sakes, yours and mine, please subscribe if you find this helpful. Welcome to the full training on CompTIA CySA CS0-004 Domain 1 Objective 1.2. If you haven't watched the Objective 1.1 video yet, it'll be in the related videos linked of this video, or you can just go back to the CySA 4 playlist on my channel and see what else is there as well. Objective 1.2 is: given a scenario, analyze indicators of potential malicious activity. If Objective 1.1 was the architecture, how systems are built, how logs move, how identity and encryption hold everything together, then Objective 1.2 is the job itself. This is the detection objective. It's the one that asks when something bad is happening on your network, on your hosts, in your cloud, in your inboxes, can you recognize it? Pay attention to the verb in this objective. It doesn't say explain. It says, given a scenario, analyze. That phrasing is a signal from CompTIA about how they're going to test you on this questions that are related to this one. You're not going to likely get many questions that ask something like, what is enumeration? But you will get questions that hand you a scenario, like a log excerpt, an alert description, a set of symptoms, and will ask you to identify which indicator you're looking at. What does it mean? What it implies about where the attacker is in their operation. So that's a higher cognitive level. And that's exactly why we're spending a full session on this single objective. I mean, actually, we're going to spend a full session on every objective, but it just further validates that. Now, Domain 1 Security Operations carries 34% of the CSO004 exam. It's the heaviest weight of any domain. And within Domain 1, Objective 1.2 is where a large share of the scenario questions live, because indicators are the raw material of Security Analyst Day. So if you've already watched my Objective 1.1 full training, then you have the foundation to start this one. Let's build the detection layer on top of that. Now, if this kind of full objective training helps you, please subscribe. I'm working through the entire CSO004 exam objective by objective in order. So the next one will be coming after this. So let's think about the map for this video. CompTIA organizes Objective 1.2 into 8 families of indicators. We're going to take them in the exact order they appear on the official objectives document, so you can follow along with the blueprint. 1. Network-related indicators. Rogue devices, enumeration, anomalous activity, and activity on unexpected ports. 2. Host-related indicators. Resource consumption, unauthorized software, and anomalous activity on the host, which CompTIA further splits into suspicious or rogue processes, living off the land binaries and scripts, file system changes, and data exfiltration. 3. Unauthorized configuration. A single line on the blueprint, but a big one, and we'll give it a full treatment. 4. Application-related indicators. Service disruption and anomalous application activity. 5. Cloud-related indicators. Anomalous activity and resource compromise. 6. Social engineering attacks. Typo squatting and URL shorteners. 7. Identity-based indicators. IAM account compromise, unauthorized access, and impossible travel. And 8. Email-related attacks. Business email compromise. So pause for a second and notice something about this list as a whole. It moves roughly from the outside in and from machines toward humans. Network, host, application, cloud. Those are technical telemetry. Social engineering, identity, email. Those target people and the accounts people hold. The CSO004 refresh leaned harder into that second half than any previous version of this exam because that's where the modern attack landscape has moved. Identity-based indicators and business email compromise are not afterthoughts on this exam. You want to treat them with the same seriousness as your packet captures. One more framing idea before we start, and I want you to hold on to it for the entire session. An indicator is not proof. The word CompTIA chose is potential malicious activity. Almost every indicator we cover in this has a benign explanation that occurs in real environments, a developer running a scanner, a backup job moving terabytes at 2 a.m., an executive logging in from an airplane. Your job as an analyst and your job on exam day is to weigh the indicator in context. Keep asking, what would make this benign or harmless? Or, what would make this be something that is not an attacker performing it? You've got to look at it from a variety of ways. Think about it. What additional evidence would make it malicious? So where do we go from innocent to not innocent? That habit's going to earn you points all over this exam if you're thinking in those terms. Each of the 8 families gets its own color in the visuals, and every family ends with an exam strategy slide. So let's start with the network. Network-related indicators are the classic starting point for detection, and there's a good reason for that. The network sees everything eventually. An attacker can hide a process, tamper with the host log, disable an agent. But if they want to move data and reach a command and control server or spread laterally, then they have to touch the wire, and the wire can be watched. Your telemetry sources here are the ones we covered in Objective 1.1. Flow data like NetFlow and IPFix that summarizes who talked to whom. Full packet captures when you need the actual contents. IDS and IPS alerts from tools like Suricata and Snort. DNS query logs, firewall logs, and the switch and wireless controller data that tells you what is physically and logically attached to your network. CompTIA lists 4 network indicators: rogue devices, enumeration, anomalous activity, and activity on unexpected ports. Notice that these 4 map neatly onto the early stages of an intrusion. A rogue device is a foothold. Enumeration is reconnaissance. Anomalous activity and unexpected ports are what you see when the attacker starts operating. Now keep that attack lifecycle lens on as we go, because it's not uncommon for the exam to ask what an indicator implies about attacker progress. A rogue device is any device connected to your network that is not authorized to be there. That definition is deliberately broad because the category is broad. So let's go over the major types that you need to recognize. First, the rogue access point. Someone plugs a consumer wireless router into a live network jack. Let me just apologize because I can't keep the neighbor's dog quiet sometimes. So if that's in the background, hopefully it's just faint for you. So someone plugs a consumer wireless router into a live network jack, sometimes an attacker, but honestly, often a well-meaning employee who wanted better Wi-Fi in a conference room. Now, either way, you now have an unmanaged bridge into your internal network, and whatever default credentials and outdated firmware that device shipped with. So it could be malicious or it could not be. It's still a rogue access point, still not a good thing, but you have to think about this. Second, and this is a distinction that is common to find on these exams, the evil twin. An evil twin is a wireless access point broadcasting the same SSID as your legitimate network. The same name, sometimes a stronger signal. They could be using a Wi-Fi pineapple, designed to trick clients into connecting to it so the attacker can intercept traffic or harvest credentials. So here's the difference in one line. A rogue AP is an unauthorized device on your network. An evil twin is an impersonation of your network. You see the distinction there. A rogue AP threatens your internal segment. An evil twin threatens your users. It does not even need to touch your infrastructure. If a question describes a duplicate SSID and users being lured to connect, the answer is evil twin. Now, third, physical drop boxes. A small single-board computer like a Raspberry Pi is the classic example. Plugged in behind a printer or under a desk, calling out to the attacker over the cell network or an encrypted tunnel. Penetration testers plant these constantly, which means that real attackers do too. Fourth, rogue infrastructure services. And the standout example is a rogue DHCP server. If an unauthorized device starts answering DHCP requests, it can hand out its own IP as the default gateway or DNS server. And now it sits in the middle of every conversation for the clients it poisoned. Watch for indicators like clients receiving addresses from an unexpected scope, or duplicate DHCP offers in packet captures. And fifth, the quiet everyday version. Unauthorized personnel and IoT devices, personal laptops, smart TVs, cameras, thermostats, individually small risks, collectively an unmanaged attack surface that nobody is patching. So now we want to talk about how to detect rogue devices. So we want to think in layers. At the port level, 802.1x network access control makes every device authenticate before it gets a working connection. Devices that cannot authenticate land in a quarantine VLAN. Port security on switches can limit which MAC addresses are allowed per port. Though remember, MAC addresses can be spoofed, so treat MAC filtering as a speed bump, not a wall. Now at the inventory level, you compare what is on the network against what should be on the network. What's the delta? Scheduled discovery scans, ARP and DHCP lease tables, and switch MAC address tables, all reconciled against your asset inventory. Let's hope you have one, right? Before the exam, we'll assume you do, right? A device on the wire that is not in the CMDB is your indicator. And at the wireless level, regular wireless surveys and wireless intrusion prevention systems detect SSIDs and access points that don't belong. That's your evil twin and rogue AP detection. So the analyst mindset here, the alert is rarely rogue device detected in bright red. It's instead a MAC address that you don't recognize. It's a DHCP leased to a host name like Samsung TV, or a new SSID that looks one character off from yours, or duplicate. And the indicator is a mismatch between observed and authorized. Think about that. Observed versus authorized. If there's a difference between what exists versus what should exist. Now, enumeration is the attacker learning your environment. Reconnaissance, learning your environment. What hosts do you have? What ports are open? What services and versions are running? What shares, users, and groups can be discovered? On the exam and in practice, you'll also hear the near synonyms reconnaissance and scanning. If we're being precise, scanning discovers something that exists, and enumeration extracts details from it. For CompTIA, treat the word enumeration as the umbrella for these activities. So here's the sequence an attacker typically follows. Recognizing each stage in logs is exactly what scenario questions test. Stage 1, host discovery. Ping sweeps or ARP sweeps across a subnet to find what is alive. In your logs, this looks like one source touching every address in a range sequence. .1, .2, .3, .4, often within seconds. So that's why that kind of thing is easy sometimes for tools to pick up, right? And say, hey, this is happening. The ping sweep's going on. Stage 2, port scanning. Probing a discovered host to see which ports answer. Stage 3, service and version detection. Banner grabbing to learn that port 22 is OpenSSH of a specific version, or that the web server is an unpatched build. Stage 4, deeper protocol enumeration. Pulling user lists over SMB or LDAP, walking SNMP with default community strings like public, querying DNS for zone transfers. Now the two scan geometries, and this pair shows up regularly on exams. A vertical scan is one source probing many ports on a single host. The attacker is asking, what does this machine run? What does this one machine run? A horizontal scan is one source probing a single port across many hosts. The attacker is asking, who on this network runs this one service? Now, horizontal scans on ports like 445 or 3389 are a classic precursor to worm-style spread and lateral movement. If a question describes hundreds of hosts probed on one port, say horizontal, one host probed on hundreds of ports, say vertical. So what does scanning look like on the wire? A signature you should be able to describe. Large numbers of connection attempts with incomplete TCP handshakes. A SYN scan sends the SYN, gets the SYN ACK, but never completes the handshake. So your firewall and flow logs fill with half-open connections from one source. Add to that a high rate of connection attempts to closed ports, which generates RSTs or ICMP unreachables, and a source touching targets in tidy numerical order. Humans browsing are messy. Scanners are systematic, and systematic is the tell. Now, we can think about that in the real world. Scanners could be programmed to not be so perfectly tidy, of course, but for the exam, you want to recognize these baseline facts. One more layer that matters more every year, where the scan is coming from. External scanning against your perimeter is constant background noise on the internet. You triage it, but it rarely gets an incident number by itself. Internal enumeration is a different animal entirely. If a workstation in accounting starts sweeping the server LAN over SMB, that is not just noise. That is an indicator that a foothold already exists and the attacker is mapping the inside for lateral movement. They are in your house. Same technique, wildly different severity based on source. And the exam is going to test you on having this judgment. Detection tooling. IDS signatures fire on scan patterns. Flow analyses reveals the one-to-many and the many port shapes. And honeypots or canary hosts give you a beautiful high-fidelity signal. Nothing legitimate should ever touch them. So any contact is an indicator. And the perennial false positive to name in your head, vulnerability scanners. Your own Nessus or OpenVAS box looks exactly like an attacker. That's why authorized scanners get documented, scheduled, and allow listed, and why verify whether this source is an authorized scanner is often the correct first analyst action in a scenario. Now, anomalous activity is the broadest network indicator, and it rests entirely on one prerequisite, which is a baseline. You can't have an anomaly if you don't have a baseline, because what's different, right? If you don't know what normal is, what's different? What's not normal? Anomalous means deviation from normal, which means you cannot detect it unless you have a measured normal. Normal traffic volumes by hour and by day, normal protocol mix, normal talkers, normal destinations. Flow data collected over weeks give you that picture. This is also where behavioral analytics earns its keep on CS0-004. The exam refresh emphasizes behavior-based detection precisely because signature-based detection cannot flag traffic that is individually legitimate but collectively wrong. And also, signature-based detection doesn't account for something that hasn't been put on the signature list, right? So what deviations matter? Let's go over the big 5. 1. Beaconing. Malware that has compromised a host needs to check in with its command and control server. And it typically does so on a timer. A connection every 60 seconds, every 5 minutes, or every hour. On a connection timing chart, beaconing looks like a heartbeat. Small, regular, metronomic. Modern malware adds jitter, randomizing the interval plus or minus some percentage, specifically, intentionally to break that perfect rhythm so that detection tools look for near regular intervals with consistent packet sizes to the same destination. If a scenario describes small, repeated connections to the same external host at regular intervals, the answer is beaconing, and the implication is an established command and control channel. Something inside your environment is calling out. 2. Volume anomalies. A workstation that normally moves a few hundred megabytes a day suddenly pushes 20 gigabytes outbound overnight. Is that suspicious? Now, direction matters enormously here. Unusual outbound volume points toward data exfiltration, which we'll treat fully in the host segment. Time matters too. The same transfer at 2 p.m. and at 2 a.m. can carry different weight, right? Because absolutely, there can be jobs that suddenly move a whole bunch of data. That happens all the time. But is it happening at 2 a.m.? Could be if they're trying to do it, a migration or something, when other people are not online and not being affected. So everything's contextually, but it is an indicator if it's happening outside of normal operation hours. 3. Protocol and destination anomalies. A protocol appearing where it never has before. IRC from a server VLAN. SMB crossing a boundary it should not cross. Traffic to destinations with no business rationale. Newly registered domains. Big flag. Anonymization services. Geographies your company has no dealings with. Why is this destination going to a country that our company doesn't even work with? 4. East-west anomalies. Traffic between internal hosts that never previously communicated. First-time communication, flag. Perimeter-focused monitoring misses this entirely, which is exactly why attackers love lateral movement and why internal flow visibility and segmentation logging matter. A workstation talking to another workstation over admin protocols is a classic lateral movement indicator. Now, 5. DNS anomalies, which deserve their own call-out because DNS is such a popular covert channel. Watch for a spike in NX domain responses. A host querying hundreds of non-existent domains is a signature of a domain generation algorithm. Malware computing a fresh list of rendezvous domains every day and querying them until one resolves. Watch for unusually long or high entropy subdomains and heavy TXT record queries. Those are indicators of DNS tunneling. This is where data is smuggled inside the queries themselves. And watch for hosts bypassing your internal resolvers to query external DNS directly. Why aren't you staying in your lane? Now, the analyst discipline for this whole category, anomalous, is the beginning of an investigation. It's not the end, it's the beginning. Backup jobs, patch pushes, a new SaaS rollout, all produce anomalies. Correlate with change records and business context before you escalate. On the exam, when a question gives you an anomaly plus context that explains it, don't just chase the anomaly. And just to mention, obviously, backup jobs, patch pushes, and a new SaaS rollout, these are not all the things that are legitimate that cause anomalies. There's a whole bunch of things, new employees, all kinds of stuff. But when a question gives you an anomaly plus context that explains it, don't chase the anomaly. So every network service has a conventional home. HTTP on port 80, HTTPS on 443, DNS on 53, SSH on 22, RDP on 3389, SMB on 445. These are the conventional ports used for these services. That means they're not laws. Nothing in TCP/IP is going to stop you from running SSH on port 443 instead of HTTPS or instead of on port 22. It's just a convention that is highly followed. And for businesses, unless there's specific business choices that are made, it's followed. Now that's precisely what this indicator is about, because attackers will exploit those conventions in two different directions. Direction 1, the right service on the wrong port. An attacker stands up a service on a non-standard port to evade notice, a web-based control on port 8443. An RDP listener moved to a random high port, a shell listening on a port your firewall happens to allow. When you find a service answering on a port with no documented reason, there's your indicator. Direction 2, and this one's more dangerous, the wrong traffic on the right port. So attackers know which ports your firewall must allow outbound, 443 and 53 above all, because the business cannot function with the web and DNS. They're using standards. So command and control traffic gets dressed up to travel over port 443, and data gets tunneled out over port 53. So the port number looks perfectly normal. That's what makes them more dangerous, because they're non-anomalous. The protocol inside does not match the label on the outside. That mismatch is the key concept, and it leads to the exam takeaway for this part right here. Port numbers identify a convention, not a protocol. The only way to know what's really flowing is to inspect the traffic itself. Deep packet inspection, application layer identification on next-gen firewalls, or protocol analyses in tools like Zeek, which logs the actual detected protocol alongside the port. When the detected protocol and the port disagree, SSH detected on port 443, DNS traffic with payload sizes and query rates no human generates, that disagreement is the indicator. Some concrete patterns to recognize in scenarios. Outbound connections to a high unusual port on an external host, say 4444 or 8080 on a random IP from a workstation. Classic reverse shell or off-the-shelf C2 framework behavior. Internal hosts newly listening on ports they never listened on before. A new listener is a new service, and if no change record explains it, then someone installed something, and it's not documented. A netstat output in a question showing an unfamiliar process bound to an unfamiliar port is CompTIA handing you this indicator on a plate. You just have to have done this studying to recognize it. Your detection toolkit, firewall egress filtering. One of the highest value, lowest cost controls in the objective, because if you only allow outbound traffic on the ports and destinations that the business needs, entire classes of C2 simply fail to connect. Periodic port scans of your own environment to inventory listeners and compare against unexpected state, and flow data to spot new port usage patterns over time. So let's lock in the network section with exam strategy, because these 4 indicators generate very recognizable question patterns. Pattern 1, the keyword to indicator map, duplicate SSID or users lured onto a lookalike wireless network, evil twin, unknown MAC address, device not in the asset inventory, unauthorized DHCP offers, rogue device, sequential probing, half-open connections, many ports or many hosts touched from one source, that's enumeration, regular interval connections to one external host, beaconing under anomalous activity, service and port that do not match, or traffic on a port with no business justification, unexpected ports. Drill that mapping until it's reflexive. It converts long scenario paragraphs into fast answers. Pattern 2, vertical versus horizontal scans. CompTIA reuses this distinction across exams. Many ports, one host, vertical. One port, many hosts, horizontal. Read the numbers in the scenario carefully. They tell you which one you're looking at. Pattern 3, source matters. External scanning is expected internet noise. It happens all the time. It's going to happen. Internal enumeration means an existing foothold and elevates severity immediately. If 2 answer options differ mainly in urgency, let the source of the activity decide, internal or external. Pattern 4, the authorized scanner trap. When a scenario shows scan-like behavior, check whether an answer option involves verifying authorized vulnerability scanning schedules or allow lists. Validating before escalating is frequently the correct first action, and CompTIA rewards analysts who rule out the benign explanation first. So now we want to talk about host-related indicators. We move from the wire to the machine. Host-related indicators are what compromise looks like from inside the input or server itself. And this is the largest section of Objective 1.2. CompTIA gives it more sub-bullets than any other family, which tells you what to expect regarding question volume. It's randomized, but, your odds change when there's a lot more to cover in specific sections. So, your telemetry sources on the host, operating system event logs. On Windows, that means security system and PowerShell logs, with event ID 4688 process creation, and command line logging being the analyst's best friend. On Linux, audit-d, syslog, and shell history. Sysmon, the free Microsoft add-on that gives you rich process, network, and file telemetry that raw Windows logging does not. And above all, EDR, endpoint detection and response, which the CS0-004 refresh leans on heavily, because EDR is what turned host detection from log archaeology into behavioral analytics, process trees, parent-child relationships, in-memory behavior, all recorded and searchable. The blueprint gives us 3 top-level host indicators: resource consumption, unauthorized software, and anomalous activity, and then splits anomalous activity into 4 named behaviors: suspicious or rogue processes, living off the land binaries and scripts, file system changes, and data exfiltration. Every one of those gets its own section here. Let's take them in order. So resource consumption is the oldest host indicator there is. The machine is working harder than its workload explains. 4 resources, 4 stories. CPU. The headline example on modern exams is crypto mining malware. A crypto miner's entire purpose is to convert your compute into the attacker's currency. So the indicator is sustained high CPU, often pinned near 100%, from a process that has no business being busy, frequently throttling back during work hours to dodge attention, and running flat out overnight, just going full bore. You're asleep. We hope you're asleep, so just going to use that CPU. Now, if a scenario describes servers running hot with no corresponding workload, especially with unfamiliar process names, think crypto miner first. We've got memory. Memory anomalies matter because of fileless malware, malicious code that lives only in RAM, injected into legitimate processes, leaves nothing on disk for traditional antivirus to scan. The indicators are a legitimate process consuming far more memory than its profile, or memory regions marked both writable and executable inside processes that should not have them. This is EDR territory. Disk-based scanning simply cannot see it. And then for disk, 2 very different malicious stories share this indicator. Story 1. Sudden massive disk input and output plus rising utilization can be ransomware in the act. Encrypting every file means reading every file and writing every file, and that is a huge, sharp I/O spike. Catching that spike in the first minutes is one of the few chances to interrupt an encryption run. Story 2, steadily growing disk usage and temp directories can be exfiltration staging, the attacker gathering and compressing data locally before shipping it out. Same gauge, but 2 different attacks. The pattern over time is telling you which. Then network from the host perspective. The host's own interface counters showing sustained outbound transfer that the user's activity doesn't explain. And that's the host side view of the exfiltration story. So we'll go more into that when we're going more into data exfiltration. The baseline discipline applies here just as it did on the network. A database server at high CPU during a batch job is Tuesday. A receptionist workstation at high CPU at 3 a.m. is an indicator. Performance monitoring and capacity planning data are not just operations tools. They're your definition of normal, and detection is deviation from it. Deviating from the norm. Unauthorized software is any application present on a system that was not approved through your organization's process. Hopefully your organization has a process for approving software. Otherwise you don't know. The category spans a spectrum, and the spectrum matters for how you respond. At the benign end, shadow IT. Relatively benign. An employee installs a personal cloud sync client, a free PDF converter, a browser extension. They usually don't have malicious intent. They just need these things or they want these things to do their job. But unvetted software means unpatched software, unknown data flows, and sometimes bundled adware at a minimum. It expands attack surface even when nobody meant any harm. In the middle, and this is a pattern the exam and real incident reports both emphasize, legitimate tools installed by attackers. Remote access utilities, the same commercial remote desktop tools help desks use every day, right? The same tools. They'll often show up in intrusions as persistence because they're signed, trusted, and they blend in beautifully. A remote access tool appearing on a system with no support ticket to explain it is a serious indicator. The software itself is legitimate, but its presence in context is not. At the malicious end, outright malware and attacker toolkits, credential dumpers, tunneling utilities, scanners staged on a compromised host for the next hop. Detection is a compare to list problem, and the two lists are your controls. List 1, the software inventory. What's installed? Continuously collected by your endpoint management or your EDR platform. List 2, the approved software catalog. Anything on list 1 that is not on list 2 is your indicator. What is approved versus what is detected, what is observed, like we mentioned before. That reconciliation is also a compliance control. Asset and software inventory sit at the top of every hardening framework for this specific reason. Then there's the prevention pair that is likely to be tested as a contrast for you. Block listing, deny known bad applications, allow everything else. That's easy to run and trivially bypassed because attackers rename and repack faster than lists update. Allow listing, deny everything except explicitly approved applications. This is enforced by tools like AppLocker or Windows Defender Application Control. It's far stronger and far more work to maintain. Know the trade-off in both directions. Allow listing gives better security at higher administrative cost. And file one fact away for later in this session. Allow listing's blind spot is attackers using binaries that are already approved. And that's why living off the land binaries exist. So new software indicators and logs, so you can spot them in scenarios. Windows installer events, new service creation events, new scheduled tasks, and processes launching from paths where applications do not belong. User profile directories, temp folders, the recycle bin. Location is evidence. Legitimate software installs to program files. Malware runs from app data temp, for example. So talk about the 4 behaviors of host anomalous activity. The third host indicator on the blueprint is anomalous activity. CompTIA breaks it into 4 named behaviors, which are suspicious or rogue processes, living off the land binaries and scripts, file system changes, and data exfiltration. Before we break them down one at a time, I want you to see them as a set, because together they trace the middle of an intrusion. The attacker executes code, that's processes. They prefer to execute it using tools already on the system. That's LOL bins. What they do leaves marks on disk, file system changes. And the goal of the whole exercise very often is to take your data, exfiltration. This grouping is also CompTIA telling you something about modern detection philosophy, and it echoes the behavioral analytics theme of the whole CSO004 refresh. On the host, you are not primarily hunting file signatures anymore. You're hunting behavior. Which process spawned which? What commands ran? What changed on disk? What left the machine? Signatures identify known malware, only known. Behavior identifies attacks nobody has seen before. So you want to hold on to that lens. Let's talk about suspicious or rogue processes. A process is a program in execution. And every process has a story. What started it? What it is named? Where its binary lives? What it is doing? A suspicious process is one whose story does not add up. There are 4 chapters to check, and each one is a testable indicator. So your story don't make no sense. Chapter 1, Parentage. Every process is started by another process, its parent. And legitimate software has predictable family trees. The canonical example, and You could call this the single highest yield fact on this section right here, a Microsoft Word process spawning a command shell or PowerShell. Talked about this a little bit in the Objective 1.1 video. There is no legitimate reason for a document editor to launch a shell. When it happens, it means a document carried a malicious macro or exploit, and the attacker's code is now executing. To generalize the pattern, Office applications, PDF readers, and browsers should essentially never be the parent of CMD, PowerShell, or script hosts. There's other parentage red flags, system processes with the wrong parent, or system processes appearing with a parent at all when they should descend only from the kernel's boot chain. This is exactly the process genealogy skill from Objective 1.1, now weaponized for detection. And it's precisely what EDR process trees display. Chapter 2, the name, Attacker's Masquerade. Naming malware to look like Windows itself. A 0 instead of the letter O in a system process name. 2 letters transposed. A name that's exactly right, but one detail wrong. Which brings us to Chapter 3, the path. Real system binaries live in the System32 directory. The genuine service host executable runs from there. It's launched by services, always. An SVC host executable running from a user's temp directory or launched by anything other than services executable is malicious until proven otherwise. You're guilty until proven innocent, no matter how correct the name looks. Name plus path plus parent, check all three together. Chapter 4 is behavior. A process making network connections it has no reason to make. A process with handles into another process's memory. The signature of process injection, where malicious code hollows out or rides inside a legitimate process to inherit its trust. Unsigned binaries in roles where everything should be signed. And a process running with privileges that its function does not require. Well, and that's another thing, because think about this, privileges that the function doesn't require, least privilege. We could be doing that ourselves, giving things, or apps a lot of times, they go for privileges that they don't need on our phones and our systems. But here we're talking about unsigned binaries in roles where everything should be signed and a process running with privileges its function does not require as part of that fold, that layered behavior, that story about what's going on here. So for scenario questions, practice reading process listings the way the exam presents them. A table of process name, PID, parent, path, and user. The answer is nearly always the row where two of those fields contradict each other, where the story don't make sense. Let's talk about the LOL bins and scripts. Always, of course, that looks like laugh out loud bins, but it's not. It's living off the land binaries. These are legitimate signed executables that ship with the operating system, and they can be abused for attacker purposes. The name is the concept. Instead of bringing their own tools, attackers will live off the land using what's already installed. So they're not triggering alerts by trying to install new stuff. So 3 reasons this happens, and these map to the 3 defenses being evaded. LOL bins are trusted, signed by Microsoft, so all signature-based antivirus waves them through. And they are allow listed. Remember, allow listings blind spot. System binaries are approved by definition, so allow listing does not block them. And they're everywhere, present on every Windows system, so the attacker doesn't need to install anything, and it leaves a far thinner forensic footprint. Now for the cast of characters, you should know these by name and by signature abuse, because scenario questions quote their command lines. PowerShell is the king of LOL bins. Full access to the operating system and network, and the abuse signatures are encoded commands. That is the encoded command flag, with a wall of base 64. Plus download and execute one-liners that pull a script from the internet and run it straight in memory. And execution policy bypass flags. Encoded PowerShell in a log excerpt is one of the loudest indicators on this exam. We've got CertUtil, a certificate management utility that happens to be able to download files from URLs and decode base 64. CertUtil with a URL cache flag fetching a file from the internet is a download tool wearing a certificate utility's clothes. The wolf in sheep's clothing. Certificates do not need downloading from random IPs. Then we have MSHTA. This executes HTML applications, which can carry script. Run DLL32 and Reg Server 32 load and register DLLs and COM components, and are abused to execute malicious code, and in Reg Server 32's case, famously able to fetch and run scriptlets from a remote URL. WMIC, command line WI, is abused for reconnaissance and for launching processes on remote machines, which makes it a lateral movement tool. So WMIC, a lateral movement tool. Bits admin and the bit service, the background transfer mechanism Windows Update uses, abused as a stealthy downloader that survives reboots. And people are like, everything looks fine. It looks normal. Don't worry about it. That's what Windows Update uses. SCHTASK creates scheduled tasks, which is an engine of persistence. Did you ever listen to that radio program, The Engines of Our Ingenuity? Scheduled tasks are the engines of persistence. In some cases, there's a lot more than just that, but this is what you want to think about for the exam. Scheduled tasks. That's an important one, and you heard about it in Objective 1.1. Now, on the Linux side, the same philosophy applies with curl and wget for retrieval, bash for execution, and cron for persistence. CRON, cron. So here's a detection insight, a sentence I want you to keep, write it down, think about it. You cannot block these binaries. You can't. So you have to judge them by context. Blocking PowerShell breaks system administration. So if you're in something, scenario questions like, what should you do? Well, block it. Block it. No, well, you can't. It will break Windows services. It'll break system administration. The binary is dual use by nature. Detection, therefore, hinges on command line logging. Windows Event 4688 with command line capture enabled. I'm going to be doing a series of shorts with all the Windows Event IDs to help people drill on those. That's so important for us to know as analysts. If you just know your Windows Event IDs, that can make your log reading and understanding so much better. It's these little pieces. How do you break down the components to identify what's going to make your life easier? What we can only consume so much, and we can only memorize so much. So how do we build our foundation most effectively and efficiently? So Windows Event 4688 with command line capture enabled and PowerShell script block logging, plus the contextual questions. Who ran it? From what parent? With what arguments? Certutil, run by an administrator during a maintenance window, is now a tool. Certutil spawned by a Word document downloading from a raw IP address is an attack. Same binary, same hash, opposite verdicts. This is the purest demonstration on this exam of why behavior beats signatures. Everything an attacker does on a host tends to leave marks on the file system. Let's think about file system changes, because CompTIA is going to expect you to recognize those marks. We'll organize them into 4 groups. Group 1, mass modification, modification in bulk. Many modifications, that's the ransomware signature. An encryption run touches enormous numbers of files in minutes, so we got to get everything, we got to get it quick. I'm going to encrypt it so that our victims cannot get into their files, right? It produces a cluster of indicators that scenario questions quote almost verbatim. Thousands of file modifications in a short window. File extensions changing en masse to something unfamiliar. Ransom note text files appearing in every directory. And critically, the destruction of recovery options. Who's going to be destroying recovery? Somebody who doesn't want you to recover. Who might that be? Ransomware people. Now that last one deserves its own sentence. A command deleting volume shadow copies. The VSS admin delete shadows pattern is one of the highest confidence ransomware precursors that exists, because attackers run it immediately before encrypting, so you cannot simply restore. It's like having a lock on both sides of the door. I'm going to lock you out, and they just, you just both keep changing the lock. Or an unlocked door, you just keep open, close, open, close. No. You gotta have a lock only on one side, keep them out. Legitimate administration almost never deletes all shadow copies. If you see it in a scenario, then ransomware is the answer. And speed of response is the point. You have to move fast, catch it before they're done. That's really fast. You have to move really fast. Group 2, persistence artifacts. Files appearing where AutoStart lives. Now, executables are scripts in startup folders. New entries pointing to files in odd locations from registry run keys. New scheduled task definitions. New service binaries. On Linux, additions to cron, to shell profile scripts, to systemd unit files. You learned these locations as critical files in Objective 1.1, and here you want to see them as tripwires. Group 3, concealment. Changes meant to hide the other changes. Hidden and system attributes set on attacker files. Alternate data streams on NTFS. A second invisible stream of content attached to an innocent-looking file. A classic Windows hiding spot. And then there's time stomping, not stamping, stomping. That's deliberately rewriting file timestamps so the attacker's file match the dates of everything around them and sort right past a forensic timeline. Let's see what just happened. Oh, nothing just happened. Okay. They can't change the time, can they? Oh, heck yes, they can. If you haven't tried to do it yourself yet, you need to do it. Mess with metadata. Get in and find out how easy it is. Do some time stomping on your own personal private device, of course, not at work. And log tampering, which we will flag again under unauthorized configuration. Cleared event logs are a file system change that screams. Group 4, manipulation of trust files. The standout is the host file, the local file that overrides DNS. An entry added there can silently redirect a security vendor's update domain to nowhere, or redirect a banking site to an attacker's server. Any unexplained modification to the host file is an indicator worth escalating. The control that watches all of this is File Integrity Monitoring, FIM, which baselines cryptographic hashes of critical files and alerts on change. FIM. 2 things to know for the exam. First, FIM is targeted. You pointed at system binaries, configuration files, web content, because monitoring everything would bury you in noise from file churn. That's normal. Just all the normal stuff. Getting too many alerts, and it's useless. Second, FIM is explicitly required by some compliance frameworks. PCI DSS is a named example, so a question connecting file integrity monitoring to cardholder environments is connecting it correctly. Credit cards, cardholder environments. Data exfiltration. That's what we're talking about now. That's the unauthorized transfer of data out of your environment. And for many intrusions, this is the actual objective that everything else served. In the ransomware era, it's become nearly universal. Double extortion means attackers exfiltrate first, then encrypt so that they can demand payment both for decryption and for not publishing your data. That's why exfiltration indicators matter even in incidents that end in ransomware, because they're going to try to, eat every part of the animal, get money from every way that they can. And also, it just gives them more power to make you negotiate with them. Exfiltration has 2 phases, and each phase has its own indicators. Learn both because scenarios will test both. Phase 1 is staging. Before data leaves, it gets gathered. The attacker collects files of interest, consolidates them, and compresses them. Makes them all tidy. Archive utilities are the tell. Indicators, archiving tools running on servers that never run them. Large compressed archives appearing in temp directories or other staging spots, often password protected. And the disk usage growth that we flagged when I was talking about resource consumption. Staging is your early warning. If you catch the archive being built, then the data is likely not left yet. So that's a great moment for you to be able to contain. If you see data being built, you could go, yes, let's get it stopped. Phase 2, transfer. And here you need to know the channels because the exam asks you to recognize each one from its symptoms. Channel 1, encrypted web traffic. HTTPS outbound to attacker infrastructure or increasingly to legitimate cloud storage services because uploads to a well-known file-sharing domain look respectable and are often allowed by policy. Indicator, outbound volume wildly out of proportion to the host's normal profile. To destinations with no business rationale. Channel 2, DNS tunneling. And connect this back to the DNS anomalies from the network segment, because this is the same finding seen from the other side. Data is encoded into the subdomain labels of DNS queries to a domain the attacker controls. The attacker's name server receives the queries and decodes the payload. It is slow, but DNS is allowed outbound almost everywhere, so it works in lockdown networks. Indicators enormous query volume to a single domain, long high entropy subdomains, unusual record types like text, txt doing heavy lifting. And channel 3, protocol abuse and legacy channels. FTP where it should not be. Email attachments to external addresses. And yes, physical exfiltration over USB, which is why removable media policy belongs in this conversation. The countermeasure family is DLP, data loss prevention, which inspects content in motion and at endpoints for sensitive patterns and can block or alert. Pair DLP with egress filtering from the network segment and with the behavioral question that catches what content inspection misses. Is this host sending an amount of data at a time of day to a destination that its role explains? Volume, timing, destination. That triad is the exfiltration lens. So, host indicators, exam strategies. We went to bank 4 patterns. Pattern 1, the parent-child reflex. Any scenario in which an Office application, browser, or PDF reader spawns CMD command, CMD, PowerShell, or a script host is malicious code execution. Pick the answer that says that. And if the question asks for attack stage, it is the initial execution from a malicious document. This single pattern is the highest frequency host question there is. Pattern 2. Dual use requires context. When a question shows a legitimate tool, PowerShell, CertUtil, a remote access utility, don't evaluate the tool. Evaluate the context. Who? What parent? What arguments? What time? What ticket? Answers that verify context beat answers that block the binary, because blocking system binaries is rarely a credited response. Pattern 3, the ransomware cluster. Mass file modification, extension changes, shadow copy deletion. Any one of these should trigger the cluster in your head. Shadow copy deletion in particular is a precursor, meaning the credited action is usually immediate isolation, not further monitoring. Ransomware questions reward urgency. And pattern 4, staging before transfer. If a scenario shows archives being created in temp directories, the exam is showing you exfiltration in phase 1. Data hasn't left yet. Answers that contain the host now outrank answers that watch and wait. And conversely, unusual outbound volume plus odd hours plus an unfamiliar destination, that's phase 2. And the finding to name is data exfiltration. Now let's get into unauthorized configuration. Unauthorized configuration sits as its own top-level bullet on the blueprint. It earns that position because configuration change is how attackers convert access into durable control. Malware can be deleted. A configuration change survives until someone notices it. So changes that matter organized by what the attacker gains, we have gain 1, persistence and access. New user accounts, especially new local administrator accounts, created outside any provisioning process. So it's not an official approved process that you can find. It just showed up. Existing accounts quietly added to privileged groups. New registry run keys, services, and schedule tasks. The auto start locations again, now as configuration rather than files. On Linux, new entries in sudoers. New SSH authorized keys dropped into accounts. SSH daemon settings loosened to permit root login or password authentication where keys were required. Gain 2, defense evasion. Antivirus or EDR agents disabled, or exclusion paths added so the attacker's working directory is never scanned. Logging reduced or stopped. Audit policy changes. Event logs cleared. And a fact worth memorizing precisely. Windows records the clearing of the security event log as event ID 1102. That was mentioned in Objective 1.1 video as well. An attacker can delete your history, but the deletion itself writes a record. And if logs are forwarded to a SIEM in real time, as you learned about in the previous objective, the history survives anyway. Log clearing is a confession, not a concealment, but that's only if you have your tools set up correctly. Otherwise, So if they're clearing the logs, thinking that they're being sneaky, and you've got your system set up correctly, then they're actually just putting their head on the platter for you. So gain 3, traffic control. New firewall rules. A host firewall suddenly allowing inbound on a port that was closed. Or an egress rule appearing that permits the attacker's channel. Proxy settings redirected. DNS server settings changed at the host or DHCP level. The host file, again, each of these bends the network's behavior around your controls without touching the control's own consoles. Now the detection framework, and this is where this topic connects beautifully to process. Your defense is the triangle of baseline, monitoring, and change management. Baseline, a documented secure configuration for each system class, and automated assessment against it using SCAP-based tools and CIS benchmarks. Exactly the machinery from Objective 1.1. Configuration drift is the term for accumulated deviation from baseline. Drift without explanation is your indicator. Monitoring. FIM on configuration files. Alerting on the high-value event IDs. Account creation, group membership changes, service installation, audit policy change, logs cleared. And change management as the correlation engine. Every legitimate change should trace to an approved change record. That gives the analyst a one-question triage test that CompTIA loves. Does this change have a ticket? A firewall rule with a change record is operations. The same rule without one is an incident. Unauthorized in this objective literally means not matching an approved change, which means your change management database is itself a detection tool. Now, application-related indicators. From the operating system, we climb one layer up the stack to the application. And for this exam, when CompTIA says application-related indicators, picture above all the applications that face the world, web applications, APIs, and the services behind them. They are reachable by design. They sit directly in front of your data, and they generate their own telemetry that the operating system does not see. That telemetry is worth naming because scenario questions quote it. Web server access logs. Every request, its source, its URL, and its response code. Application error logs. Web application firewall logs. Which record requests that matched attack signatures. And application performance monitoring, which knows each application's normal process times, error rates, and throughput. The application layer baseline. The blueprint gives us 2 indicators here. Service disruption and anomalous activity. Availability and behavior. So let's take them in that order. We've got service disruption here. It means an application or service is degraded or down. And the analyst question is always why? Because disruption has 3 malicious stories and a large pile of, benign, innocent ones. Malicious story 1, denial of service. Volumetric DDoS floods you with traffic and belongs partly to the network conversation, but the application layer variant is subtler, and it belongs right here. Application layer denial of service sends requests that are individually legitimate, but collectively crushing. Hammering the most expensive endpoint on the site, the search function, the report generator, or holding connections open at a trickle to exhaust the server's connection pool, the slow request technique. The indicator profile, server resources exhausted while request counts look modest, many slow or incomplete requests, and traffic concentrated on expensive operations. Bandwidth graphs can look almost normal while the application drowns. Malicious story 2, crash as exploitation side effect. And this one is analytically rich. An exploit attempt that fails often crashes the service instead. A malformed input hits a memory bug and the process dies. So a service that begins crashing repeatedly, especially right after receiving unusual input, may be a target under active attack, with each crash a failed exploitation attempt. Now the scary implication, attackers iterate. Repeated crashes may be the sound of someone tuning an exploit until it stops crashing and starts working. Recurring crash and restart loops on an internet-facing service deserve investigation, not just a restart script. Malicious story 3. Disruption as a smokescreen. A DDoS that conveniently absorbs the securities team's attention while the real intrusion happens elsewhere. When a disruption and another anomaly land at the same time, resist the urge to give the loud one all your people. And the benign pile, failed deployments, expired certificates, resource exhaustion from genuine demand dependency outages. This is why the credited analyst's move in disruption scenario is correlation. Availability monitoring says something is down. Error logs, WAF logs, traffic data say why. A crash plus a malformed request in the log is an attack indicator. A crash plus a deployment 10 minutes earlier is a rollback conversation. Now we have anomalous application activity. Anomalous activity at the application layer is the application behaving outside its baseline. So let's think of 4 specific patterns because each is a common scenario question for the exam. Pattern 1. Error rate spikes as probing. When an attacker probes a web application, testing inputs for SQL injection, fuzzing parameters, requesting paths that do not exist, the application throws errors. HTTP 500s, database error messages, 404 floods from forced browsing. So a spike in application errors from a single source, especially errors clustered on input handling endpoints, is the sound of someone testing your defenses. The bonus indicator inside of this one is the request contents themselves. Access logs showing quote marks, SQL keywords, script tags, or directory traversal sequences and parameters are showing you the attack payloads verbatim. So on the exam, you might see a log line printed, and you might be asked what attack it shows. I've definitely seen this on these exams. A single quote followed by or1 equals 1 is SQL injection. Script tags and a parameter are cross-site scripting. // sequences are path traversal. So you want to read the payload. Pattern 2 is the application reaching out. Servers have predictable outbound behavior. Their databases, their APIs, their update sources. A web application server initiating brand new outbound connections to arbitrary external hosts is a serious indicator. And the classic cause is a web shell or reverse shell. The attacker exploited the application and now uses it as a foothold. Closely related, and connect this to the host segment deliberately. The web server process spawning a command shell. The IIS worker process, or an equivalent, has no business being the parent of CMD or bash. That is the parent-child rule wearing an application costume. Same logic, and CompTIA will happily test it from either direction. Pattern 3, authentication and account anomalies within the application. A burst of failed logins across many accounts, credential stuffing or spraying at the application's front door, previewing the identity segment coming later. A user account suddenly exercising administrative functions that it never used. Bulk data access through the application. An account paging through thousands of records at machine speed, using the application's own legitimate features as an export tool. That last one is nasty, precisely because every individual request is authorized. Only the aggregate is wrong. Rate patterns and volume baselines. These are what catch it. Everything seems legit, but the behavior is different. Pattern 4. Content and behavior changes. New files appearing in web directories. A new script file in an upload folder is the web shell itself arriving. Pages modified outside deployment windows. Unexpected redirects sending visitors somewhere else. Tie the detection back to tools you already own. FIM watching web content. One of FIM's canonical use cases. Plus WAF logs and the APM baseline. The unifying thread of this part here, at the application layer, the attack often arrives inside legitimate-looking transactions. Detection is about the shape of usage, sources, rate, sequences, volumes, not just individual requests. So for our exam strategy in application indicators, let's think of 3 patterns. Pattern 1, read the log line. Application questions love printing a single access log entry and asking what it shows. Build the reflex. Quotes and SQL keywords in a parameter mean SQL injection. Script tags mean cross-site scripting. Repeated ... means path traversal. And just so you know, this is the way that I passed the test too. It's that reflex that helps you get enough points to get you through. Now, a long 404 sequence means forced browsing or scanning. You are not asked to fix the vulnerability here. Objective 1.2 asks you to name the indicator. Pattern 2, distinguish the DOS families. Volumetric floods saturate bandwidth and come from many sources. Application layer DOS exhausts server resources with few, slow, or expensive requests, and can look small on a bandwidth graph. If the scenario emphasizes connection pools, slow requests, or one expensive endpoint, the answer is application layer, not volumetric. Pattern 3. The server should never initiate surprises. Any scenario where a web or application server starts outbound connections to unknown hosts, or its worker process spawns a shell, that's post-exploitation. The credited finding is web shell or reverse shell activity. The credited response leans toward containment and investigation, not tuning a firewall rule. Now we go up into the clouds. Cloud-related indicators. Before the indicators, recalibrate what detection even means here, because 2 things do change. Change 1, the shared responsibility model, which you know from Objective 1.1 has a detection corollary. You cannot see the provider's side. There's no packet capture on hardware you don't own. No agent on a hypervisor you can't touch. Your visibility is what the provider's telemetry gives you. And what it gives you is excellent if you turn it on and watch it. Change 2. And this is the sentence to remember for the whole segment here. In the cloud, the control plane is the battleground, and the control plane speaks API. Every action in a cloud environment, creating a virtual machine, opening a storage bucket, granting a permission, reading a secret, every one of those things is an API call, and every API call can be logged. AWS CloudTrail, Azure Activity Logs, Google Cloud Audit Logs. These are the security cameras of the cloud, which produce the cloud detection mantra. On-prem, you watch packets and processes. In the cloud, you watch API calls and identities. Cloud compromise is overwhelmingly credential compromise, a leaked access key, a phished administrator, an over-permissioned role. And the intrusion that follows is a sequence of authenticated, well-formed, fully logged API calls that happen to be issued by the wrong person. The supporting cast here is CSPM, Cloud Security Posture Management, tools that continuously scan configurations for dangerous drift, and the provider's own anomaly detectors that model normal API behavior per identity. The blueprint gives us 2 indicators, anomalous activity and resource compromise. In cloud terms, watch the API stream and watch what gets built. Anomalous activity in the cloud means anomalies in that API stream. So the skill is knowing which API behaviors are red flags. You've got 5 patterns. Pattern 1, anomalous origins. An IAM identity that has issued every call for a year from your corporate network suddenly calling from an unfamiliar network. An anonymization service or a distant geography. Same valid credentials, wrong place. The cloud version of the impossible travel logic that we formalize in the identity segment. Pattern 2, reconnaissance calls. Attackers with a fresh credential enumerate what it can do. Listing storage buckets, listing users and roles, describing instances, asking the permission system what this identity is allowed to touch. A burst of list, describe, and get calls across many services from one identity is enumeration. The same reconnaissance concept from the network segment translated from port scans into API calls. Same attacker question, but a new dialect. Pattern 3, defense evasion via API. And this is the loudest alarm here for this part. Calls that stop or delete audit logging. disabling the trail, deleting log storage, turning off threat detection services. There's almost no legitimate reason to stop audit logging, and attackers do it early. Learn this as the cloud twin of Event 1102 from the configuration segment. Killing the logs is itself a logged confession, and any call that degrades logging deserves immediate escalation. Now, pattern 4, persistence and escalation moves. Persistence, I want to stay. I want to escalate. I want to get more powerful. New IAM users appearing outside provisioning. So they weren't provisioned, but there they are. New access keys minted on existing users. A second key on an account that always had one is an attacker giving themselves a durable credential. Yeah, I think I'll take this. I'll help myself along here. The policy modifications that quietly widen permissions. Role trust changes that let an outside account assume an inside role. Every one of these is a single API call, easy to miss, and enormously consequential. Pattern 5, exposure changes. Security group rules opened to the entire internet. Storage buckets flipped from private to public. Hello, world. Snapshots of disks or databases shared to another account. A wonderfully quiet exfiltration technique. Nothing large crosses the wire. A copy of the data is simply made visible to the attacker's own cloud account, and the provider's own machinery does the transfer. Watch for sharing and publicity changes on data-bearing resources. And then detection posture. Alert on the high severity calls by name, logging changes, IAM changes, sharing changes, and let behavioral baselines per identity catch the origin and volume anomalies. And note the pleasant surprise of cloud detection. Unlike the host world, where attackers can tamper with local logs, a properly locked audit trail is centralized, append only, and outside the compromised workload's reach, so your evidence survives. Cloud definitely has some benefits if it's managed well, definitely some security benefits. So let's talk about cloud resource compromise. Resource compromise, that's the second cloud indicator. Your cloud resources doing an attacker's work, or attacker-created resources running on your bill. I'll let you pay for this. There are 3 shapes. Shape 1, the headliner, cryptojacking. In the cloud, an attacker does not need to infect machines one by one. With a stolen credential, they can launch fleets of the largest compute instances available and mine it at industrial scale on your invoice. The indicators are things like instances appearing in regions your organization has never used. Attackers deliberately build in unused regions where nobody is looking. Instance types outside your profile, especially GPU and compute optimized families, which mine the fastest, and a billing curve that jumps, which sets up the exam where the insight here in the cloud, the bill is a security sensor. So your bill is actually a security sensor. My bills are security sensors. They, my household bills, they tell me whether or not I will be secure in a house or not. If I can't pay my bills, right? Now, billing alerts and budget anomaly detection catch cryptojacking that no malware scanner ever will. Because the attacker's workload is not malware, it's a perfectly normal compute instance with an abnormal purpose. If a scenario mentions a sudden unexplained cost spike, treat it as an indicator, not an accounting problem. Shape 2, compromised workloads repurposed. An exposed instance conscripted into a botnet for DDoS. Cloud email infrastructure abused for spam and phishing runs. Your storage quietly hosting malware or pirated content for distribution. Attacker files sitting in your bucket served from your reputable domain. Indicators, outbound traffic patterns that do not match the workload's role. Provider abuse notifications, take those seriously. Providers detect a lot, and unexplained objects appearing in storage. And then shape 3, resource manipulation for access and theft. Attacker created instances attached to sensitive networks as an internal foothold. And the snapshot trick from the previous section there viewed as a compromise of the resource itself. Copy the database volume, share the copy out, never touch the production system again. The response dimension differs from on-prem in one way worth saying out loud. Cloud resources are disposable, and that cuts both ways. The attacker can build infrastructure in seconds, and you can destroy it in seconds, and rebuild clean from templates. Detection speed matters more than ever. Recovery, done right, is faster than ever. Tie in for your architecture memory. This is immutable infrastructure we mentioned in Objective 1.1, paying a security dividend. Now your cloud indicator exam strategies, 3 patterns. Pattern 1, translate, do not relearn. Cloud questions are usually familiar concepts in API clothing. Enumeration became list and describe calls. Log tampering became stop logging calls. Persistence became new access keys and IAM users. Exfiltration became snapshot sharing in public buckets. When a cloud scenario appears, ask which classic indicator this API behavior translates to. The credited answer usually names that classic concept. Pattern 2, logging changes outrank almost everything. If answer options include investigating a call that disabled or deleted audit logging, that's nearly always the priority. It's high confidence, low false positive, and time critical. The same reflex you built for shadow copy deletion and event 1102. Pattern 3, remember the odd sensors. The exam rewards knowing that billing anomalies indicate cryptojacking and that unused regions are where rogue resources hide. If a scenario hands you a cost spike or a resource in a region nobody uses, those are security findings. Don't let answer options steer you into treating them as operational trivia. Now, social engineering attacks. From indicators generated by machines to attacks aimed at people. I talked about this line in the roadmap. Social engineering is manipulating humans into actions that compromise security. And it persists for the simplest reason in this course, which is it works. And it works at scale. The 2025 FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center report attributes the overwhelming share of reported cybercrime losses to cybercrime-enabled fraud. Deception, not exploits, deception. People be lying. Attackers go through people because people are the path of least resistance. Social engineering is a huge field. Pretexting, baiting, vishing, smishing, and the whole psychology of urgency, authority, and fear. We are so easy to manipulate. It's happened to me. It's probably happened to you. It happens in mass scale across the globe. It's happening right now. But notice what CS0-004 does here. The blueprint names exactly 2 technical artifacts, typo squatting and URL shorteners. Now that selection tells you the analyst's angle for this exam. You're not being tested as a security awareness trainer. You're being tested as the analyst who recognizes the technical fingerprints that social engineering leaves in logs, in email, and in DNS. This is what you need to be thinking of at this level. Both of the named techniques are deception aimed at the same small target, the URL, the one piece of technical truth a user might check before clicking. Typo squatting makes a hostile destination look right. URL shorteners make the destination invisible. So let's take them in turn. We have typo squatting. It's a registered domain name deliberately similar to a legitimate domain to capture victims through typing errors or visual confusion. You need to recognize the construction techniques because the exam shows you domains and asks what you're looking at. Technique 1, character manipulation. Omission, dropping a letter. Addition, doubling a letter. Transposition, swapping 2 adjacent letters. Substitution, replacing a character with its keyboard neighbor or visual twin. The famous visual twins, the digit 0 for the letter O, the digit 1 for the letter L. And the champion of the category. R is followed by N, which at a glance reads as the letter M. A domain that replaces the M in a brand name with RN can fool careful people on small screens pretty easily. Technique 2 is the homoglyphs. So you want to know that name, know that term by name. Homoglyphs are characters from other alphabets that render identically or nearly identically to Latin letters. A Cyrillic in place of a Latin produces a domain that's visually indistinguishable, yet technically completely different. Internationalized domain names make this registrable. Browsers defend by displaying such domains in puny code, an encoded form beginning with xn --. The exam fact worth keeping, a domain rendering as xn -- and a hyphenated string in logs is an internationalized domain and in a phishing context, likely a homoglyph attack. Technique 3, structural tricks. The wrong top-level domain. The brand is right, the ending is not. .co instead of .com. Or an unexpected TLD entirely. Combo squatting, the brand name plus a plausible extra word. Brand-support, brand-login, brand-billing, all registered by attackers. And subdomain deception. the legitimate brand appearing as a subdomain of an attacker's domain. So the trusted name is the first thing the eye reads, but the registered domain, the part that matters just before the TLD, belongs to the attacker. Train the habit and teach it. Read domains right to left. So where do you meet typo squats? Phishing links and lookalike credential harvesting pages above all. A pixel-perfect copy of a login portal on a lookalike domain, catching either mistyped traffic or clicked links. Malicious downloads posing as vendor software, and a supply chain variant with knowing exists. Typo-squatted package names in software repositories, catching developers who mistype an install command. Now the analyst side, detection and defense in 4 moves. Defensive registration. The organization buys the obvious misspellings of its own brand first. Monitoring. Tooling that generates the permutation space of your domain and checks what is registered and active, plus watching newly registered domains and certificate transparency logs, which reveal when someone obtains a TLS certificate for a lookalike, often before the phishing campaign launches. That padlock users trust is free for attackers too. Certificate transparency turns it into your early warning. In your own telemetry, DNS query log showing internal hosts resolving lookalike domains means someone already clicked. Proactive blocking of known lookalikes at the DNS layer cuts that off. And user reports closing the loop. A reported suspicious email with a lookalike URL is often your first sighting of a campaign. And then for URL shorteners, these are the legitimate services that convert long web addresses into short redirect links. The service receives a request for the short link and answers with a redirect to the original destination. They can be useful, ubiquitous, and a gift to social engineering for one structural reason. A shortened URL hides its destination. Every lesson we teach users about inspecting links, read the domain, check the spelling, hover before you click, that's all defeated by a link whose visible form is a shortener domain and a random token. The hostile destination, typo squatted or otherwise, is simply invisible until after the click. So 3 attacker benefits to articulate. Concealment, as just mentioned, and note the elegant pairing with the previous notes. A typo squat can be hidden inside a shortener, stacking both deceptions. Filter evasion. A freshly shortened link has no reputation, and the shortener's own domain is reputable and rarely blockable outright. So reputation-based email filtering struggles. Attackers also chain redirects, shortener to intermediate to destination, so any single hop looks innocent. And agility. Some shortener services allow editing the destination after creation. So a link can point somewhere clean while defenders inspect it, then flip to the payload later, or be reused across campaigns. So what does the analyst do with a suspicious short link? Expand it without visiting it. And that phrase is the skill. Safe expansion options, in the order you should think of them. There are preview features built into some shortener services themselves. Appending a character such as a plus sign to certain services links shows the destination instead of redirecting. Command line inspection. An HTTP head request with curl capital I shows the redirect response and its location header without fetching the destination page. Add the flag to follow redirects, and you can walk the whole chain hop by hop. Online expansion services, and for anything that might be live malware. URL analysis sandboxes that follow the chain in an isolated environment and report what waits at the end. What you never do is just click it in a normal browser to see where it goes. Oh, let me just see. Oh, whoops. Yeah, no defensive posture beyond analyses. Email security gateways that resolve shortened links at delivery time and evaluate the true destination. Time of click protection that rewrites links and rechecks the destination when the user clicks, directly countering the delayed flip trick. Policy and awareness treating unexpected shortened links in email as inherently suspicious, because legitimate business senders can and should use full URLs. And in some environments, blocking or flagging shortener domains in email entirely, accepting the false positives as a fair trade. One closing note for scenario questions: shortened links in email are the classic exam setting, but the same logic applies to SMS phishing, where short links are near universal because of character limits, and to QR code phishing, which is a URL you cannot read at all until a device decodes it. Same principle throughout. Never trust a destination you can't see. Expand safely, and then judge. So social engineering exam strategy, all three patterns here. Pattern 1, name the technique from the domain. The exam prints a URL and expects a diagnosis. RN, standing in for M, 0 for O, Cyrillic twins, and XN -- Punycode, homoglyph, or typosquat. Plus brand hyphen word plus, brand plus hyphen plus word, combo squatting. Trusted brand on the left of a long host name with an unfamiliar registered domain before the TLD. Subdomain deception. Practice reading domains right to left instead of left to right to left until it's automatic. Pattern 2, the safe handling answer wins. For a suspicious shortened link, credited answers expand or analyze without visiting. Preview features, head requests, sandbox analyses. Any option that opens the link in a normal browser to check it is a distractor. This mirrors a general CySA Plus grading rule. The analyst who investigates safely beats the analyst who investigates fast. Pattern 3, connect the artifacts to the campaign. A lookalike domain freshly registered plus a new TLS certificate in transparency logs equals a phishing campaign being staged. The proactive answer is block and monitor before launch. Internal DNS queries to a lookalike equal users already exposed. So pattern 3, connect the artifacts to the campaign. A lookalike domain freshly registered plus a new TLS certificate in transparency logs equals a phishing campaign being staged. The proactive answer is block and monitor before launch. Internal DNS queries to a lookalike equal users already exposed. The response answer is identify who clicked and check for credential compromise, which hands off neatly to our next segment, which is identity. Identity-based indicators are arguably the center of gravity among modern detection, and their prominence on CS0-004 is one of the clearest differences from earlier versions of this exam. Why the industry moved? In one short paragraph here, the perimeter dissolved. Cloud services, remote work, and federated access mean the thing standing between an attacker and your data is very often not a firewall. It is a login. So attackers stopped breaking in and started logging in. Stolen credentials, phished sessions, abused OAuth grants. The intrusion began as successful authentication, indistinguishable at the packet level from an employee starting their day. The only place it's visible is in identity telemetry, which means know your sources. Authentication logs from your identity provider and directory, every sign-in, its source address, device location, and result. On-prem, Windows domain logs, logon events, failure codes, Kerberos ticket activity. MFA logs, prompt sent, approved, denied, and the account lifecycle events from the configuration segment. Creation, privilege changes, password resets. Layered on top the analytics, UEBA, user and entity behavior analytics, which baselines each identity's normal and scores deviations. And the emerging category to recognize, ITDR, Identity Threat Detection and Response, the identity-focused sibling of EDR. The blueprint names 3 indicators: IAM account compromise, unauthorized access, and impossible travel. A compromised account, an account doing what it should not, and the geometry trick that catches both. And keep this framing sentence for all of this in identity detection. A successful login is not the end of the question, it is just the beginning of it. So IAM account compromise means an attacker controls a legitimate account. To detect it well, you need both halves of the story. How accounts fall, what the attackers do the moment they're in. Because the second half is where your indicators live. How accounts fall, the 5 doors. Door 1, credential stuffing. Attackers replay username and password pairs leaked from other services. Here they're betting on password reuse, that people used the same password across a variety of accounts. Signature, a high volume of failed logins across many accounts from distributed sources, with a small percentage succeeding. Door 2, password spraying, the inverse geometry. One common password tried against many accounts, slowly staying under lockout thresholds. Signature, a low and slow failure pattern spread across the user population, often 1 attempt per account per hour. Learn stuffing versus spraying as a contrast pair. Many passwords per account versus 1 password across many accounts. That's one of the distinctions the exam's going to test. Door 3 is phishing, including the modern adversary in the middle kits that proxy the real login page. Capture the session token after MFA succeeds, and thereby defeat weaker MFA. which is why the industry pushes phishing-resistant methods. Door 4, MFA fatigue. The attacker has the password and triggers push prompt after push prompt until the exhausted user taps approve. Signature, bursts of MFA denials or timeouts followed by an approval, often at odd hours. Door 5, token and session theft. Malware or that AITM proxy stealing session cookies, letting the attacker skip authentication entirely. Signature, a session in use from an address or device that never authenticated. Now the second half, post-compromise behavior. The indicators that expose control even after a clean login. Attackers move through recognizable steps and each writes to a log. New device registration and MFA method changes. The attacker enrolls their own authenticator to make access durable. An MFA method added right after an unusual sign-in is a burning red flag. Mailbox manipulation. Inbox rules created to forward mail externally or to auto-delete security notifications and password reset messages, hiding the takeover from the user. New forwarding rules to external addresses are among the highest value single indicators in this entire segment, and they will star again in the BEC discussion. Consent grants, a malicious OAuth application granted mailbox or file permissions. Persistence that survives even a password change, because the app holds its own tokens. Privilege moves, the account touching admin portals, adding itself to groups, resetting other accounts. And lateral identity movement, the compromised account authenticating to systems and applications it has never used. The response logic follows from the mechanics, and the exam tests it. Resetting the password alone is insufficient. Full remediation revokes active sessions and refresh tokens. Removes attacker-added MFA methods and devices. Deletes malicious inbox rules and reviews OAuth grants, because each of those is a persistence mechanism that a password change does not touch. If a scenario asks why the attacker is still in after a reset, the answer lives in that list. Unauthorized access is the broader indicator. An identity accessing something it should not, where should not is defined by policy, by role, or by the account's own history. Note the scope. This covers external attackers wielding stolen accounts, but it equally covers insider misuse. An employee exceeding their legitimate access. Same telemetry, same detection, two different incident types, and the exam is going to recognize both. So the patterns to know in two families. Family 1, violations of definition. Access that breaks an explicit rule. Privilege escalation attempts, a standard account trying administrative actions. Failed authorization events piling up in logs. Failed attempts are indicators too. You do not wait for success. Role mismatches, least privilege, which you know from Objective 1.1 says access maps to a job need. So a warehouse account opening HR records or a marketing login querying the finance database, these violate the definition regardless of whether a permission technically allowed it. It just means that your permissions are overly permissioned. It's still a violation. Overly broad permissions being exercised are still a finding, and the special class the exam highlights, service accounts behaving like humans. Service accounts exist for applications. Their behavior should be perfectly mechanical. Same system, same operations forever. A service account logging in interactively at a console or over remote desktop is a classic compromise indicator because attackers love service accounts. Powerful, poorly monitored, passwords that never rotate. Family 2, violations of history. Access that breaks the account's own baseline. First-time access to sensitive resources. The account that never touched the customer database opening it today. Dormancy waking up. An account idle for months suddenly active. Terminated employee accounts that were never disabled are the canonical case. And this is precisely why deprovisioning discipline is a detection issue, not just an HR checkbox. Volume anomalies. The account that reads 20 records in a day, reading 10,000 all of a sudden. Insider data theft and compromised account exfiltration both look exactly like this. And timing anomalies, the 9 to 5 account operating at 3 a.m., weak alone, strong in combination. That last phrase is the analytical heart of this part, combination. Any single one of these patterns can have innocent explanations. New project, return to leave, quarterly reporting. UEBA earns its place by scoring identities across many weak signals at once. New location plus first-time resource plus unusual volume plus odd hours stops being coincidence. For the exam, when a scenario stacks several mild identity anomalies on one account, The credited read is that the combination elevates severity. Investigate the account and do not dismiss each signal individually. Look at them as a package. And now we've got impossible travel. That's the most cinematic indicator on the blueprint and one of the most intuitive. 2 successful authentications from the same account from locations so far apart and so close together in time that no human could have made the trip. The mechanics, so you can compute it the way a scenario expects. Take the 2 login locations from IP geolocation. Take the time between them. Divide distance by time. That's the implied travel speed. Compare against the fastest plausible travel, roughly a commercial airliner in the high hundreds of kilometers per hour. A worked example, a login from New York and 40 minutes later the same account logs in from Singapore, about 15,000 kilometers away. That implies over 20,000 kilometers per hour. No flight does that, not that we know of. One of those 2 sessions is not the user. Notice the precision of the finding. Impossible travel does not tell you which session is the attacker. It tells you the account is compromised with certainty using nothing but geometry. We don't know who. They could be here, they could be there. Except, now, and this matters just as much, the certainty has famous exceptions, and CSO004 scenario style loves testing whether you know what the exceptions are. The false positive gallery. VPNs. First and loudest, a user's phone on the corporate VPN egresses from a data center across the country while their laptop logs in locally. The account appears in 2 places. Both sessions are genuinely theirs. Cloud-hosted egress and secure web gateways do the same at company scale. Mobile carrier networks geolocate poorly, sometimes placing a phone hundreds of kilometers from reality. IP geolocation databases are simply wrong at times. And shared or delegated accounts, 2 real humans in 2 cities in 1 login, which is an argument against shared accounts that you can add to the pile from Objective 1.1. 2 people should not be using the same login. But what if they do? So the mature form of this control, and the term to know, is risk-based evaluation. Modern identity platforms fold impossible travel into a broader risk score per sign-in. Is the location new? Is the device known and compliant? Is the network anonymized? How does this stack against the account's baseline? Then, and here's the response philosophy that you want for the exam, the risk drives a graduated action through conditional access. A medium-risk sign-in gets an MFA challenge. A high-risk sign-in gets blocked, or the account gets a forced credential reset and session revocation. So the middle option, real user passes the MFA prompt and continues with 30 seconds of friction. If it was an attacker with a password, the challenge stops them right there. The system responds proportionally without waiting for a human analyst. For the analyst triaging an impossible travel alert manually, the checklist mirrors the false positive gallery. Is one endpoint a known VPN or a corporate egress point? Is the device familiar? Did MFA succeed on both sessions, and by what method? What did each session do afterward? And that last question ties the segment together, because a geographically impossible session that then creates inbox rules and registers an MFA method is no longer an anomaly. It's an account takeover in progress, and you respond with the full remediation list. So the exam strategy for identity indicators, 4 patterns. Pattern 1, stuffing versus spraying by geometry. Many leaked passwords tried against their matching accounts, distributed sources, some successes. Credential stuffing. One common password walked across many accounts, slowly under lockout thresholds. Password spraying. The failure pattern in the scenario tells you which. Read whether the variation is in passwords or in accounts. Now, pattern 2, password reset is never the whole answer. When a question asks how to remediate a compromised account, the credited answer includes revoking sessions and tokens, removing added MFA methods, deleting malicious inbox rules, and reviewing OAuth grants. An option that only resets the password is the trap, and questions about attackers persisting after a reset are pointing at exactly these mechanisms. So pattern 3, impossible travel, confirm before you conclude. If the scenario mentions a VPN, corporate egress, or mobile network, the credited first step is validating the false positive explanations. If the scenario instead pairs the travel alert with post-login persistence behavior, new rules, new MFA methods, the credited read is confirmed compromise and immediate containment. The surrounding details tell you which question you're in. Pattern 4. Service accounts are tripwires. Any scenario in which a service account logs in interactively, free from a new host or outside its mechanical pattern, should be treated as high severity. It's a favorite exam setup precisely because it looks quiet, but it's not. Our final family, email-related attacks. Email remains the front door of the enterprise attack surface, the delivery channel for phishing, for malware, for the lookalike domains, and shortened links from the social engineering segment. The analyst's email telemetry, the secure email gateway's verdicts, message trace logs, authentication results, and know the three-letter trio from your Security Plus days, because they anchor this segment's defenses. SPF, which lists the servers allowed to send for a domain. DKIM, which cryptographically signs messages. And DMARC, which tells receivers what to do when those checks fail, and sends the domain owner reports about who is sending as them. For all of the email's breadth, the CSO004 blueprint names exactly one attack here, and it deserves the spotlight it gets. Business email compromise. One attack. And year after year, one of the 2 or 3 costliest categories of cybercrime on Earth. So let's give it the full treatment and go through it thoroughly. BEC, Business Email Compromise, is a targeted email fraud in which the attacker impersonates a trusted party, an executive, a vendor, a colleague, to manipulate an employee into transferring money or sensitive data. Hold the defining fact first, because everything else follows from it. BEC needs no malware. Frequently, there is no malicious link, no attachment, no payload. Nothing for a signature to match. The weapon is a well-written email and the authority it claims, and it earns its blueprint slot with numbers. In the FBI's 2025 Internet Crime Complaint Center report, BEC accounted for roughly $3 billion in reported losses in a single year, second among all crime types, with the overwhelming share of those losses moved by wire transfer, which is fast and hard to claw back. Since tracking began, BEC's cumulative recorded losses have passed $20 billion. Billions of dollars. The impersonation itself comes in 3 grades, escalating in difficulty to detect. Grade 1. Spoofed display names and lookalike domains. The attacker sends from a typo-squatted domain, counting on the recipient reading the display name and not the address. Grade 2. Header spoofing of the real domain, which is precisely what SPF, DKIM, and DMARC exist to defeat, and why an enforced DMARC policy matters. Grade 3, the hardest. A genuinely compromised real account. The identity segment's account takeover, now weaponized as the sender. The mail authenticates perfectly, comes from the true mailbox, and can even reply inside an existing thread. The technique called thread hijacking, where the fraud request arrives as the next message in a months-old legitimate conversation with a trusted vendor. Grade 3 is why identity indicators and email attacks are not separate subjects. One is how the other gets its credibility. The classic scenario library, recognize each. Executive fraud, the urgent confidential wire request from the CEO to a finance employee. Vendor invoice fraud, often called vendor email compromise. The attacker sits in a real vendor relationship, learns the billing rhythm, then sends the expected invoice with the charged bank details. The invoice is real in every respect except where the money goes. Payroll diversion, a request to HR to update an employee's direct deposit account. Gift card scams at smaller scale, and data theft variants, request for employee tax records or customer lists where the payout is information. Now the indicators, because this is objective 1.2 and recognition is the skill. In the message, financial request carrying urgency plus secrecy plus authority. The manipulation triad. Do it now, tell no one, this comes from the top. Do what I say, I have the authority. Request to change banking details or payment instructions. Treat every such request as hostile until verified. A reply to address that differs from the visible sender. External sender banners on mail claiming to be internal. Slightly wrong addresses on close inspection. In the surrounding telemetry, authentication failures on mail claiming the domain. And inbox rules and login anomalies on the impersonated mailbox. Because when BEC rides a compromised account, the attacker builds forwarding and auto-delete rules to run the fraud invisibly. Finding those rules is often how the whole scheme unravels. Defenses in the layered order that exam answers reward. Technical. Enforced DMARC on your domains. Gateway detection tuned for impersonation patterns. And the identity protections from the previous segment, since account takeover feeds the worst BEC. Procedural. And hear this clearly, procedure is the star of BEC defense, because malware-less attacks leave technical controls the least to grab. Out-of-band verification. Any request to move money or change payment details get confirmed through a different channel. A phone call to a number you already had on file. Never a number or a reply supplied by the email itself. Dual authorization for wires above thresholds. Vendor change management processes with callback verification. These process controls stop the loss even when every technical layer has been fooled. And when a loss happens anyway, speed is everything. Contact the bank immediately to attempt recall. And report to the FBI's IC3, whose recovery asset team has clawed back funds when notified fast. Hours matter, wires settle. Now, email and BEC exam strategies, there's 3 patterns. Pattern 1, no payload, does not mean no attack. If a scenario describes a financial request email with no links and no attachments and asks why filters missed it, the answer is the nature of BEC. Pure social engineering authenticates cleanly and carries nothing scannable. The credited detection lens shifts to impersonation signals. Reply to mismatch, lookalike domain, authentication results, urgency, secrecy, authority, language. Pattern 2, the verification answer wins. For any suspected BEC scenario, credited responses verify out of band through independently known contacts. Distractors reply to the email, call the number in the email, or process the request with extra care. The channel the attacker controls is never the channel that you verify through. Pattern 3, follow the inbox rules. When a question involves fraud conducted from a real internal or vendor mailbox, the investigative answer involves examining that mailbox for forwarding and deletion rules and its sign-in history for the identity indicators of this course's previous segment. Thread hijacking plus inbox rules equals compromised account BEC. Being able to name that chain is exactly the analysis this objective wants. So we made it to the end. So we're going to do a full recap real quick, the indicator map. Let's put the whole objective on one screen and walk it once fast. And this is your review path structure. Network, rogue devices, unauthorized and impersonating. Rogue AP versus evil twin. Enumeration, vertical and horizontal scans. Half-open handshake, internal recon meaning a foothold. Anomalous activity, baselines, beaconing heartbeats, east-west surprises, DNS entropy. Unexpected ports, the port is a convention. Inspect the protocol. Host, resource consumption, CPU for miners, memory for file lists, disk for ransomware and staging. Unauthorized software, inventory versus catalog, allow listing versus block listing. Legitimate tools in illegitimate hands. Anomalous activity and 4 behaviors. Processes judged by parent name, path, and behavior. LOL bins judged by context and command line. File system changes from ransomware clusters to time stomping. Exfiltration in 2 phases, staging then transfer, with DNS tunneling as the covert classic. Unauthorized configuration, new accounts, disabled defenses, new firewall rules. And the triage question that cuts through all of it, does this change have a ticket? Plus the confession events. Event 1102, shadow copy deletion, stop logging API calls. Application, service disruption, DOS families crash as exploits, smoke screens. Anomalous activity, read the payload in the log line, and never let a server initiate surprises. For cloud, the control plane is the battleground. Anomalous API calls, logging tampered as the loudest alarm. New keys and users as persistence. Snapshot sharing as quiet exfiltration. Resource compromise, cryptojacking, unused regions, and the bill as a security sensor. Social engineering, typo squatting, homoglyphs, convo squatting. Read domains right to left, URL shorteners, expand safely, never click to check. Identity, account compromise, 5 doors in, and post-compromise persistence that a password reset does not fix. Unauthorized access, violations of definition and violations of history. Service account says tripwires, combinations elevating severity. Impossible travel, the geometry, the false positive gallery, and risk-based conditional access as a graduated response. Email, BEC, malware-less fraud at billion-dollar scale. 3 grades of impersonation, thread hijacking, and out-of-band verification as the control that holds when everything technical has been fooled. And over all 8 families, the 3 habits that answer scenario questions. Know the baseline, because indication is deviation. Weigh the context, because almost every indicator has a benign twin. And place the indicator on the attack path, because what you do next depends on where the attacker is. So this is objective 1.2 complete. Every bullet on the blueprint in order. Between now and exam day, watch this straight through, the way you just did. Then for a second pass, pause on each exam strategy slide and quiz yourself on the patterns before I say them. I don't get paid for it if you watch it more than once, so I'm not saying this for monetary reasons. It's only per unique watch. Now, third pass, in your final week, run the recap slide as a self-test. Cover the screen, name every indicator in each family, and for each one, state its telltale sign in 1 sentence. If you can do that cold, objective 1.2 will pay you on exam day. So I'm going to keep going. I'll be working on objective 1.3 next. If you think this is helpful, please subscribe.
Welcome back. This is the full training for CompTIA CySA CS0-004, Objective 1.3. Given a scenario, use tools to determine malicious activity. So if Objective 1.2 taught you to recognize the indicators, this objective hands you the instruments. The tools that surface those indicators, decode them, enrich them, and prove what happened. So you want to notice the phrasing on the blueprint. Use tools. Not memorize tools, not list tools, but use them. That phrasing tells you exactly how this material gets tested. CS0-004 will put you in a scenario, show you a fragment of tool output, a command line, a rule, or a filter, and ask you which tool produced this, which tool fixed this job, or what does this output mean? So you need to know how to read the output of the tools. 3 question shapes, 1 skill. Knowing each tool's purpose, its signature look, and the moment in an investigation when it's the right thing to reach for. The exam mechanics, same as always, maximum 85 questions, 165 minutes, passing score 750 on a 900-point scale. This objective lives in Domain 1, Security Operations, the heaviest domain at 34% of the exam. And tool output questions are where performance-based items often live. The PBQ questions. Time invested here might pay you twice, once on multiple choice and once on the PBQs. So here's the plan. The blueprint organizes this objective into 3 families. The tools themselves, 11 categories of them, from packet capture to behavior analytics. The file formats an analyst must read fluently, and the programming and scripting languages that turn manual work into automation. Every bullet on the official objective will be covered in this video in blueprint order with exam strategy after each cluster. So I want to think about the roadmap here. This is the analyst's bench. Got 1 screen here showing the whole objective. Treat this as the bench layout before we pick anything up. Family 1 is the tools, and the blueprint groups them into 11 categories. Decoding and parsing with CyberChef. Packet analyses, the deepest shelf. Wireshark, TCP dump, Snort, Suricata, and Zeek. Log analyses, meaning the scene. Threat intelligence platforms, OTP, MISP, and OpenCTI. Endpoint security, EDR and XDR, plus MDM for the mobile fleet. Domain and IP reputation, who is, abuse IPDB and geolocation by IP. File analyses, strings, virus total, and Yara. Sandboxing, Joe Sandbox and Cuckoo Sandbox. Pattern recognition, regular expressions, and the art of interpreting suspicious commands. Email analyses with MX Toolbox. And user and entity behavior analytics with OpenUBA as the named example. Family 2 is file formats, JSON, XML, YAML, and EVTX. It's not glamorous, but it's absolutely tested. because every tool just mentioned speaks in one of these formats, and the analyst who cannot read them is locked out of their own evidence. Family 3, programming and scripting. Python, PowerShell, and shell script. The exam does not ask you to be a developer. It asks you to read a short script or a one-liner and say what it does. And that's a skill that we'll be building in this video. One framing idea to carry through the whole session. Tools do not find malicious activity. Analysts do. They do this using tools. So every tool today in this video answers a specific question. Match the question in the scenario to the tool built to answer it. And this objective becomes much easier. It can become one of the most easy parts on the exam. So let's segment the tools. We've got the 11 categories I mentioned before the first one, a mental model that organizes all of them. This is the investigation pipeline. Evidence arrives raw, a packet capture, a log line, a suspicious file, and encoded command. The pipeline has 4 stages. Stage 1, collect, capture the traffic, pull the logs, grab the file. Stage 2, decode and parse, turn encoded, binary, or obfuscated data into something readable. Stage 3, analyze, apply signatures, rules, baselines, and human judgment to separate malicious from benign. Stage 4, enrich and correlate. Bring in outside knowledge, reputation, threat intelligence, behavior history. Do this to turn an isolated observation into a verdict. Every tool in this objective lives at one or more stages of that pipeline. TCP dump collects. CyberChef decodes. Snort analyzes. Abuse IPDB enriches. The SIEM correlates. When an exam scenario asks which tool comes next, it is usually asking which pipeline stage comes next. And once you see that, distractors that name real tools at the wrong stage stop being as tempting. One more organizing habit. For every tool we cover, lock in 3 things. Purpose, the question this tool answers. Signature, what its output or syntax looks like, because the exam shows you fragments and expects recognition from you. And moment, the scenario cue that makes this tool the right answer. So that was purpose, signature, and moment, and 11 categories. So we'll get started now. Category 1, decoding and parsing, and the blueprint names one tool, which is CyberChef. The self-described Cyber Swiss Army knife. It's a free browser-based tool originally released by GCHQ, the UK's Signals Intelligence Agency, GCHQ. It runs entirely in your browser, which matters operationally. That's the kind of thing you'll see as tips, hints, let's say, in the CompTIA questions. I remember that happening a lot of times. Browser-based tool. So this matters operationally because the data you paste never leaves your machine, so you can work suspicious content without shipping it to a third-party service. The model is cooking and the vocabulary is literal. So first, a library of hundreds of operations. From base64, URL decode, XOR, gunzip, from hex, decode text, regular expression extraction, hashing, on and on. You drag operations into the center to build a recipe, an ordered chain of transformations. Input goes in the top right and the recipe runs top to bottom. Output appears below. The power is the chaining. So this is a good exercise to go through. Real-world obfuscation is layered, and CyberChef peels layers in one pass. The canonical analyst use case, straight from Objective 1.2, encoded PowerShell. An attacker launches PowerShell with an encoded command flag and a wall of base64. The recipe, from base64, then decode text as UTF-16 Little Indian, because Windows encodes PowerShell that way. So you see, we've got reasons why. We're not just learning what, we're learning reasons why. Because that decode step is a detail that separates people who have done this job from people who've just read about it. Then maybe another from base64, then gunzip, because droppers love compressed second stages. 4 operations and a wall of noise becomes readable attack code. 2 more features worth naming here, the magic operation. When you do not know what encoding you're looking at, Magic analyzes the input and suggests likely decodings, entropy analysis doing the guessing for you, and defanging, converting live URLs and IPs into a safe notation with brackets. So an indicator can be shared in a report without actually being clickable. Defanging, like taking the fangs out of the vampire. Or, an actual animal that exists in real life. Maybe vampires do, but vampire bats, right? But anyway, purpose here is turn encoded and obfuscated data into readable data. Signature, recipes, chained operations. The moment, any scenario that hands you base 64 hex, URL encoding, or layered obfuscation and asks what it says. Now let's think about Category 2 packet analyses. 5 tools, and we start with the one every analyst knows on site. Wireshark is the graphical packet capture and analysis tool. Open source, cross-platform. Those are things you definitely want to remember for the exam. They'll definitely list things as this is open source, this is cross-platform, as part of the descriptions, the scenarios. And the standard way a human reads network traffic packet by packet. The interface is 3 panes: the packet list, the protocol detail tree for the selected packet, and the raw bytes. The detail tree is powered by dissectors, protocol decoders, thousands of them, that parse every layer from Ethernet up through the application protocol and label every field. That is Wireshark's superpower. It doesn't show you bytes, it shows you meaning. 2 filter systems, and you'll need to keep these straight for the exam. Capture filters use BPF syntax. It's Berkeley packet filter, and decide what gets recorded in the first place. Set before capture, cannot be changed after. On the other hand, display filters use Wireshark's own richer syntax and decide what you see from what was already captured, changeable at any time. Display filter examples you should read fluently. IP.address equals an address to see what traffic to or from a host. HTTP.request to see web requests, DNS. TCP.port equals 443. Or TCP.flags.send equals 1 for scan hunting. The exam loves showing a display filter and asking what traffic survives it. The workflow features that answer scenario questions. Follow TCP stream reassembles the whole conversation into readable text. This is how you read credentials sent in clear text, or watch an HTTP exfiltration happen. Object exports pulls transferred files out of the capture. The actual malware sample, extracted from the wire. Statistics menus, protocol hierarchy and conversations. Profile capture in seconds. What protocols, who talked to whom, how much. And with the right key material, Wireshark can decrypt TLS sessions for inspection with the right key material. Now the purpose, deep, human-driven inspection of captured traffic. The signature, display filters, and the 3-pane view. Moment, a capture file exists, and the question is what happened inside it. Wireshark's command line sibling is TCP dump. It's the classic packet capture tool for the terminal. No GUI, a tiny footprint, present or installable on virtually every Unix-like system. And that availability is the point. The machine you need to capture on is usually a server in a data center or a cloud instance with no desktop. You will not run Wireshark there. You'll run TCP dump. Read the anatomy of a command because the exam prints these. TCP dump-IETHO selects the interface. -N suppresses name resolution. Faster, and it keeps your capture from generating its own DNS queries. -W writes raw packets to a PCAP file. -R reads one back. -C caps the packet count. -X shows packet contents in hex and ASCII side by side. And everything after the flags is a BPF filter. The same Berkeley packet filter syntax as Wireshark's capture filters. Host and an address. Port 53, TCP, UDP, net for a subnet, and combinations with and, or, and not. So TCP dump-IETHO-N-W capture.pcap host 10.0.0.5 and port 443. Capture on interface ETHO without name resolution to a file, only traffic involving that host on that port. If you can read that sentence, you can read every TCP dump question CompTIA is going to show you. The standard professional workflow pairs the two tools. Capture with TCP dump on the headless system, filtered tightly so the file stays manageable. Then move the PCAP to your workstation and analyze in Wireshark with dissectors and streams. Capture where the traffic is, analyze where the tools are. The purpose, packet capture from the command line. Signature, dash flags plus BPF filter. Moment, headless server, remote shell, quick capture, or any question that prints a TCP dump command and asks what it collects. From reading traffic to alerting on it, we go to Snort, which is the classic open source network intrusion detection and prevention system. A NIDS, when it watches a copy of traffic and alerts. A NIPS, when it sits in line and can drop what matches. Snort 3 is the current generation, but the exam-relevant core has been stable for decades. Snort compares traffic against signatures, rules, and fires when one matches. So learn to read a rule, because rule anatomy is a gift wrapped exam question. A rule has two parts: the header, action, protocol, source address, and port. Direction arrow, destination address, and port. For example, alert TCP any arrow any 80. Action alert generates an alert. In inline mode, drop blocks. Then the options, in parentheses, message is the human readable alert text. Content is the payload pattern to match. SID is the unique rule ID. Rev is the revision. Class type categorizes it, and modifiers like no case or offset tune the match. Read the header for who and where, the options for what and why. If a question shows you a rule and asks what triggers it, translate exactly that way. Now, the strategic fact that follows Snort everywhere: it is signature-based. Signatures are precise, fast, and explainable, and they only match what someone has already written a rule for. A novel attack, a 0-day, a freshly obfuscated payload, walks past a signature engine untouched. That's not a flaw in Snort, it's the definition of the approach. And it's why signature IDS pairs with the anomaly and behavior tools later in this objective. On the exam, the phrase known threats belongs to signatures. Unknown or novel belongs to anomaly and behavior. The purpose, real-time detection and prevention against known patterns. And the signature, the rule syntax, header plus options. The moment, alert on or block known attack traffic, or parse a printed rule. Now, Suricata is Snort's modern rival, and on paper its sibling, an open-source network IDS, IPS, and network security monitoring engine that speaks largely the same rule language. Most Snort rule sets load in Suricata with little or no change. So the exam question becomes what distinguishes them. So you want to know these three things. First, architecture. Suricata was built multi-threaded from day one, spreading work across CPU cores, which historically meant better performance at high traffic rates on a single sensor. Second is output. Suricata's flagship log is EVE.json, a single structured JSON stream of alerts, plus rich protocol metadata. Every DNS query, HTTP transaction, TLS certificate exchange, and file transfer it observes, whether or not any rule fired. That design decision matters enormously in practice, because JSON flows straight into a seam or elastic stack with no parsing pain. And it's a preview of why the file formats family later in this objective even exists. Third, capability spread, automatic application layer protocol detection regardless of port, which connects directly to Objective 1.2's activity on unexpected ports. A service on a non-standard port does not fool protocol detection, plus file extraction from traffic, and Lua scripting for detections a static rule cannot express. So hold the comparison the exam wants. Snort and Suricata both do signature-based NIDS and NITs with compatible rules. Suricata's distinguishing marks are multi-threading, EVE.json structured output, port-independent protocol detection, and built-in NSM-style metadata logging. If a scenario emphasizes JSON logs feeding a seam or detecting a protocol on the wrong port, the answer is leaning Suricata. The purpose, signature detection, plus rich network metadata in one engine. The signature, EVE.json output. The moment, is IDS scenarios that mention structured logs, high throughput, or protocol detection independent of port. And now we get to Zeek in packet analyses. The fifth packet tool is the different one. And the difference is the whole lesson here, because Zeek, formerly named Bro, and the exam may use either name, is not primarily a signature IDS. It is a network analysis framework. It watches traffic and transforms it into structured, linked logs describing everything that happens, whether or not anything looked malicious. The output is a family of tab-separated or JSON logs, one per protocol or purpose, and the names are worth recognizing. con.log, every connection with durations and byte counts. dns.log, every query and answer. http.log, every request, method, URI, user agent. ssl.log, every TLS handshake with certificate details. Files.log, every file transferred with hashes. Notice.log, things Zeek's policies decided were worth flagging. Weird.log, protocol anomalies that should not happen. Entries share unique connection identifiers, so you can pivot from a DNS query to the connection it produced to the file that crossed it. So I want to think about what that means for the pipeline. Snort answers, is this traffic matching a known bad pattern right now? Zeek answers, what happened on this network an hour ago, last Tuesday, for the past 90 days, in queryable form. That makes Zeek the engine of threat hunting and retrospective investigation. When intelligence drops a new IOC, you do not need to have been alerting on it last month. You search last month's Zeek logs for it now. Zeek also carries a scripting language for custom logic, which is why the word framework is in its description. Hold the packet shelf summary, Wireshark for human inspection, TCP dump for headless capture, Snort and Suricata for signature alerting, Zeek for structured metadata and hunting. Your purpose, turn traffic into linked activity logs. The signature, the named logs, con, DNS, HTTP, SSL. And the moment, hunting, historical questions, and any scenario about rich network metadata without payload capture. So let's talk exam strategy about packet analyses. The first exam strategy stop the packet shelf plus CyberChef. 4 patterns. Pattern 1, pick the tool by scenario queue, and the queues are nearly mechanical. Analyst needs to inspect a capture, follow a conversation, extract a transferred file. That's Wireshark. Capture needed on a headless server, over SSH, minimal footprint. That's TCP dump. Alert on or block known malicious traffic in real time. That's Snort or Suricata. Rich metadata logs, hunting across history, retrospective IOC search, that's Zeek. Decode layered obfuscation, that's CyberChef. When 2 answer options both technically could work, CompTIA credits the tool purpose-built for the queue, the closest match, the one built specifically for doing that. Now, pattern 2, filters get read literally. No BPF for capture, host, port, net, and or not, and Wireshark displays syntax for analyses. The dotted field names with comparison operators. A question that prints a filter is testing whether you translate it exactly. What is included? What is excluded? No more. Pattern 3. Rule anatomy is free points. Header equals action, protocol, source, direction, and destination. Options equal message, content, SID, and friends. Read the printed rule out loud in your head as a sentence and match it to the answer that says the same sentence. Pattern 4. Signature versus everything else. Snort and Suricata rules catch what's already known. If the scenario stresses novel, unknown, 0-day, or never seen before, a signature answer is the distractor, and the credited answer lives with anomaly, behavior, or hunting tools. Zeek here, UEBA later. That single distinction settles an entire family of questions. Now, scene for log analyses. This is your category 3 log analyses, and the blueprint names the category's centerpiece: security, information, and event management, the SIEM. If the packet tools are instruments, the SIEM is the workbench they all report to, the analyst's home base, and for many SOC roles, the screen you live in. What a SIEM does in 5 verbs: collect, ingest logs from everywhere: firewalls, servers, endpoints, cloud platforms, identity providers, the IDS alerts, the Zeek logs. And then, so we have collect and then normalize. Just translate 100 vendor formats into common fields. So a source address is searchable as one field, no matter who logged it. So we have collect, normalize, and then we have correlate, which is apply rules that connect events across sources and time. 5 failed logins followed by a success, followed by a new service install, is 3 log sources telling one story. And correlation is what makes it 1 alert instead of 3 ignorable lines. So then that's collect, normalize, correlate, and so we get to alert. Surface what matters into a queue, and analysts can triage. And then we have retain. So collect, normalize, correlate, alert, and retain. Just keep searchable history, because investigations and regulators both ask about the past. Names you'll see in scenarios, even though the blueprint keeps the category generic. You may see Splunk, Microsoft Sentinel, IBM QRadar, Elastic Security. You're not trying to memorize products, you want to recognize the role. 2 ideas elevate a SIEM answer from correct to credited. First, the SIEM is where detection engineering lives. Correlation rules and searches are written, tuned, and versioned there, and the YAML-based Sigma format we will meet in the file format segment exists precisely to write SIEM detections portably. Second, the SIEM is only as good as its inputs. A source that never ships its logs is invisible, which is why log coverage and the configuration tampering indicators from Objective 1.2, someone disabling logging, are things that matter so much. So if you haven't seen it already, I have Objective 1.1, the full study guide video here in my channel, in the CySA v4 playlist as well. I have Objective 1.2, and now we're doing the full study guide for Objective 1.3 here. So if you haven't seen Objective 1.2 or Objective 1.1, I am building on that, so you might want to go back and watch those as well. It all depends on where you're at and what you want to do. So now the purpose: aggregate, correlate, and alert across every log source. The signature, correlation rules, dashboards, and a triage queue. And the moment: any scenario about connecting events from multiple systems into one investigation. Category 4, threat intelligence platforms. These are the tools that bring the outside world's knowledge into your investigation. There are 3 named platforms, and the first is the Community One OTX, the Open Threat Exchange. Operated by Level Blue, the company formerly known as Alien Vault, and then att&ck Cybersecurity, and the exam or older references may use any one of those names. OTX is free and open to use, and it is one of the largest community threat sharing platforms in the world, with over 100,000 participants across roughly 140 countries contributing millions of indicators daily. The unit of sharing is the pulse. A pulse is a bundle, a set of indicators of compromise. IPs, domains, URLs, file hashes, packaged with context, what campaign or malware family they belong to, references, targeted industries, and MITRE ATT&ck technique tags. Researchers publish pulses. You subscribe to pulses, or to the contributors who publish them, and subscribed indicators flow into your feed. The operational half is the API, Direct Connect, which lets your SIEM, tip, or scripts pull subscribed indicators automatically. And that completes a loop you should be able to narrate on the exam. Intelligence arrives as a pulse. The API delivers the IOCs into your SIEM. Correlation rules match them against your logs. And yesterday's community citing becomes today's alert in your queue. And notice the retro hunting tie-in from the Zeek section. New pulse, old logs. Search history for indicators you only just learned about. The caveat that mature answers include: community intelligence is crowdsourced, quality varies, indicators age out, and false positives happen, which is why enrichment supports a verdict rather than being a verdict. And then the purpose: free community threat sharing. A signature: pulses. The moment: scenarios about community-sourced IOCs or subscribing to shared intelligence feeds. And the second platform is the Sharing Infrastructure Standard, MISP, the malware information sharing platform, is open source, self-hostable, and the tool that entire sharing communities are built on. Where OTX is a public community you join, MISP is a platform you or your sharing group runs, which is exactly why ISACs, national certs, and industry sharing communities standardize on it. And the data model, because you might be rewarded on the exam by knowing the vocabulary, understanding this, the unit is an event, an incident, campaign, or analysis. And the event contains attributes, individual data points, IPs, domains, hashes, file names, email addresses. Attributes carry an IDS flag, marking whether they are precise enough to detect on automatically. Layered on top, taxonomies, standardized tags, including traffic light protocol markings that govern how widely something may be shared, and galaxies, curated knowledge clusters that map events to named threat actors, malware families, and MITRE attack techniques. The two capabilities that define MISP in scenarios. First, controlled distribution. Every event carries a sharing level. Your organization only, your community, connected communities, or all. And MISP servers synchronize with each other, pushing and pulling events across a web of trust. That is the machinery of structured sharing that informal email lists cannot do. Second, machine-readable export. MISP emits indicators as Suricata and snort rules, plain text lists, CSV, and sticks, meaning intelligence in MISP becomes detection in your IDS or SIEM with no human retyping. Feeds close the loop on the input side. MISP ingests open source and commercial feeds, deduplicates against what you have, and shows correlations between events that share attributes. Purpose, structured, controlled sharings, and distribution of IOCs at community scale. Signature, events and attributes. Sharing levels, export to IDS formats. And moment, scenarios about sharing intelligence between organizations, ISACs, or converting intel into detections automatically. The third platform answers a different question. OTX shares. MISP distributes. OpenCTI organizes. OpenCTI is an open-source threat intelligence platform developed by Filigram, built around a knowledge graph, not a list of indicators, but a web of entities and the relationships between them, structured natively on STIX 2.1, which is the industry standard language for describing threat intelligence. That STIX foundation is the differentiator to remember. In OpenCTI, everything is a STIX object. Threat actors, intrusion sets, campaigns, malware families, attack patterns, which map to MITRE attack techniques, vulnerabilities, indicators, observables, reports. And objects are linked. This campaign is attributed to this actor. This actor uses this malware. This malware exhibits this technique. And this indicator indicates this malware. Ask a question of the graph. What technique does this actor use? Which indicators relate to this campaign? What do we know about the infrastructure behind this domain? And the answer is a walk-along relationship with every claim carrying source, confidence, and timestamps. So the role it has in your stack is that OpenCTI sits above the feeds as the organization's threat knowledge base. Connectors ingest from MISP, OTX, VirusTotal, MITRE, and commercial sources. Analysts curate and connect, and the platform pushes enrichment and indicators back out to the SIEM and other defenses. For a CTI analyst, it's where scattered reporting becomes an actual picture of the adversary. So hold the three-platform contrast as a sentence. Because a compare the platforms question is very likely, OTX is the open community exchanging pulses. MISP is the sharing platform distributing events between organizations. OpenCTI is the knowledge graph organizing intelligence into STIX-structured relationships. The purpose, structure, and relate threat knowledge. The signature, STIX 2.1 objects and the graph. And the moment, scenarios about modeling actors, campaigns, and TTP relationships, rather than just moving IOCs. So let's go a little bit deeper into exam strategy regarding log analyses and threat intelligence, or second exam strategy part of this video. The SIEM and the intelligence platforms have three patterns. Pattern 1, correlation is the seam's verb. When a scenario describes events from multiple sources that only mean something together, authentication logs plus VPN logs plus endpoint alerts, the credited tool is the seam, and the credited capability is correlation. Options naming point tools are distractors when the question's whole premise is across systems. Pattern 2, match the platform to its verb. Exchange community pulses, OTX. Distribute structured events between organizations with sharing controls, and export indicators directly into IDS roles. MISP. Organize intelligence into a sticks-based knowledge graph of actors, campaigns, and techniques. OpenCTI. The platforms cooperate in real stacks, so the question will hinge on which function is being described. Anchor on the nouns. Pulses, events and attributes, objects and relationships. In pattern 3, intelligence is enrichment, not verdict. The credited workflow runs indicator arrives. Indicator is matched against your environment. Match is investigated in context. Answers that treat a feed hit as automatic proof of compromise or block everything any feed has ever listed, overreach. These overreach, there's not good. Community intelligence carries noise. So the experienced analyst knows that. So they know that's not the right answer. CompTIA rewards the analyst who validates. Pair this with the retro hunt reflex. New intelligence plus historical logs. Zeke. Seam retention equals the mature answer to what should the analyst do with this new IOC. Now let's think about endpoint security, EDR and XDR, category 5. The blueprint's first bullet pairs two acronyms you have to separate cleanly. EDR, endpoint detection and response, and XDR, extended detection and response. So first for EDR, an agent on every endpoint records the security-relevant story of that machine continuously. Process creations with full command lines and parent-child lineage. File writes, registry changes, network connections, module loads. Detection runs on that telemetry. Signatures, behavior analytics, and cloud-side machine learning. And when something fires, the analyst gets the process tree, the visual ancestry chain that Objective 1.2 taught you to read, the windward spawning PowerShell moment, rendered as evidence. So remember in Objective 1.2, we said, never, 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 your Word document should not be spawning PowerShell. The R in EDR, response actions from the console remotely, isolate the host from the network while keeping its management channel alive, kill a process, quarantine a file, pull additional forensic data, or take a live remote shell to the endpoint. Isolate from the console is the signature move. Containment in seconds, at distance, without touching the machine. EDR also enables proactive hunting. The recorded telemetry is queryable across the whole fleet. Which process contacted this domain? Which hosts ran this hash? Turn new intelligence into fleet-wide answers in minutes. Now XDR, and the key is in the X, of course. Extended detection and response takes the EDR model, telemetry, analytics, response, and extends it beyond the endpoint, ingesting and correlating signals from email, identity, network, and cloud into one detection layer. The pitch, a phishing email, the click, the endpoint execution, the impossible travel login that follows. 4 products worth of alerts stitched into one incident automatically, where the seam correlates whatever logs you feed it under rules you write. XDR ships as an integrated vendor-curated detection stack across its connected domains. On the exam, endpoint deep telemetry and response equals EDR. Cross-domain correlated out of the box equals XDR. And the purpose, detect and respond on endpoints, extended across domains. The signature, process trees, and the isolate button. The moment, containment scenarios and any question about correlating endpoint email, identity, and cloud signals in one platform. The second endpoint bullet, mobile device management. Phones and tablets carry corporate email credentials, tokens, and data through the world, outside every network control you own. MDM is how they stay managed anyway. The mechanics, devices enroll, corporate owned at provisioning, personal devices through a BYOD flow, and receive a management profile that lets the MDM platform enforce policy from the cloud, wherever the device is. Policy means passcode requirements, storage encryption, OS version minimums, allowed and required apps, network and VPN configuration, and restrictions on what leaves the managed footprint. The security analyst's stake in MDM in 4 capabilities. 1. Compliance posture. The MDM continuously evaluates devices against policy. Jailbroken or rooted devices, which have disabled the operating system's own protections, are flagged non-compliant, and non-compliance can gate access. A device that fails posture loses access to corporate resources through conditional access, tying directly to the identity controls from Objective 1.2. 2. The lost device play. Locate, lock, and if needed, wipe. Remote wipe of the whole device, or on BYOD selective wipe of just the corporate container, respecting the personal device boundary. 3. Inventory and telemetry. What devices exist, what versions they run, what is installed, unmanaged or out-of-date devices or findings. And 4. Response. A compromised account's device can be cut off or wiped as part of containment. Same reflex as EDR's isolate, but for the mobile fleet. For scenario recognition, employee's phone with corporate email is stolen, remote wipe via MDM, rooted device detected, non-compliance, block access, enforce encryption on every tablet in the field, MDM policy. The purpose, enforce policy and enable response on mobile devices. The signature, enrollment compliance, remote wipe. The moment, any scenario where the endpoint is at risk is a phone or tablet. And Category 6, domain and IP reputation. The enrichment shelf, where an indicator gets a background check. First tool, who is? The oldest lookup in this entire objective. The public registration record system for domain systems and IP address allocations. Query a domain and the record answers. Which registrar sold it? The registration date. The last updated date. The expiration date. The name servers it uses, and registrant contact fields. Query an IP, and the regional internet registries answer instead. Which organization holds the allocation? The network range it belongs to, end-of-use contact information, which is who you notify when that IP attacks you. The single highest value field for an analyst is the registration date. And here's the connection to Objective 1.2's typo squatting slide. Phishing and BEC infrastructure is overwhelmingly built on young domains. A lookalike of your brand registered 11 days ago is not a coincidence. Domain age is one of the fastest, cheapest credibility checks an analyst can run. A newly registered domain is practically a phishing indicator by itself. It's brand new. Registrar and name server patterns add pivoting value. Attacker campaigns reuse cheap registrars and infrastructure, and shared details can link one hostile domain to its siblings. Now the honest modern caveat, because CSO004 expects current reality. Since privacy regulation reshaped the system in 2018, registrant identity fields in public records are heavily redacted or hidden behind privacy proxy services. The who in who is often redacted for privacy. It's nowhere near as easy as it used to be 20 years ago, I'm telling you. It used to be so easy back then. The technical fields, dates, registrar, name servers, these remain sometimes, and those carry the analytical weight. So know also that the protocol world is migrating from the classic whois to RDAP, which is a structured JSON-based successor delivering the same registration data. So you want to recognize the name RDAP, whois to RDAP. So the purpose is registration background on domains and IPs. The signature is registrar, dates, name servers, redacted registrants. The moment is this domain young? Who owns this IP range? Where do I send the abuse report? The second reputation tool, and this one answers the question who is cannot. Has anyone else been attacked by this IP? Abuse IPDB is a crowdsourced IP reputation database. Administrators and automated systems around the world report IPs that scan, brute force, spam, and attack them, and every report accumulates on the IP's public record. Look up an address and you get the crowd's verdict. The abuse confidence score, 0 to 100, computed from the volume. recency, and reporter credibility of reports. The report history itself, timestamped and categorized, port scan, SSH brute force, web app attack, phishing, and so on, and context. The network the IP belongs to, its ISP, country, and whether it's a known VPN, proxy, Tor exit, or hosting provider address. That last detail mattering because a data center IP hammering your login page has no innocent explanation the way a residential address might. Now, again, that's a big might, isn't it? Because even if we're saying that it's unlikely the person is using their personal residential IP, what we do know for sure is that the zombies, residential IPs are used as zombies all the time. So now the workflow fit is enrichment at triage feed. An unfamiliar IP appears and an alert. 30 seconds with abuse IPDB tells you whether the internet really knows it. A score of 98 with 4,000 reports for SSH brute force this month reframes your alert instantly. A score of 0 shifts the question to targeted or benign. The API makes this automatic. Siemens or enrichment steps stamp the score onto alerts before a human ever looks. And your own perimeter can report attackers back, feeding the commons. It is the reputation loop from the att&ck section, specialized to one indicator type. Now, the caveat pattern that you already know is crowd data ages, shared and carrier-grade NAT addresses can carry other tenant SIMs, and dynamic addresses change hands. A score is context, not conviction. The mature phrasing we repeat constantly about every bit of enrichment. Now, the purpose, crowd-sourced attack history for an IP. The signature, the 0 to 100 confidence score. And the moment, fast reputation check or automated enrichment of IP indicators. The third reputation bullet is geolocation by IP address, so GeoIP, mapping an address to a physical location, country, region, city, and the network context around it. The ISP or hosting organization and connection type flags. The way it works is you can reason about when it fails. Geolocation databases are built from regional registry allocation data, ISP information, and active measurements. Resolving an IP to the location its network block is served from. A country-level answers are reliable. City-level is an estimate. Anything more precise is pretty close to fiction. And the location is the network egress point, not necessarily the human. So the analyst use cases. Enrichment. Every SIEM stamps sign-in and connection events with GeoIP data, which is what makes location-based questions askable at all. Detection logic. The impossible travel indicator from Objective 1.2 is GeoIP arithmetic. 2 logins, 2 locations, implausible speed. And geo-anomaly rules fire on logins from countries where the organization has no presence. Policy, geofencing, and conditional access. Block or challenge authentication from regions with no business justification. Not a wall, but a cheap filter that removes noise. An investigation, exfiltration destination in an unexpected jurisdiction. Changes the severity conversation and sometimes the legal one. The false positive gallery transfers directly from the impossible travel section because it has the same physics. VPNs and corporate egress place users where their tunnel exits. Mobile carriers geolocate coarsely. Cloud-hosted services show data center locations. And databases simply error. So the credited reasoning is always GeoIP as one signal, weighed with device behavior and history, never geography alone as a verdict. If the scenario shows a login from an unusual country, the mature first move is validating against known VPN egress and travel, not immediate lockout, unless paired with the post-compromise behaviors that settle the question. So the purpose, place an IP in the world. Signature, country, city, ISP, connection type. The moment, location-based detection. Enrichment and geofencing with the various caveats attached. Now our endpoint and reputation exam strategy section. 4 patterns. Pattern 1. Containment answers name EDR. When a host is actively compromised and the question asks for the immediate action, isolate the endpoint via EDR is the credited move. It stops spread while preserving the machine and its evidence for investigation. Distractors that power off the machine destroy volatile evidence. Distractors that merely block one IP at the firewall leave the attacker's other channels open. And when the compromised device is a phone, the same reflex routes through MDM. Lock, locate, wipe. Pattern 2, EDR versus XDR versus SIEM, is a scoping question. Deep endpoint telemetry, process trees, response actions, EDR. The same model extended and pre-correlated across email, identity, network, and cloud, that's XDR. Vendor neutral log aggregation and custom correlation across anything that emits logs, that is SIEM. Match the scope words in the scenario to the acronym, as that is your question. Now, pattern 3, reputation tools by the question they answer. Domain age and registration background. Who is? Crowd reported attack history and a confidence score for an IP. Abuse, IPDB. Physical location and network context, GeoIP. Scenarios often chain them. Lookalike domain, check who is, 11 days old. Sender IP, check abuse IPDB, score 98. Login source, check GeoIP, wrong continent. So recognize each link. Then pattern 4, enrichment supports, never convicts. Every reputation answer carries the same mature clause. Young domains, high scores, and strange geographies raise suspicion and priority. Verdicts come from your own telemetry. Options that treat a single enrichment hit as proof or auto-block on geography alone, those are the trap answers. Don't pick those. The analyst validates. And then category 7, file analyses. Strings. So you have a suspicious file, and you need to know what it is without necessarily running it. 3 tools to mention, escalating in power, and the first is the humblest and most immediate, which is strings. Strings is a classic command line utility that extracts sequences of printable characters from a binary file. A compiled executable is mostly unreadable machine code, but embedded in it are human-readable fragments. Text, the program uses at runtime. Run strings against a sample, and you may surface URLs and domain names that the malware contacts. IP addresses, file paths it drops or reads, registry keys, suspicious commands, error and status messages, library and function names hinting at capability, and sometimes attacker sloppiness, comments, project paths, and even usernames. This is static analysis in its purest form, reading a file without executing it, so it is safe by nature and instant. It is almost always the first look at an unknown sample, the reconnaissance before deeper work. The standard refinement, pipe the output through a pattern matcher, string suspicious.bin piped into grep for HTTP or into a regular expression for IPs to pull the interesting lines out of the flood, which is a live preview of the pattern recognition category coming up. The critical limitation in the exam tests the awareness modern malware is frequently packed or encrypted, so its meaningful strings are compressed or obfuscated and only appear in memory at runtime. A packed sample yields few useful strings sometimes, not really much, often just the unpacking stub, and that near-empty result is itself a signal. Suspiciously few strings suggest packing, which points you toward unpacking, sandboxing, or memory analyses. So absence of evidence, you should consider that as evidence on the exam. Now purpose, extract readable text from a binary, fast and safe. Signature, a stream of URLs, paths, and fragments, or conspicuously little. And the moment the first triage look at an unknown file, the pack detection hint when it comes back empty. Now virus total for file analyses. You should already be familiar with this. If you're not, you should spend some time looking at it. Virus total. This is the second file tool and the one whose name shows up most in scenarios. Virus total is the Google-owned web service and API that analyzes files and URLs against dozens of antivirus engines and reputation sources at once and returns an aggregated verdict. Submit a file, or better, its hash, and hash submission is the tradecraft point. Virus total reports the detection ratio, how many of roughly 70 engines flag it, and what each names it. Static properties like file type, size, and all its hashes. Behavioral summaries from detonation in virus total's own sandboxes. Files created, processes spawned, networks contacted. Embedded indicators and a community and relationships view linking the sample to related files, URLs, and domains with analyst comments and reputation. 2 pieces of tradecraft you should know. First, search by hash rather than uploading. If you already have the file SHA-256, querying the hash tells you whether VirusTotal has seen it without uploading. So why? Why not upload? Well, because uploading a sample makes it visible to VirusTotal subscribers. Sometimes that will tip off an attacker that they've been caught, and it can leak a confidential or proprietary file as well. What you have to know about VirusTotal is that it's really easy to get information from them about what searches have been done and all of that kind of stuff. It's very public. It's free to be a subscriber. And not only the good guys are subscribers. So hash first, upload only when you accept those consequences. Second, read detection ratios with judgment. A handful of engine flagging may be false positives or it may be a fresh threat. The engine names and the behavioral report carry more signal than the raw number. And a 0 of 70 on a brand new targeted sample does not mean safe. It just might mean nobody has seen it yet. VirusTotal's deeper gift is pivoting. From one sample, walk to every domain it contacts, every other file that talks to those domains, the whole infrastructure cluster, turning a single IOC into a campaign map. The same relationship walking idea as OpenCTI applied at the sample level. And the purpose: multi-engine reputation and behavior in one lookup. Signature: the detection ratio across dozens of engines. And the moment: rapid verdict on a known sample by hash. So just remember that upload warning. What you're doing in there is not private, especially if you're using a free account. Make sure if you want something to be private that you're absolutely certain that you've done everything you need to make it private. If you don't pay for the account, you haven't. And paying by itself may not be enough. Now, the third file tool is the one that scales and the one that CompTIA most wants you to be able to read, which is Yara, described in the recursive acronym joke the blueprint literally prints, as yet another recursive acronym. Yara is a pattern matching engine for files. You write rules describing what a malware family looks like, and Yara scans files, directories, processes, or memory for matches. If Snort is signatures for network traffic, Yara is signatures for files. It's the tool that turns one analyst's finding into detection everywhere. So read a rule, because rule anatomy is the exam question. A Yara rule has 3 sections. Meta, descriptive information, author, date, description, reference. That does not affect matching. Strings, the patterns to search for, text strings, hexadecimal byte sequences for machine code or file signatures, and regular expressions, each given a label beginning with a $sign. And the condition, the Boolean logic that decides a match, the one required section. A condition can be as simple as any of them, or precise. All of the $sign patterns, or 2 of them, or a file size limit combined with a magic byte check at offset 0, or counts and offsets of specific strings, yada yada. Header plus strings plus condition. Read the condition to know exactly what triggers the rule. So where Yara lives in practice is that analysts write a rule from a sample's distinctive traits, then hunt with it across the enterprise. Sweep every endpoint, scan a share file, search memory captures for the family. It integrates everywhere. VirusTotal runs retro hunts with Yara rules, sandboxes, EDRs, and incident response frameworks embedded. It is the connective tissue of file-based detection and the natural output of the analysis work the earlier tools begin. Strings and a sandbox reveal the traits. Yara operationalizes them into a signature that scales. And the purpose is custom pattern matching to identify and hunt malware families. The signature is meta strings condition. The moment is write once, detect the family everywhere. And any question that prints a rule and asks what matches. Then we have category 8, sandboxing, the leap from static to dynamic. Strings and Yara read a file at rest. A sandbox runs it in an isolated, instrumented, disposable environment and records everything it does. When code is packed or encrypted, static analysis stalls, but the malware must unpack itself to execute, and the sandbox is watching when it does. Behavior is the analyses that obfuscation cannot hide. 2 named tools, 1 commercial, 1 open source. Joe Sandbox is a commercial platform known for depth and breadth, Windows, Linux, Mac OS, Android, and iOS targets, deep hooking of execution, and a hybrid approach that pairs dynamic detonation with static and even instruction-level tracing, producing extensive reports. Cuckoo Sandbox is the long-standing open-source automated analysis system, self-hosted, free, endlessly customizable, the one you stand up in your own lab. Note for currency, the original Cuckoo project has been largely superseded by its maintained open-source successor CAPE, which extends the Cuckoo model with automated unpacking and configuration extraction. The blueprint still says Cuckoo, so know the name and know that CAPE is the modern lineage of that. What any sandbox reports maps to the Objective 1.2 indicator families, which is the elegance of it. Processes created in the full tree, files written, modified, deleted, registry changes, every network connection, DNS query and C2 callback, API calls, and a final behavioral verdict, usually mapped to MITRE attack techniques. You're watching the indicators generate themselves under controlled conditions. The limitation the exam expects you to name: evasion. Capable malware detects analysis environments, checking for VM artifacts, small disk sizes absent user activity, known sandbox host names, and refuses to detonate, lying dormant to look benign. So a clean sandbox verdict is not a clean bill of health. It may mean the sample outweighed the analysis. Sandboxes fight back with anti-evasion, realistic environments, simulated user interaction, extended timeouts, and analysts combine sandbox output with static analyses rather than trusting either alone. So the purpose is reveal true behavior by controlled detonation. The signature is the behavioral report, processes, files, network, attack mapping, and the moment is unknown or packed sample whose behavior you must observe. Remembering evasion cuts both ways. Now for regular expressions, pattern recognition, category 9. It's the first of 2 bullets, regular expressions. Regex is a language for describing text patterns. And for an analyst, it's the universal solvent, the same skill that filters a Wireshark view, defines a snort or a Yara string, builds a seam search, and extracts indicators from a mountain of logs. So learn it once and use it in every one of these tools. You don't need to write complex expressions for the exam, but you must be able to read the common meta characters. So here's the working set. Dot matches any character. Star means 0 or more of the preceding. Plus means 1 or more. Question mark means 0 or 1. Anchors, caret matches start of line. Dollar matches end. Character classes in square brackets match any one listed character. Bracket A through Z, bracket 0 through 9, and \D is shorthand for a digit. \W for a word character. \S for white space. Curly braces set counts. \D curly brace 3 matches exactly 3 digits. Parentheses group, and the pipe means or. Escape a literal special character with a backslash, and note that a literal dot in a domain or IP must be written \dot. A detail the exam can hinge on. Read one real pattern to prove the skill. To match an IPv4 address, roughly, a group of 1 to 3 digits followed by an escape dot, repeated 3 times, then 1 to 3 more digits. You do not memorize it, you recognize that this expression finds IP addresses in a log. Same for the shapes of email addresses, URLs, and hashes. You want to be recognizing the shapes of these things. Recognizing what a pattern targets, that's the tested skill. So the analyst's reality is that regex extracts the needles from the haystack. Pull every external IP from a proxy log, every base 64 blob from an email, every card number shaped string from a data dump. It's grep's engine, the seams field extractor, and the string matcher inside Yara and Suricata. The one caution the exam appreciates is a greedy or sloppy pattern can overmatch. And precision matters, because a rule that matches too much is as useless as one that matches nothing. You're not narrowing anything down if you're pulling everything, right? Now the purpose, describe and find text patterns anywhere. The signature, the meta characters. The moment, extraction, filtering, and any printed pattern that you need to interpret. So the second pattern recognition bullet is a capstone skill, interpreting suspicious commands. The exam will show you a command line from an EDR process tree, a log, a script, and ask what it does and whether it's hostile. So this is where a lot of the things that we've been going over converge to reading intent. Build the instinct with the recurring red flags. Encoding and obfuscation. PowerShell with the encoded command flag carrying base 64. Decode it. The CyberChef reflex. String building with concatenation. Character code arrays, backticks, and random casing exist to defeat signatures and human eyes alike. Download and execute. The one-liner that fetches a remote payload and runs it in memory. PowerShell's download methods piped straight into invoke expression, or curl and wget on Linux piped into a shell. The file list pattern from Objective 1.2, living off the land, LOL bins. The trusted binaries doing untrusted work. Cert-util, fetching a file instead of managing certificates. MSHTA and run DLL32, executing script. Bits admin, transferring payloads. WMIC, spawning processes. Defense evasion, commands that delete shadow copies. Clear event logs, disable defenses or set execution policy bypass. And persistence, writing to run keys. Registering scheduled tasks. Creating services. And discovery the reconnaissance burst. Who am I? Net user, ipconfig NL test, fired in a sequence right after access. So the analytical method, since you cannot memorize every command, break the line into segments, identify the core binary, ask what each flag changes, watch the pipeline for where output becomes the next command's input, and above all, read intent. Does this fetch external code? Hide itself, gain persistence, or enumerate the environment? A single suspicious verb may be admin work. The chain, download, then execute, then persist, then hide, is the story, and the story is the indicator. So the purpose, judge a command's intent from its text. The signature, encoded flags, download, execute pipelines, LOL bins, the moment, EDR, or log scenarios that print a command and ask what it does. The highest value tool skill in this objective. And now category 10, email analyses, and the blueprint names MX Toolbox. So widely used suite of web-based diagnostics for email and domain infrastructure. The analyst's quick bench for the questions email investigations asks. 2 jobs it does. Job 1, infrastructure and deliverability diagnostics. Look up a domain's MX records to see who really handles its mail. Check SPF, DKIM, and DMARC records. The authentication trio from Objective 1.2's BEC slide to see whether a domain is configured to prevent spoofing and whether a suspicious message should have passed. And run blacklist checks across dozens of DNS-based reputation lists at once to see if a sending IP or domain is listed for spam or abuse. That blacklist sweep is MX Toolbox's signature move. 1 query, many reputation sources. A job 2, and the one that meets Objective 1.2's BEC content head-on, header analyses. Every email carries headers recording its journey, and MX Toolbox's analyzer parses them into readable form. The received headers trace the chain of mail servers, thought them up, revealing the true origin, often contradicting a spoofed from. The authentication results header shows how SPF, DKIM, and DMARC evaluated at the receiving server. And the fields that exposed BEC's grade 1 impersonation, a return path or reply to, that diverges from the visible from. The reply quietly redirected to attacker infrastructure. Reading headers is how you turn this looks like a scam into here is the proof it originated outside our domain and failed authentication. So frame it against the previous objective. Objective 1.2 taught the BEC indicators. The MX Toolbox is the one tool that surfaces them. Authentication posture, header truth, sender reputation in a browser in minutes. And the purpose, diagnose email authentication, reputation, and header provenance. The signature, header analyses, and multi-blacklist checks. The moment, phishing, and BEC scenarios asking where a message really came from and whether it should have authenticated. Remember, MX Toolbox. And finally, we get to category 11, the last tool bullet, User and Entity Behavior Analytics, UEBA, with OpenUBA named as an open source example. And this category is the deliberate bookend to the whole toolbox because it detects by a different philosophy than almost everything before it. Every signature tool in this objective, Snort, Yara, a scene correlation rule, answers, does this match something that's known to be bad? UEBA asks a different question. It asks, is this different from normal? It builds behavioral baselines for every user and entity. The service accounts, hosts, and applications from Objective 1.2's identity segment, learning each one's normal, typical login hours and locations, systems usually touched, data volumes usually moved, commands usually run. Then it scores deviations. No prior signature required, which is exactly why it catches what signatures cannot. The compromised but valid account, the malicious insider, the novel attack that breaks no known rule but does break the pattern of life. The analytical core, and the phrase to carry from the Objective 1.2 identity section, risk scoring from combined weak signals. Any single anomaly has innocent explanations. A late login, a new system, a bigger download. UEBA's value is aggregation. New location plus first-time access database plus abnormal value plus odd hour on one account in one window stops being coincidence and starts becoming a high-risk score that surfaces for investigation. It's the engineered form of Objective 1.2's The Combination Elevates Severity, and it is the mechanism behind impossible travel risk evaluation, insider threat detection, and compromised account detection as well. So it lives as a capability inside modern SIEM and XDR platforms, and as dedicated tooling like the open source OpenUBA. The limits the exam respects. Baselines need a clean learning period. Legitimate change generates false positives, and tuning is continuous. Behavior analytics augments signature detection. It does not replace it. The purpose, detect the unknown by deviation from learned normal. The signature, baselines, and risk scores. The moment, insider threat, compromised valid accounts, novel activity, anywhere no signature could exist. Now for the exam strategy for file, sandbox, pattern, email, and UEBA, it's the back half of the toolbox, 4 patterns. Pattern 1, static versus dynamic, is a decision the exam stages. Read a file without running it, static. Strings for quick text, that's Yara for signature matching, virus total by hash for reputation. Must observe behavior because the sample is packed or unknown, it's dynamic. A sandbox, Joe, or cuckoo. The tell is often the word packed or encrypted, which defeats static and points to detonation. And remember, strings coming back nearly empty is itself the packing hint. So pattern 2, the virus total upload caveat is a favorite. Search by hash to check reputation without exposure. Uploading a sample can tip off the attacker and leak confidential data. If a scenario weighs checking a sensitive internal file against virus total, the credited nuance is hash first. Now, pattern 3, signature versus behavior. One more time. Now decisive across the whole objective. Known malware family, known pattern, known bad traffic. Snort, Yara, signature engines. Unknown, novel, insider, valid account behaving strangely. UEBA and behavior analytics. And Zeke for the hunt. This axis silently decides more questions on this objective than any other. When you see never seen before or legitimate credentials, walk away from signature answers. And pattern 4, read the artifact literally. A Yara rule, the condition says what matches. A suspicious command, segment it, name the binary, follow the pipeline, judge intent. A regex, say what it targets. An email header, received headers reveal true origin. Authentication results reveal pass or fail. These print and interpret questions are the heart of use tools, and the method is always the same. Translate the fragment into plain English, Then pick the answer that says what you just said. Segment 2 is file formats. Every tool in Segment 1 produces or consumes data, and it does so in a handful of formats. An analyst who cannot read them is holding evidence they cannot open. So the blueprint names 4 to-know codes: JSON, XML, YAML, and EVTX. The first 3 are text formats for structuring data. The fourth is the binary format of Windows event logs. The skill is recognition and reading, not authoring from scratch. One organizing insight before the details. These formats are how tools talk to each other. Suricata emits Eve, JSON that flows into a seam. A Sigma detection rule is written in YAML. A SOAP, or legacy config, speaks XML. Windows security events live in EVTX until exported. Recognizing a format on site and reading its structure is what lets you move between the tools of this entire objective without friction. Now for file format JSON, JavaScript object notation is the dominant data format of modern security tooling, and the one you'll read most. It is lightweight, human-readable, and built from 2 structures that nest to any depth. The objects are unordered key-value pairs inside curly braces. Keys in double quotes. Key and value separated by a colon, pairs by commas. Arrays are ordered lists inside square brackets. Values are strings in double quotes, numbers, booleans, true or false, null or nested objects in arrays. And that's the entire grammar. Curly braces for named fields, square brackets for lists, nesting for hierarchy. So you meet it constantly. Suricata's Eve output. Cloud audit logs like CloudTrail. Virtually every REST API, VirusTotal, Abuse, IPDB, OTX, all answer in JSON. And Zeek can log in it. Reading skill for the exam, follow the nesting to find a field. Given a block, know that alert, then signatures reach the role name. The source_IP sits where you would expect. That an array means multiple items to iterate. The exam shows a JSON snippet and asks for a value or what it represents. Trace the keys down the hierarchy. One habit that pays: white space is insignificant in JSON, so real tool output often arrives as one dense line. A formatter or the mental act of indenting reveals the structure, and a comma and brace slip is the usual cause of a parse error. Structure is strict, even though layout is free. So the purpose to recognize: structured, nested data interchange. Signature, curly braces, square brackets, quoted keys, colons, and the moment, reading tool output, API responses, and modern logs. Now XML, extensible markup language. That's the older, heavier, tag-based file format, and JSON largely displaced that, but it is everywhere in the installed base, so you still have to read it. It's still heavily used. Now data lives between opening and closing tags in XML. Tags nest to a format tree with exactly one root element, and elements carry attributes as named, quoted value pairs inside the opening tag. Read the shape. An element is its start tag, content in tag. Nesting expresses hierarchy the way indentation would. Attributes annotate an element, and closing tags are mandatory, which is the visual difference from the lighter formats. Where an analyst meets XML, SOAP, web services, and many enterprise configuration files, RSS and add-on feeds, some seam and tool configs, and the one to connect forward, the underlying XML representation of Windows events. Because an EVTX record rendered to text comes out as XML with the defined event system and event data structure. So the exam-relevant reading skills are the same as JSON's. Navigate nesting to find a value. Distinguish an attribute from an element's text. Plus one security-specific awareness worth carrying. XML parsers can be attacked. XSE, XML external entity. This injection is a class of vulnerability where a maliciously crafted XML document abuses entity processing to read local files or reach internal systems. So you're not exploiting it here. You're recognizing that an XML parsing application has an attack surface that signatures and analysts watch for. The purpose is tag-based hierarchical data, heavy on legacy and enterprise systems, and the signature is paired angle bracket tags and attributes. And the moment is config files, SOAP, and the text form of Windows events. So YAML, the recursive joke, is in its name. YAML 8 markup language. And it's the format built for humans to write and has become the default for configuration and, importantly, for this objective for portable detection rules. So where JSON uses braces and XML uses tags, YAML uses indentation to express structure. So the layout is the syntax. If you know any Python, you're familiar with indentation being important. Now the rules to read it: indentation with spaces, never tabs, sets hierarchy, depth equals nesting. A key value pair is key : space value. A list item is a dash and a space. Nested structures indent further. Comments begin with the hash, the one named format in this group that carries inline comments, which is part of why humans favor it. It is in fact a superset of JSON, but the indented style, that's what you will see. So it earns its place in the security objective, specifically Sigma, the generic vendor-neutral seam detection rule format, is written in YAML, which means the portable detection you share so it can be converted to Splunk, Sentinel, or Elastic queries is a YAML file, and reading it is reading the detection logic, the log source it applies to, the detection selection of field value conditions, and the condition that combines them. So beyond Sigma, YAML configures much of modern security and DevOps infrastructure, pipelines, orchestrations, tool settings, so analysts' work can touch it daily. The one caution the exam might crowd because indentation is a meaning. A single misaligned space breaks a YAML file, or worse, silently changes its structure. White space discipline is not cosmetic here, and tabs are outright invalid. So the purpose: human-friendly configuration and portable detection rules. The signature: indentation, key : value, dash list, hash comments, and the moment: Sigma rules and modern config. And any YAML snippet you must read for its logic. So notice how it shares some attributes with the others, but in this case, it has its own specific thing, like indentation mattering for structure. The fourth format is the odd one out, and the difference is the point. EVTX is the binary file format of the modern Windows event log, the on-disk form of the security, system, application, and other channels that every Windows investigation depends on. So unlike JSON, XML, and YAML, it is not human readable in a text editor. It is structured binary that you open with a tool. So you need to know that the files live under Windows System 2 WinEVT logs with a .evtx extension. You read them with Event Viewer on the box, with PowerShell's get win events, with WEVT-util, or by exporting for a seam. And when a tool renders an event to text, it presents as XML with that event system event data structure from the XML section, which is why the two connect. Each record carries an event ID, and this object is where the Objective 1.2 identity and configuration content further pays off. 4624 successful login. We're talking about Windows event IDs here. And I have shorts that I've been working through, posting live, going live, that are helpful to watch to get those event IDs into your head as little like flashcard type things, basically, but a little bit better because you're actually hearing it as well, and you're learning a little bit about it because I'm doing information about it in one short and what it is in the other as we go through it. So 4624, successful logon. 4625, failed logon. 4688, process creation with command line. 4720, account created. 1102, the security log was cleared. That's the confession event. And Sysmon's channel adding richer telemetry like event ID 1 for process creation with hashes and parent lineage. The analytical realities you want to know: EVTX is the primary evidence source for Windows intrusion investigation. So the logon, process, and account events that indicate compromise are read here. And it ties back to anti-forensics. Clearing a Windows event log leaves its own trace. Event ID 1102. And the presence of that record is itself an indicator. But format-wise, the summary is clean. 3 text formats you read directly: JSON, XML, YAML, and 1 binary format, EVTX, that you open with Windows tooling and that renders to XML once you do. So the purpose: the binary container of Windows event logs, the signature .evtx, event IDs, opened with Event Viewer or Get Win event the moment any Windows host investigation drawing on logon, process, or account events. So the file formats exam strategy section, here we are now. There's 3 patterns, 4 formats, 3 patterns. Pattern 1, identify the format on site, because a whole class of questions is simply which format is this. You see code, you see a log, and you need to be able to identify what format it is. Curly braces and quoted keys, JSON. Angle bracket paired with tags, XML. Indentation with key colon value and dash lists, YAML. A .evtx file or a reference to Windows event logs and event IDs, EVTX. The visual signature is the answer. And pattern 2, read the structure to pull a value. JSON and XML questions hand you a snippet and ask for a field or its meaning. Follow that nesting. Keys down through objects, tags down through elements. YAML questions increasingly show a sigma rule and ask what it detects. Read log source detection and condition. Practice tracing hierarchy until it's automatic. And pattern 3, connect format to tool, because the exam frames formats through the tools that emit them. Suricata EU and most API and cloud logs, JSON. Sigma detection rules and modern configs, YAML. Legacy SOAP and enterprise configs, and the rendered form of Windows events, XML. Windows security and sysmon logs on disk, EVTX. Read with Get Win event, carrying the event IDs that flag logons, process creation, and log clearing. Format recognition plus knowing who produces it answers the question twice over. So now we get into the programming and scripting languages segment. It's the final segment. The blueprint names 3, Python, PowerShell, and shell script. And it sets the bar exactly where the verb use tools set it. You're not asked to be a software engineer. You're asked to read a short script or a one-liner and say what it does. Because scripts appear on both sides of this exam, as the analyst's automation and as the attacker's weapon. And the same reading skill serves both. An attacker's PowerShell one-liner in an EDR alert and your own log parsing helper are read the same way. Identify the language, find what it operates on, follow what it does to that thing. 3 quick recognition cues before the details. Python reads like structured pseudocode, indentation driven, often with import lines up top. PowerShell is verb-noun commandlets and $ variables on Windows. Shell script is $ variables, pipes, and Unix command names, usually starting with a hash main line. Recognize the language first and the rest follows. So Python is the lingua franca of security work, the language of tooling, automation, data analysis, and the quick custom script that no off-the-shelf product provides. It reads almost like English, and that readability is why the exam can reasonably show it to you. There are recognition cues, import statements, pulling in modules at the top, depth to define a function, indentation, not braces, marking blocks, the same significant white space idea as YAML, for and while loops, and if-else that read as written, dictionaries in curly braces, and lists in square brackets, echoing JSON, libraries that signal security intent when you spot them, requests for HTTP and API calls, 3 for regular expressions, the pattern skill from segment 1 encode, JSON for parsing tool output, socket for network operations, and SCAPI for packet crafting, pandas for large-scale log data, and the many API wrappers for virus total, OTX, and the like. What analysts build with it maps onto everything in this objective. Pull IOCs from a threat feed and check them against logs. Query virus total or abuse IPDB for a list of hashes or IPs, and tabulate the verdicts. Parse a pile of JSON or CVS logs for the anomalous line. Automate enrichment inside a SOAR playbook. Reading skill for the exam. Identify the imported capability. Find the loop and what it iterates over. Read the calls to name the effect. This script reads a file of IPs, queries a reputation, API for each, and prints the malicious ones. You'll not write it. You'll recognize what it accomplishes. So the purpose is general purpose automation, enrichment, and analyses. The signature, import, def, indentation, telltale libraries. The moment, read the script questions about cross-tool automation. Then we have PowerShell and shell script. There's two languages because the exam tests them as a matched pair, the Windows scripting language and the Unix-like one. So PowerShell is the automation language and shell built into Windows, and it is genuinely dual use, the administrator's most powerful tool, and for the same reason the attacker's favorite, which is why it dominated the LOL bin and command interpretation content earlier. Recognition of this, you'll see commandlets in verb-noun form, like get process, set item, invoked web request, get when event for the AVTX logs of segment 2. So $sign variables, the pipeline passing rich object, not just text from one commandlet to the next, and the flags that scream malicious and an alert, encoded command with base 64, execution policy bypass, hidden Windows style, and download and invoke expression one-liners. Defensive PowerShell reads the other direction. Query events, pull process and network state, automate response across hosts. Then for the shell script, Bash and its relatives on Linux and Mac OS is the glue of Unix-like systems. Recognition, the hashbang line naming the interpreter at the top, $sign variables, heavy use of pipes chaining small tools, the classic text processing trio grep, auth, sed, loops in for, do, done for, and command substitution with backticks or $parentheses. Analysts wield it to parse logs, chain TCP dump, and grep and cut into a fast filter and automate Unix host tasks. Attackers will use it for the download pipe to shell execution and discovery bursts from the command interpretation section. Now hold the mapping the exam wants. Python for cross-platform tooling and automation. PowerShell for Windows. Shell script for Unix-like. Same reading method for all three. Spot the language from its signature. Find what it acts on. Follow what it does. Whether the script is defending the environment or is it attacking it. And the purpose, Windows and Unix-like automation. Defensive and offensive. The signature, verb-noun and $variables for PowerShell. Hashbang pipes and grep awk sed for shell. Moment, read the scripts, and read the one-liner questions on either platform. So now we're getting close to the end, and this is the exam strategy part here, programming exam strategy, of where we close out Objective 1.3. There's 3 patterns. Pattern 1, identify the language by signature before reading intent. Verb-noun commandlets and $variables, PowerShell, Windows, hashbang pipes, grep and awk and sed, shell, Unix-like, import def and indentation, Python, cross-platform. Naming the language is often half the question. Pattern 2, dual use is the theme the exam returns to. The same PowerShell that automates response is the LOL bin in the attack, living off the land binaries. The same shell pipeline that parses logs downloads the payload. When a script appears, read intent, not language. Does it enrich and defend, or download, execute, persist, and hide? That judgment, built on the command interpretation information, is the point of the segment. Pattern 3, you read, you do not write. Every scripting question on this exam is answerable by translating the code to plain English. Find the inputs, follow the operations, state the effects. Do that, and match it to the option that says the same thing. Now stand back and see what you can do. You can move raw evidence through the whole pipeline. Collect it with TCP dump. Decode it with CyberChef. Inspect it in Wireshark. Alert on it with Snort and Suricata. Hunt it in Zeek. Correlate it in the seam. Enrich it with Whois and abuse IPDB and GOIP and VirusTotal. Contain it with EDR and MDM. Dissect the file with strings and Yara and a sandbox. Judge the command and the pattern by I. Read the email's true origin with MX Toolbox. Catch the unknown with UEBA. And read every format and script the tools will throw at you. That's Objective 1.3. Every bullet on the blueprints, and we just went through them in order. So use it the way I always recommend. First pass, watch straight through. Second pass, Stop on every exam strategy section and quiz yourself on the patterns before you hear me say them. Third pass in your final week, cover the roadmap and the toolbox recap, and name each tool's purpose, signature, and moment. If you can do that, you should do pretty well on this objective on exam day, on both the multiple choice and on the PBQs where these tools live. So now I have to create CSO0-004, the next objective training session, objective 1.4. That's going to be explain threat intelligence and threat hunting concepts. So we will go through that as soon as I get it done. And if you subscribe, it helps me. If you subscribe, it helps you so that it's easier for you to get back to it as soon as it's available. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. This is objective 1.4 of CompTIA CySA CS0-004. Explain threat intelligence and threat hunting concepts. And this objective is a turn in the road for the whole domain. The first three objectives built you into a detector. Objective 1.1 gave you the architecture you could defend. Objective 1.2 taught you to recognize the indicators of malicious activity when you see them. Objective 1.3 handed you the tools that surface, decode, and prove those indicators. Every one of those was reactive at its core. Something happened and you analyzed it. Objective 1.4 flips the posture. Threat intelligence is the knowledge layer underneath all of that detection. Who is attacking, what they want, how they operate, and how confident we are in what we think we know. And threat hunting is the proactive discipline built on top of it. Instead of waiting for an alert, you form a hypothesis about how an adversary would operate in your environment, and you go looking for them, assuming they're already inside. Hold the two-sentence frame for this entire objective. Intelligence is knowing the adversary. Hunting is going to find them. Everything on the blueprint serves knowing and hunting. So Domain 1, Security Operations, is 34% of CSO004. It's the heaviest domain on the exam. This objective is conceptual rather than tool-driven, which means it rewards clean definitions and sharp contrasts far more than it rewards memorized commands. The whole exam is a maximum of 85 questions in 165 minutes, and you need 750 on a scale of 100 to 900 to pass. So first, we'll think about the roadmap. 8 families, threat actors, the 2 blueprint names, advanced persistent threats and insider threats, tactics, techniques, and procedures, TTPs, and the 4 ideas bundled with them: heat maps, the pyramid of pain, MITRE attack and attribution, confidence level impacts, the 3 factors that decide how much you trust a piece of intelligence, timelines, relevance, and accuracy, collection methods and sources, open source intelligence, closed source intelligence, and threat intelligence sharing, indicators of compromise, their collection, their analyses, their application, and the 2 types, atomic and behavioral, threat modeling, anchored on STRIDE, threat mapping, and cyber deception, honeypots and honey tokens. Notice how the list splits. The first 5 families are the intelligence half, sourcing knowledge about the adversary and judging its worth. The last 3, modeling, mapping, and deception, are the hunting half, using that knowledge to proactively find and trap the adversary. So keep that division in your head, because on the exam, you're likely to see questions that hinge on which half that you're standing in. Now, as we go through this video, hold 3 questions against every concept. What is it? Why does it matter to an analyst? And how does the exam cue it? That's the frame that turns a definition you can recite into a question you can answer. Before the families, the 2 disciplines, because every term downstream inherits its meaning from one of them. Threat intelligence is evidence-based knowledge about threats, actors, their motivations, their methods, and their infrastructure that has been collected, processed, and analyzed so it can inform a decision. One of the key words there is evidence-based. A rumor is not intelligence. A raw log is not intelligence. Intelligence is data that has been given context and evaluated for confidence so that a defender can act on it. It comes in tiers. Strategic intelligence for executives, the big picture who and why that shapes budget and risk. Operational intelligence about specific campaigns and how they unfold. and tactical intelligence, the concrete indicators and TTPs that feed directly into your detection tools. When you feed an IP into a SIEM rule, that is tactical intelligence. When a board decides to fund a new control because a certain actor targets your sector, that is strategic intelligence. Threat hunting is the proactive, hypothesis-driven search for adversaries who have evaded your existing defenses. Its founding assumption is uncomfortable and it's deliberate. Assume you're already breached and go prove it. A hunter does not wait for a signature to fire. A hunter reasons. If an attacker had this foothold, what would they do next? And what trace would it leave? Then searches the environment for that trace. Hunting consumes intelligence and produces new intelligence. A successful hunt turns into a new detection rule, closing the loop. That relationship is a cycle. Intelligence guides the hunt. The hunt validates and enriches the intelligence. The enriched intelligence sharpens detection. This objective is that cycle, taken one family at a time. Let's think about the intelligence life cycle. Intelligence is not found, it is produced through a repeatable life cycle. You'll see this cycle referenced throughout the objective, so name its stages once cleanly. It begins with requirements, also called planning and direction. What do we need to know and for whom? Intelligence with no consumer and no question is just noise. Then collection, gathering raw data from the sources this objective names. Open source, closed source, sharing communities, your own sensors. Then processing, turning raw data into a usable form. Decoding, translating, normalizing, deduplicating, so the analysis stage has something clean to work with. Then analyses, the human and analytic core, where processed data becomes assessed intelligence with context and a confidence level attached. Then dissemination, delivering the finished intelligence to the people who requested it in the form they can use. A tactical feed for the SIEM, a briefing for leadership, and finally feedback. The consumers tell you whether it helped, and that answer reshapes the next round of requirements. So you hold the life cycle because it tells you where every other term in this objective lives. Collection methods and sources are the collection stage. Confidence level impacts are judgments made in the analysis stage. Indicators of compromise are produced in processing and analyses and consumed in dissemination. The life cycle is the skeleton. The families are the organs hanging on it. So this concept, intelligence, is produced through requirements, collection, processing, analyses, dissemination, and feedback. It's where every other 1.4 term fits. And your exam cue is questions that ask what comes next or which stage a described activity belongs to. The first family is the adversary themselves. Before you study how an attack works, CompTIA wants you to characterize who's behind it. And this objective names two actor types specifically, the APT, Advanced Persistent Threat, and the Insider Threat. Starting with the actor sets everything downstream. Motivation tells you what they're after. Money, espionage, disruption, ideology. Sophistication and resources tell you what they're capable of and how long they can sustain an operation. A financially motivated commodity crimeware operator and a nation-state espionage team may both land in your network, but they behave differently. They persist differently, and they warrant different responses. Reading the actor is reading the intent behind the indicators. And the exam is not asking you to profile every threat group in the world. It's asking you to know what makes an APT what it is, and what makes an insider threat uniquely dangerous, and to recognize the scenario cues that point at each one. For advanced persistent threat, let's think about the word advanced. That means the actor has significant capability, custom tooling, zero-day exploits when needed, deep operational discipline. This is not a script kiddie running a downloaded exploit. And then the second letter of APT, persistent. This is the word that matters most in the one people underway. The APT is not a smash and grab. They establish a long-term foothold, and they maintain access for months or years, quietly returning again and again. The signature of persistence, long dwell time, patient lateral movement. The slow campaign you learned about in Objective 1.2. And then threat, They are a deliberate, organized, well-resourced group with clear objectives, almost always espionage or strategic disruption, and very frequently nation-state or state-sponsored. As an analyst, the APT is the reason threat hunting exists. Their entire model is to evade signature detection and blend into normal activity, which means they defeat exactly the reactive tooling of the earlier objectives. You don't usually catch an APT with a single alert. You catch them by hunting for the faint behavioral pattern their patience leaves behind. This is where the pyramid of pain, behavioral indicators, and hypothesis-driven hunting all earn their place. And this objective, Objective 1.4, is where those threads converge. It's the concept, a well-resourced, often state-sponsored actor that maintains long-term stealthy access. The adversary that defeats reactive detection and justifies hunting. Your exam cue: long dwell time, stealth, espionage motive, nation state, low and slow. Now for the insider threat, the danger here is structural. The insider already has legitimate access, so many of the perimeter and signature defenses you've built just don't apply. The call is coming from inside the house. Name the 3 flavors because the exam distinguishes them. The malicious insider acts with intent. A disgruntled employee, someone bribed or recruited, a person stealing data on their way out the door. The negligent insider has no ill intent, but causes harm through carelessness, falling for phishing, mishandling data, misconfiguring a resource. And the compromised insider is a legitimate user whose credentials or device an attacker has taken over, so that the attacker now operates as a trusted user. That third category is the bridge back to the APT. Once an external actor steals valid credentials, the network sees an insider. The insider threat is the clearest case for behavior-based detection over signature-based detection. There's no malware signature for employee downloading files they are permitted to access, but have no business reason to touch. This is precisely the ground of user and entity behavior analytics from Objective 1.3. Baseline the normal, score the deviation, aggregate weak signals into a risk score. The insider is one of the many reasons that UEBA exists, and why the combination of anomalies matters more than any single one. So the concept, a threat originating from someone with legitimate access, malicious, negligent, or compromised. It matters because it defeats perimeter and signature defenses, and it's a case for behavioral analytics. The exam cue: trusted user, valid credentials, no malware, anomalous but authorized activity. The second family is TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. And this is the conceptual heart of modern threat intelligence. So you want to pay close attention to this part. TTPs are how an adversary operates, described at 3 levels of abstraction. Tactics are the why, the adversary's tactical goal, the objective of a phase of the attack, gain initial access, establish persistence, move laterally, exfiltrate data. These are the columns of the MITRE ATT&ck matrix you're about to meet. Techniques are the how, the general method used to achieve a tactic. To achieve persistence, an adversary might use a scheduled task or a registry run key or a new service. And procedures are the specific how, the exact step-by-step implementation a particular group uses. This actor using this tool with these specific parameters in this order. The 3 levels map directly onto how hard the adversary is to evade, which is the premise of the period of pain. An indicator like a file hash is trivial for an attacker to change. Their TTPs, the way they think and operate, are the hardest thing of all for them to change. So intelligence and hunting that target TTPs impose the most cost on the adversary. Bundled with TTPs, the blueprint names 4 ideas that operationalize this. MITRE ATT&ck as the shared language of TTPs, the pyramid of pain as the value model, heat maps as the visualization, and attribution as the act of tying TTPs back to an actor. So MITRE ATT&ck is the shared language of TTPs, and it is the framework this exam references more than any other. Attack, Adversarial Tactics, Techniques, and Common Knowledge is a free, globally maintained knowledge base of real-world adversary behavior, curated by MITRE from observed intrusions. Its structure mirrors those 3 levels just talked about. Tactics are the adversary's goals, presented as the columns of the attack matrix: reconnaissance, initial access, execution, persistence, privilege escalation, defense evasion, credential access, discovery, lateral movement, collection, command and control, exfiltration, and impact. Techniques and their more granular sub-techniques sit under each tactic, the specific methods, each with a unique identifier like T1105 for ingress tool transfer, at each technique entry, and each technique entry documents the procedures real groups have used, along with detection guidance and mitigations. Attack is a common vocabulary. When a sandbox report from Objective 1.3 maps behavior to attack techniques, when a threat intel platform tags a pulse with attack IDs, when your detection engineer writes a rule and labels it with a technique, everyone's speaking the same language, and coverage becomes measurable. That measurability is what makes things like the heat map that you'll see in this video possible, and what makes attack the backbone of both threat intelligence and threat hunting. It's descriptive, not predictive. It catalogs what adversaries have done, which is exactly what you need to hunt for what they might do again. So what they have done to identify what they might do. Concept, a curated knowledge base of adversary tactics, techniques, and procedures with the shared identifier system. Why it matters: it is the common language that makes detection coverage measurable and hunts repeatable. An exam cue, any question about mapping behavior to techniques or a framework of tactics and techniques. Now, the Pyramid of Pain was created by David Bianco in 2013 and is the single most important mental model in this objective because it explains why some intelligence is worth more than other intelligence. It ranks the indicators you might detect and deny by how much pain, how much cost and difficulty you inflict on the adversary when you take that indicator away from them. Read it from the bottom up because the value climbs as you go. At the base, hash values. Trivial for an attacker to change. 1 byte recompiled and the hash is completely different. So blocking a hash barely inconveniences them. Next, IP addresses. Easy to change. Rotate to a new server. Then domain names. A little more effort and cost, but still simple to re-register. In the middle, network and host artifacts. The patterns an attacker's activity leaves behind, like a distinctive user agent string, a URI pattern, a registry key, a file path. Now it's annoying for them. Changing these means altering their tooling. Higher still, tools. If you can detect the actual utility they rely on, a particular credential dumper, a specific framework, and make them find or build a replacement. And that is challenging and expensive. And at the apex, TTPs, the adversary's actual behaviors and methods. To evade detection at this level, they must relearn how they operate, retrain, rebuild their entire approach. That's the most painful thing you can impose. And it's why hunting for behavior beats hunting for hashes. So the pyramid is your prioritization guide. Automated blocking of hashes and IPs is fine and cheap, but it's low value. The attacker shrugs and adapts. The real return on your hunting effort is up the pyramid, at artifacts, tools, and TTPs, where a detection forces the adversary to abandon a way of working. It also reframes the IOC types. Atomic indicators live at the bottom, behavioral indicators live at the top. So concept, a model ranking indicators by how much cost their denial imposes on the adversary. It matters because it tells you where to spend hunting effort for maximum disruption. Exam cue, which indicator is hardest for an attacker to change? The answer climbs toward TTPs. Heat maps are the visualization layer for TTPs. And in the CySA+ world, the canonical example is the MITRE Attack Navigator. A heat map takes the attack matrix and colors each technique by some value. and the color is the message. Two dominant uses, and the exam expects you to tell them apart. First, coverage mapping. Color each technique by whether and how well your detections cover it. Green, where you have strong detection. Red or blank, where you have none. This makes your gaps visible at a glance. The uncolored cells are the techniques an adversary could use against you undetected, and that picture drives where you build your next detection or run your next hunt. Second, threat mapping by frequency or relevance. Color techniques by how often a specific actor or the actors targeting your sector use them. Now you can overlay the two, where an adversary is known to operate and where you are blind and the hottest, most dangerous cells jump out. A heat map turns an abstract catalog of hundreds of techniques into a prioritized visual decision aid. It is how a SOC answers where we exposed and to what without reading a spreadsheet. It is also the natural bridge to the threat mapping family later in this objective. A heat map is often the artifact threat mapping produces. So the concept is a color-coded visualization, usually over the attack matrix, of coverage or threat frequency. It matters because it makes detection gaps and adversary focus visible and prioritizable. And your exam cue, the attack navigator, coverage gaps, visualizing which techniques matter. Attribution is the act of determining who is responsible for an attack, tying observed activity back to a specific threat actor or group. It's built by accumulating evidence. The TTPs use the tools and infrastructure, code similarities, language and time zone artifacts, targeting patterns, and overlaps with previously documented campaigns. When enough of these line up with the known group's established behavior, an analyst assigns attribution, always with a stated confidence level, never as bare certainty. Attribution shapes response and communication. Knowing you're facing a patient, well-resourced espionage actor, rather than opportunistic crimeware, changes your urgency, your containment strategy, and how you brief leadership. It also feeds strategic intelligence. Understanding which actors target your sector guides long-term investment. But carry the caution that you'll benefit from knowing on the exam. Attribution is hard and inherently uncertain. Sophisticated actors deliberately plant false flags. They borrow another group's tools, reuse another group's infrastructure, or leave misleading artifacts specifically to misdirect attribution. So attribution is always a probabilistic judgment, expressed with confidence, and it should rarely drive an irreversible action on its own. The mature analyst treats attribution as informative context, not proof, and never lets a confident-sounding name override the technical evidence in front of them. So for the concept, linking observed activity to a responsible actor by accumulating behavioral and technical evidence. It matters because it informs response strategy and strategic intelligence. And the exam cues are false flags, confidence levels, and the danger of overtrusting a named attribution. Now for exam strategy, there are 4 patterns from the actors and TTPs have. Pattern 1, characterize the actor from the behavior. Long dwell time, stealth, patient, espionage, nation state, resources pointing to an APT. Legitimate access abused, valid credentials, no malware. Authorized but anomalous activity points to an insider threat. The exam describes the behavior and asks you to name the actor type. Read the cues, not the flattery of a scary-sounding name. Your second pattern, the 3 levels of TTPs. Tactic is the goal, the why. Technique is the general method, the how. Procedure is the specific implementation, the exact how. If a question gives you persistence via a scheduled task using this exact command, recognize the layers. Persistence is the tactic. Scheduled task is the technique. The exact command is the procedure. Pattern 3, the pyramid of pain is a value ranking. Any question asking which indicator is hardest for an attacker to change, or which detection imposes the most cost, or where to focus hunting for maximum disruption, resolves upward toward tools and TTPs. away from hashes and IPs. Hashes are trivial, TTPs are tough. And pattern 4, attack is the shared language. Heat maps visualize it. Attribution names the actor behind it, with confidence and wary of false flags. If the scenario stresses visualizing coverage gaps, that's a heat map over the attack matrix. If it stresses who did it and how sure we are, that's attribution, and the credited answer respects uncertainty. Now, the third family group turns from the adversary to the intelligence itself, where you get it and how much you should trust it. This is the professional discipline that separates intelligence from rumor. 2 questions organize it. First, how good is this intelligence? The confidence level impacts of timeliness, relevance, and accuracy. Second, where did it come from? The collection methods and sources, open source, closed source, and the sharing communities that move intelligence between organizations. A great analyst is skeptical by default. Every indicator, every feed, every report gets weighed before it drives an action. Because acting on bad intelligence wastes effort at best and causes harm at worst. Blocking a legitimate partner, chasing a stale indicator, trusting a poisoned feed. Hold the theme for the whole segment. Intelligence is only as valuable as it is timely, relevant, accurate, and appropriately sourced. Everything here is about earning trust in the data before you let it drive a decision. Don't let it drive if you can't be sure that you can trust it to drive. Confidence level impacts are the 3 factors that determine how much weight you place on a piece of intelligence. The blueprint names them precisely, so define each and, more important, understand how each one degrades your confidence when it's missing. Gut timeliness. Is the intelligence current? Threat intelligence has a shelf life, sometimes a short one. An adversary's command and control IP address is valuable the day it's reported and worthless a month later when they have rotated their infrastructure. Stale intelligence does more than fail to help, it can actively mislead, generating false positives against infrastructure that's no longer malicious or worse, that has been reassigned to a legitimate service. Timeliness is why the sharing and automation you'll see next matters so much, because intelligence has to move fast to stay valuable. So think about the relevance. Does this intelligence even apply to you or your industry or your technology stack or your threat model? A feed detailing attacks against industrial control systems is high-quality intelligence and completely irrelevant to a pure web services company. Irrelevant intelligence is not just useless, it's a distraction that consumes analysts' attention and buries the signals that matter. Look to the right when you need to be looking to the left where the truck is coming from. Good intelligence programs filter aggressively for relevance. And of course, accuracy. Is the intelligence correct and precise? Inaccurate intelligence, a mislabeled indicator, a false attribution, a benign domain flagged as malicious. This poisons your operations. And a false positive acted upon can be as damaging as a missed detection at times. Accuracy is built through corroboration. An indicator confirmed by several independent sources earns higher confidence than one seen once. So it matters because together these 3 are the analyst filter. Before intelligence drives a block, an alert, or a hunt, you ask, is it current? Does it apply to me? And is it correct? If any one of those fail, confidence should drop. And low confidence intelligence informs but does not automatically act. So the concept is timeliness, relevance, and accuracy are the 3 factors that set confidence in intelligence. It matters because they decide whether intelligence should drive action or merely inform it. And the exam cue is stale indicators, wrong sector feeds, unverified single source claims. Each of these lowers confidence. Now let's talk about the sources. Open source intelligence, OSINT, is intelligence gathered from publicly available information. Publicly available is the defining phrase. Anyone can access it. There's no special relationship or payment required. So that breadth is enormous. Public threat feeds and blogs from security vendors and researchers, government and industry advisories, CISA alerts, sector bulletins, social media and paste sites where actors and researchers both post, domain and IP registration data, the who is from Objective 1.3, public malware repositories and reputation services like VirusTotal and Abuse IPDB, even the target's own public footprint, the website, job postings, employee profiles, code repositories that an adversary would mine for reconnaissance, which means you should mine them too, to see yourself as the attacker sees you. So OSINT is the accessible, low-cost foundation of a threat intelligence program, and it's genuinely powerful. A great deal of high-value intelligence is public, but carry two cautions the exam likes. First, volume and noise. OSINT is vast and unvetted, so it demands filtering for the relevance and accuracy. Second, quality varies widely because anyone can publish, so corroboration matters more, not less. Anyone can put that information out there. OSINT is where you start and where you must be most disciplined about confidence. Don't just take it as you see it and believe it and run with it. So the concept, intelligence from publicly available sources, feed, advisories, registration data, public repositories. It matters because it is the accessible foundation of an intel program. It is powerful, but it is noisy, lots of noise. And your exam queue publicly available, no special access, and the need to vet for quality. Closed source intelligence is the deliberate contrast of OSINT. Intelligence from private, restricted, or paid sources not available to the general public. Where OSINT is free and open, closed source is curated and controlled. You trade openness for vetting. It includes commercial threat intelligence subscriptions from specialized vendors who employ analysts to research, validate, and enrich intelligence before delivering it. Private, trust-based sharing groups. Intelligence derived from a vendor's own visibility across a large customer base. Telemetry no single organization could gather alone. Government intelligence shared with cleared or vetted partners. And your own internal intelligence. The indicators and TTPs your organization has observed firsthand, which is often your highest confidence source, precisely because you generated it and know exactly how relevant it is. The trade-off is the point here. Closed source intelligence generally offers higher confidence, better vetting, more context, and greater timeliness for emerging threats, because someone is paid to curate it and its distribution is controlled. The cost is a literal cost, financial, plus reduced breadth and the obligation to honor the source's sharing restrictions. A mature program blends both, OSINT for breadth and coverage, closed source for depth, vetting, and confidence on the threats that matter to you. The concept here is intelligence from private, restricted, or paid sources, commercial feeds, vetted groups, internal observations. It matters because it trades openness for higher confidence and richer context. And your exam queue, paid or restricted, vetted and enriched, higher confidence than raw OSINT. Threat intelligence sharing is the practice of exchanging intelligence between organizations so that one victim's pain becomes everyone else's defense. Its whole premise is asymmetry correction. Attackers reuse infrastructure and techniques across many targets. So if defenders share what they see, the second and third targets can be ready. But sharing at scale only works if the intelligence is machine-readable and moves automatically, which is where standards come in. Two names to know as a pair. STIX, Structured Threat Information Expression, is the standardized language and format for representing threat intelligence. It gives indicators, TTPs, actors, and their relationships a common structure, so that intelligence from one organization's platform means the same thing in another's. You saw its shape in Objective 1.3. OpenCTI is built natively on STIX. TAXI, Trusted Automation Exchange of Intelligence Information, is the transport protocol that moves STIX formatted intelligence between systems, defining how platforms request and deliver feeds automatically over the wire. The mnemonic that sticks is the what, the language. Taxi is the how, the delivery. STIX is the letter. Taxi is the postal service. Together, STIX and Taxi are what turn a threat intelligence platform from a static database into a live, automated participant in a global defense network. A pulse from OTX, an event from MISP, a feed from a vendor, standardized as sticks, transported by taxi, flows into your SIEM, and becomes detection without a human retyping a single indicator. That automation is what keeps shared intelligence timely enough to matter. The concept is exchanging intelligence between organizations, made scalable by sticks, the format, and taxi, the transport. It matters because it corrects the attacker's reuse advantage and keeps intelligence timely through automation. Your exam cue, sticks equals structure and language, taxi equals transport and exchange. So standards move the data. Communities and handling rules govern the trust. To share intelligence safely, organizations join sharing communities and mark what they share with handling designations. The communities, ISACs, ISAC, Information Sharing and Analysis Centers, are sector-specific bodies where organizations in the same industry pool threat intelligence. Since companies in a sector face the same adversaries. There's a financial services ISAC, a health ISAC, and many more. Alongside them sit ISAOs, ISAOs, the more flexible general form, and government partnerships like CySA programs. The principle is community of shared risk. Your competitor is also your ally against a common attacker. The handling rule that you must know, the traffic light protocol, TLP. TLP is a simple, universal set of labels that tells a recipient how widely they may share what they've received. TLP red, for named recipients only. Do not share further. TLP amber, share within your organization and its clients on a need-to-know basis. A limited variant, amber strict, confines it to the organization only. TLP green, share within your community, but not publicly. And TLP clear, formerly TLP white, is share freely with no restrictions. The color governs the audience, and that's it. Sharing only functions on trust, and trust requires that everyone honor the handling rules. Leak a TLP red indicator, and you've burned a source and possibly tipped the adversary. The exam expects you to know that TLP controls distribution, and to read the colors correctly, because a question may hand you a marking and ask who you are permitted to tell. So the concept, sector communities like ISACs share intelligence. The traffic light protocol, TLP, governs how widely a recipient may redistribute it. It matters because safe sharing depends on honoring handling rules. And your exam cue is match the TLP color to the allowed audience. Red is named recipients only. Clear is unrestricted. So let's do some more exam strategy. There are 3 patterns from the sourcing and trust segment. Pattern 1, the 3 confidence factors each have a signal failure. If a scenario stresses that an indicator is old or that infrastructure has rotated, it's testing timeliness. If it stresses that a feed covers a different industry or technology than yours, it's testing relevance. If it stresses that a claim is unverified, single-sourced, or later proven wrong, it's testing accuracy. Name the factor from the failure, and remember the through line. Any of these failings should lower your confidence and stop intelligence from automatically driving action. Pattern 2, open versus closed is a trade-off, not a ranking. OSINT is free, broad, and noisy and needs vetting. Closed source is paid or restricted, narrower, vetted, and higher confidence. Your own internal intelligence is often the highest confidence source of all. If a question weighs cost against confidence or breadth against vetting, it's also asking you to reason about this trade-off. And the mature answer usually blends both. Pattern 3, sharing runs on standards and rules. Sticks is the format, the structured language. Taxi is the transport, the automated exchange. Don't swap the two. ISACs are the sector-based sharing communities, and TLP governs redistribution by color. A marking on a piece of intelligence tells you exactly who you may share it with. If a scenario gives you a TLP label and asks what you can do with the intelligence, answer strictly from the color. The 4th family is the indicator of compromise, the IOC, and you already met indicators in Objective 1.2. Here the blueprint asks you to understand them as intelligence, how they are collected, analyzed, applied, and typed. So this segment is the life cycle of an indicator. from raw observation to operational defense. First, there's one distinction you want to know for the exam that I'm going to list. It sits underneath everything in this segment. IOC versus IOA. An indicator of compromise is evidence that a breach has occurred or is occurring. A known bad hash, a C2 IP, a malicious file path. It's often reactive by nature. It tells you something bad already happened. An indicator of attack, an IOA, focuses on intent and behavior in progress, the sequence of actions that signal an attack unfolding, regardless of whether a known bad artifact is present. IOC's answer, were we hit by this known thing? IOA's answer is an attack happening right now, even a novel one. The two are complementary, and the pyramid of pain maps neatly onto them. Atomic IOCs at the bottom, behavioral IOAs near the top. With that frame set, we walk the IOC lifecycle: collection, analyses, and application. Then the two types the blueprint names, atomic and behavioral. Collection is the first stage, gathering the candidate indicators from every source available to you. It's the point where the sources you just studied meet the indicators you learned to recognize in Objective 1.2. Where indicators come from: external intelligence, the OSINT feeds, closed source subscriptions, and shared sticks and taxi streams from the previous segment, delivering indicators other organizations have already seen. And internal generation, the indicators your own environment produces, extracted from incident investigations, pulled from malware analyses and sandbox reports, surfaced by your SIEM and EDR, harvested with the file analyses and packet tools of Objective 1.3. Your own incidents are often your richest and highest confidence source because they are guaranteed to be relevant to you. The caution to carry: collection is where volume becomes a problem. Indicators arrive by the thousands from sources of wildly varying quality, and much of it is duplicated, stale, or irrelevant. So collection is never just accumulation. It is accumulation with provenance. Record where each indicator came from, when, and with what confidence, because the analysis stage that follows depends entirely on knowing the pedigree of what you collected. An indicator with no source and no timestamp cannot be judged, and an indicator you cannot judge, you cannot safely use. So the concept: gathering candidate indicators from external feeds and internal generation with their provenance. It matters because the quality of everything downstream depends on knowing where each indicator came from. And your exam cue: internal versus external sources. The need to capture source and timestamp, not just the indicator. Analyses is the stage that turns collected indicators into trustworthy, contextualized intelligence. Raw indicators are just data points. Analyses makes them usable, and it does three jobs. It validates: is this indicator real, current, and correct? Applying the timeliness and accuracy tests from the confidence segment, deduplicating and discarding false positives before they reach production. It contextualizes: what does this indicator mean? What malware family? What actor? What campaign? What stage of an attack? What related indicators cluster with it? A lone IP address is nearly useless. The same IP tied to a known actor's C2 infrastructure, active this week, targeting your sector, is actionable intelligence. And it prioritizes. Not every valid indicator deserves equal weight. So analyses ranks by confidence, severity, and relevance, deciding what feeds automated blocking, what feeds a hunt, and what gets watched. Analyses is where confidence levels are assigned and where the pyramid of pain guides your effort. A low-value atomic indicator might be pushed straight to automated blocking, while a behavioral pattern warrants human hunting. Skip analyses, and you're acting on raw, unvetted data, which is how a SOC ends up blocking its own payment processor because a stale feed mislabeled it. Analyses is the human judgment that stands between a feed and a firewall rule. So the concept is validating, contextualizing, and prioritizing collected indicators into trustworthy intelligence. It matters because it assigns confidence and prevents acting on raw, unvetted data. And your exam cue: adding context, deduplicating, ranking by confidence and relevance before use. Now, application and usage. Application is the blueprint's application and usage, and that's the payoff. putting analyzed indicators to work in your defenses. Collection and analyses produce nothing of value until the intelligence is operationalized. Then it's operationalized in 3 modes. Detection. Feed indicators into your monitoring so that they fire when they appear. Put hashes and IPs into the SIEM as correlation rules. Load domains into DNS filtering. Deploy Yara rules to endpoints. Add signatures to Snort or Suricata. Every tool from Objective 1.3 is a consumer of applied indicators. Blocking and prevention. Use high-confidence indicators proactively. Block malicious IPs at the firewall. Sinkhole C2 domains. Quarantine files by hash before they execute. And hunting. Use indicators, especially behavioral ones, as the starting point for proactive searches across historical data. The retrospective hunt you saw with Zeek and SIEM retention. Asking, have we ever seen this? Going back 90 days. The nuance the exam probes is that the mode must match the confidence and the pyramid level. High confidence atomic indicators are safe to automate, block them, and move on. Lower confidence or behavioral indicators belong in detection and hunting, where a human evaluates before acting, because auto-blocking on a shaky or broad indicator causes outages and false positives. Matching the application to the indicator's confidence and type is the analyst's judgment call, and it closes the loop back to the confidence level factors that opened this whole segment. So the concept, operationalizing analyzed indicators through detection, blocking, and hunting. It matters because intelligence delivers value only when applied, and the mode must fit the indicator's confidence and type. Your exam cue, automate high-confidence atomic indicators. Hunt on behavioral ones. Match action to confidence. So further on atomic versus behavioral, because the blueprint names these as 2 types of indicators. And the contrast between them is one of the most testable ideas in the objective. It ties directly back to the pyramid of pain. An atomic indicator is a single, discrete, self-contained fact that cannot be broken down further and still retain meaning. A specific IP address, a domain name, a file hash, an email address. Atomic indicators are simple to share, simple to match, and simple to automate. But they sit at the bottom of the pyramid. Trivial for an attacker to change. Block 1 hash and they recompile. Block 1 IP and they rotate. High volume, low individual value, easy to evade. A behavioral indicator describes a pattern of activity, a sequence or combination of actions that signals malicious behavior regardless of the specific atomic values involved. Not this exact hash, but a process spawned from a document that then reached out to the internet and wrote to a run key. Behavioral indicators map to the top of the period. They describe TTPs, the way an adversary operates, so they are far harder to evade, because changing them means changing behavior. They are also harder to define, harder to share in a simple list, and they demand richer detection and human hunting rather than a flat block list. This is exactly the atomic versus behavioral, signature versus anomaly axis you have seen in every objective so far, now just named precisely. The two are complementary, not competing. Atomic indicators give you cheap, automatable coverage against known threats. Behavioral indicators give you durable, evasion-resistant detection of how adversaries operate, including novel ones. A mature program uses both. Automate the atomic, hunt the behavioral, and know which is which. So your concept, atomic indicators are single discrete facts. Behavioral indicators are patterns of activity. It matters because atomic is cheap and evadable. Behavioral is durable and evasion resistant. They map to the bottom and the top of the pyramid. And your exam cue, single value versus pattern or sequence, which is harder to evade, behavioral. Let's do a little bit more exam strategy now on indicators of compromise, the 3 patterns from the IOC segment. Pattern 1, know the life cycle and place the activity. Collection gathers indicators with their provenance. Analysis validates, contextualizes, and prioritizes them, assigning confidence. Application puts them to work in detection, blocking, or hunting. If a question describes deduplicating and adding context, that's analyses. If it describes pushing indicators into a firewall, that is application. And the golden rule of the life cycle, never skip analyses. Acting on raw collected indicators is the classic wrong answer. Pattern 2, atomic versus behavioral, is the pyramid in miniature. Atomic equals a single discrete value, hash, IP, domain, all cheap to automate, trivial to evade, and bottom of the pyramid. Behavioral equals a pattern or sequence. Top of the pyramid, hard to evade, warrants hunting. When a question asks which indicator an attacker can most easily change, the answer is atomic. Which is most durable or best against a novel attack? The answer is behavioral. Pattern 3, match the application to the confidence and type. High confidence atomic indicators are safe to automate and block. Low confidence or behavioral indicators belong in detection and human hunting, not automated blocking, because the cost of a false positive at machine speed is an outage. If a scenario proposes auto-blocking on a broad, behavioral, or low-confidence indicator, that is the trap. The credited answer routes it to a human-in-the-loop hunt instead. Now, everything so far has been the intelligence half, knowing the adversary and trusting your knowledge. The final segment is the hunting half, using that knowledge proactively through the 3 families the blueprint names: threat modeling, threat mapping, and cyber deception, plus the mindset that unifies them: hypotheses-driven hunting. The shift is one of posture. Detection waits for the adversary to trip a sensor. Hunting assumes the adversary is already inside and has evaded the sensors, and goes looking for them on purpose. To hunt well, you need 3 things this segment provides: a systematic way to enumerate what could go wrong, threat modeling, a way to map likely adversary behavior against your actual environment to know where to look, threat mapping, and a way to make the adversary reveal themselves by turning your environment against them, cyber deception. Hold the posture change as the theme. Where the earlier objectives asked what happened, this segment asks what would a capable adversary do here, and how would I catch them doing it before an alarm ever sounds. Hypothesis-driven hunting is the engine of proactive defense, and it's the method that gives the whole hunting half its structure. A hunt is not aimless log browsing. It is a small piece of science. Think about this cycle. It begins with a hypothesis, a specific, testable statement about how an adversary might be operating in your environment, informed by intelligence. Not let us look around, but if an actor targeting our sector used this attack technique, we would see this artifact on our domain controllers. Then you gather and analyze the relevant data to test that hypothesis, using the tools of Objective 1.3. Query the SIEM, hunt the EDR telemetry, search Zeek logs across history. Then one of 2 outcomes. You find evidence, and the hunt becomes an incident and a new detection, or you find nothing, which is not failure. It is a validated gap in adversary activity and often a discovered gap in your visibility. Either way, you operationalize the result. A successful hunt's finding becomes an automated detection rule, so you never have to hunt the same thing by hand again. Hypothesis-driven hunting is where every concept in this objective converges. Intelligence supplies the hypotheses. Attack and the pyramid of pain aim it at a high-value behavior. The confidence factors weigh the evidence. Behavioral indicators are what you hunt for. The hunt is the objective's title made operational. Threat intelligence and threat hunting joined. The concept: a structured, testable, hypothesis-driven, proactive search for adversaries who evaded detection. It matters because it is the method that turns intelligence into found threats and new detections. Your exam cue is proactive, hypothesis-driven, assume breach. A negative hunt still has value. Now, stride. I have other videos on stride. Stride is across many exams, many tests, and very well known. Threat modeling is the systematic process of identifying, enumerating, and prioritizing the threats to a system before an attacker finds them for you. Rather than reacting to attacks, you methodically ask of a system's design, how could this be attacked? And you structure that question with the model. The blueprint names STRIDE, so you should be familiar with it because STRIDE is an acronym, and the exam is going to test those letters in that acronym. STRIDE developed at Microsoft. That's another thing you might see in a question. It'll be a scenario they might mention, developed by Microsoft. So it names 6 categories of threat, and the blueprint spells them out. So remember 6 categories of threat, and then remember what each word means. This is one of those scenarios where you really need to know the acronym, what it means. Spoofing, for the S in stride. That's pretending to be someone or something you're not, defeating authentication. Tampering, unauthorized modification of data or code, defeating integrity. Repudiation, denying you performed an action, defeating accountability and non-repudiation, which is why logging matters. Information disclosure, exposing data to those not authorized to see it, defeating confidentiality. Denial of service, degrading or denying availability to legitimate users. And elevation of privilege, gaining capabilities you're not entitled to, defeating authorization. Notice the elegant design. Each stride category is the violation of a specific security property. Spoofing violates authentication. Tampering violates integrity. Repudiation violates non-repudiation. Information disclosure violates confidentiality. Denial of service violates availability. Elevation of privilege violates authorization. Threat modeling is proactive, design time security, and stride gives it structure so you don't miss a category. Walk a system component by component. Ask which of the 6 stride threats apply to each, and you produce a systematic list of what to defend and what to hunt for, which feeds directly into threat mapping and your detection priorities. So the concept is systematically enumerating threats to a system, structured by the 6 stride categories. It matters because proactive, design time threat identification that leaves no category unconsidered. And the exam cue is match each stride letter to the security property it violates. Recognize the acronym when it's expanded, when it's all spelled out. Now for threat mapping, this is the practice of aligning known threats and adversary behaviors against your specific environment to understand where you are exposed and where an attack would likely go. If threat modeling asks how could a system be attacked in the abstract, threat mapping grounds that question in your real assets, your real architecture, and the real adversaries who target organizations like yours. Mapping relevant adversary TTPs, usually via MITRE ATT&CK, onto your environment is what it produces for you so you can see which techniques matter to you and whether you can detect them. That overlay is frequently the heat map talked about earlier in this objective. Adversary behavior on one axis, your detection coverage on the other, and the dangerous gap lighting up where the two intersect. Threat mapping also traces likely attack paths, how an adversary could change techniques to move from an entry point to your crown jewel assets, which connects to the architecture and attack surface of Objective 1.1. The output is a prioritized picture of risk. Not every theoretical threat, but the ones that are both likely against you and currently undetected. Threat mapping is what directs finite hunting and engineering effort to the right place. You cannot hunt everything, so you hunt where a relevant adversary is likely to operate and where you are currently blind. It's the bridge from intelligence to action. It takes everything you know about actors, TTPs in your own environment, and produces a to-do list ordered by real risk. The concept is aligning relevant adversary behaviors and attack paths against your specific environment to find exposure. It matters because it prioritizes where to hunt and where to build detection. It's focusing finite effort on real risk. Your exam cue is mapping TTPs to your environment, attack coverage overlays, likely attack paths to key assets. So let's go over the concept of cyber deception, the last family, and it inverts the entire defensive posture in a way worth savoring, thinking about. Every technique before this tried to find the adversary in the noise. Deception, on the other hand, plants deliberate traps and lures inside your environment so the adversary finds you and reveals themselves the moment they touch something they never should have. The founding logic is the near-zero false positive property, a deception asset. A fake server, a fake credential, a fake file has no legitimate business purpose. No real user or process has any reason to interact with it. So any interaction with it is by definition suspicious. You don't have to wonder. And almost certainly malicious or unauthorized. So contrast that with the rest of your detection stack, which drowns in false positives because it has to distinguish malicious activity from a sea of legitimate activity that looks similar. A deception asset removes that ambiguity entirely. Touching the trap is the alert. One clean signal and no haystack to dig through. Deception is a force multiplier for detection, especially against the hardest adversaries. the patient APT and the compromised insider from the start of the subjective, who move carefully to avoid tripping conventional sensors, but cannot know which assets are real and which are bait. Deception also slows attackers down and consumes their time on worthless targets. And it generates high-fidelity intelligence about their TTPs as they interact with the trap. The blueprint names two forms, honeypots and honey tokens. So the concept here is planting deliberate traps and lures so that any interaction with them signals an intruder. It matters because near zero false positives, and it catches the stealthy adversaries that evade conventional detection. Your exam queue is no legitimate reason to touch it, so any access is an alert. So the honeypot of those two just mentioned, that's a decoy system, a whole machine or service deliberately deployed to attract and detect attackers. It's built to look like a legitimate, even tempting target, a server that appears to run a vulnerable service, a database that looks full of valuable data, an exposed workstation, but it actually holds nothing real, and it's isolated and heavily instrumented, so that every action an attacker takes against it is recorded. Know the two axes the exam uses. By interaction level, a low interaction honeypot emulates just enough of a service to detect and log connection attempts. Cheap, safe, and limited in what it learns. A high interaction honeypot is a real, fully functional system which captures far richer intelligence about attacker behavior but carries more risk and cost. Because a real system can potentially be turned against you if not carefully contained. By scope, a single honeypot is one decoy. A honey net is an entire fake network of them, designed to convincingly occupy an attacker and study a full intrusion. A honeypot delivers two things at once. A high-fidelity alert the instant an attacker engages, since nothing legitimate should ever touch it, and a live intelligence source on real adversary TTPs, which feeds straight back into the top of your pyramid of pain. It also draws attention and time away from your real assets. The cost is deployment and maintenance effort, and the discipline to isolate it so it never becomes a launch point. The concept, a decoy system built to attract, detect, and study attackers. It matters because instant high-fidelity detection plus live intelligence on real TTPs. And your exam queue, low versus high interaction. A honey net is a network of honeypots. Now, a honey token is deception shrunk to a single piece of data, a decoy artifact, not a whole system, planted where an attacker would find it, and designed to trigger an alert the moment it is used or accessed. Where a honeypot is a fake building, a honey token is a fake item you leave lying around inside your real buildings. The forms are wonderfully varied, and that flexibility is the point. A set of fake credentials seeded into a config file or password store. If anyone ever tries to authenticate with them, you know your store was read by someone who should not have read it. A decoy document with an embedded beacon that phones home when opened, revealing an exfiltration in progress. A fake row or record in a database, a canary record, whose appearance anywhere else means your database was stolen. A special URL or API key that no legitimate process uses, so any request against it is an intruder. A well-known form is the canary token, trivial to generate and scatter across your environment. Honey tokens are cheap, easy to deploy in volume, and they excel at catching exactly the threats this objective opened with. Seed fake credentials, and a compromised insider or a lateral moving APT harvesting credentials will grab them and reveal themselves. Plant canary records, and data theft announces itself. Like all deception, the signal is nearly false positive free. No legitimate user has any reason to touch a honey token. And unlike a honeypot, a honey token can be sprinkled anywhere inside your real systems, watching from within. So the concept, a decoy piece of data, fake credentials, a canary record, a beacon document that alerts when used. It matters because cheap, scatterable, near zero false positives, and ideal against credential theft and data exfiltration. And your exam queue is a single fake artifact whose use signals an intruder, canary tokens. Now, for exam strategy for hunting, modeling, mapping, deception. Now, exam strategy for hunting, including modeling, mapping, and deception. Let's talk about the hunting have 4 patterns. Pattern 1, STRIDE is an acronym test. Expect a question that gives you an attack and asks for its STRIDE category, or gives you a letter and asks for the property it violates. Spoofing breaks authentication. Tampering breaks integrity. Repudiation breaks non-repudiation. Information disclosure breaks confidentiality. Denial of service breaks availability. Elevation of privilege breaks authorization. So you want to memorize the pairs, and the acronym expands itself. Now, pattern 2, separate modeling from mapping. Threat modeling enumerates threats to a system in the abstract at design time, structured by STRIDE. Threat mapping grounds threats in your specific environment, aligning adversary TTPs against your assets and coverage, often as an attack heat map, to find real exposure and attack paths. Abstract enumeration is modeling. Environment-specific overlay is mapping. Pattern 3, deceptions defining property as the near absent false positive. Any question that hinges on no legitimate reason to interact with it, so any access is malicious, is pointing at cyber deception. A honeypot is a decoy system, low or high interaction. A honeynet is many. A honey token is a decoy piece of data. Fake credentials, a canary record, a beacon document. Scatterable anywhere. If the trap is a whole system, it's honeypot. If it's a single artifact, it's honey token. And pattern 4, the posture words tell you the half. Reactive alert-driven signature. What happened language belongs to detection and the early objectives. Proactive, hypotheses-driven, assume breach, go find them. That language belongs to hunting. And remember the whole objective spine. Intelligence supplies the knowledge. Hunting applies it. And the two form a loop that you should be able to see as a whole for the exam. A whole, an entirety. Now we want to stand back and take a quick look at the whole objective as we're closing out here. Seeing it in whole is how you answer the questions that cross between families. You can now characterize the adversary, the patient, stealthy APT, and the trusted insider. You can describe how they operate in the shared language of TTPs. Rank the value of what you detect with the pyramid of pain. Catalog behavior with MITRE ATT&ck. Visualize it with heat maps. And tie it to an anchor with attribution. Carefully, aware of false flags. You can judge intelligence by its timeliness, relevance, and accuracy, and source it from open and closed channels, sharing it safely with STIX, TAXI, ISACs, and the traffic light protocol. You can run an indicator through its life cycle, collect it with provenance, analyze it into context and confidence, apply it in detection, blocking, or hunting, and you know atomic from behavioral, and why behavioral hurts the adversary more. And you can turn proactive, model threats with STRIDE, map them onto your environment, hunt on a hypothesis, and lay honeypots and honey tokens that make the adversary announce themselves. That is Objective 1.4, complete every family on the blueprint in order. So use it the way I recommend in each of these videos. First pass, watch straight through, and let the two-half structure, intelligence and hunting, settle into place. Remember, this is for your benefit, not mine. I don't get credit for when you watch things more than once. As I say, then take a second pass, stop on every exam strategy slide and quiz yourself on the patterns before I say them, and drill the two acronym and pairing tables that will absolutely appear. STRIDE against the security properties in the pyramid of pain from hashes up to TTPs. And then third pass, in your final week, cover the roadmap and name each of the 8 families and its key contrast. APT versus insider, atomic versus behavioral, OSINT versus closed source, honeypot versus honey token, modeling versus mapping, STIX versus TAXI. Master the contrasts, and this objective pays you on exam day. So I will continue putting out these videos, working on every objective of CSO004 in order. So coming up next, as soon as I get it ready, will be Objective 1.5, Efficiency and Process Improvement in Security Operations. If you find this helpful, please subscribe. Makes it easier for you to see the next one coming out. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. This is CompTIA CySA Plus exam code CS0-004 exam prep video. And today you're working through Objective 1.5 here. Explain the importance of efficiency and process improvement in security operations. Domain 1, security operations, carries 34% of your exam, the largest single slice of the blueprint, and this objective is the piece that turns everything else in that domain into something a team can run every day without falling apart. The verb in the objective title is explain. That tells you CompTIA wants conceptual command here rather than tool mechanics. But you don't want to let that lull you. Explain type objectives show up wrapped inside scenario stems all the time, and the wrong answers are built from terms that live one shelf over from the right one. There are 3 families in this objective, and the whole video follows them in order. First, standardized processes, which covers team coordination and playbook and runbook creation. Second, streamline operations, which covers automation and orchestration, security orchestration, automation and response, infrastructure as code, data enrichment, rule and alert tuning, and dashboard creation. Third, technology and tool integration, which covers application programming interfaces, webhooks, and plugins. When you learn the families, the individual terms stop being a list you memorize and start being a map that you're navigating. Before the content, place this objective in the arc that you've hopefully already walked if you've been watching the previous objective videos I've put out. In Objective 1.1, you learned system and network architecture concepts and where log and telemetry sources come from. In 1.2, you learned to analyze indicators of potentially malicious activity, reading the signal and host, network, application, and identity data. In 1.3, you picked up the tools and techniques that determine whether activity is malicious. In 1.4, you added threat intelligence and threat hunting, so the team stops waiting for alerts and starts going looking. Every one of those objectives makes an individual analyst more capable. None of them, by itself, makes a security operations center scale. Objective 1.5 is the scaling objective. It answers a different question. When the same investigation has to happen 80 times a day across 3 shifts with people at different skill levels, how do you make the outcome consistent, fast, and measurable? Keep that framing in your head because it's also the framing CompTIA uses when it writes the questions. Concept 1.5 is the operational layer that carries the skills of 1.1 through 1.4 across a whole team. It matters because capability without repeatability collapses the moment volume rises or the strongest analyst goes on leave. And your exam cue when a STEM describes inconsistency, backlog, or wasted analyst hours rather than a specific indicator. You're in Objective 1.5 territory. Efficiency in Security Operations Center is not a comfort topic. It's measured, and the measurements are what leadership sees. Mean time to detect is the gap between compromise and the moment your team knows. Mean time to respond is the gap between knowing and containing. Dwell time is how long an adversary operates inside your environment before removal. Alert volume, true positive rate, and false positive rate describe whether your detection content is helping or drowning your queue. Backlog age and case aging tell you whether work is flowing or piling up. Every one of those numbers gets worse when process is missing. Analysts investigate the same alert 2 different ways and reach 2 different conclusions. Evidence gets handled inconsistently, which weakens what you can support later. Shift handoffs lose context. Tier 1 burns hours pivoting between 6 consoles to gather the same context on every case. Skilled people leave and their knowledge leaves with them, because it lived in their head instead of in a document. Process improvement is the discipline that attacks those numbers directly. The concept, efficiency, is expressed in defined operational metrics, not in feelings about how busy the team is. It matters because the fix for a rising detection to response gap is usually process, not another product. Your exam cue, stems that quote rising mean time to respond. Growing backlog or repeated analyst pivoting are asking for a process answer. Now for segment 1, we've got standardized processes, team coordination, and playbook and runbook creation. Standardizing a process means defining a single agreed way that a category of work gets done, writing it down, and holding the team to it. In a security operations center, that covers alert triage steps, evidence collection and handling, escalation criteria, incident declaration thresholds, communication paths, documentation requirements, and case closure standards. The enemy you're fighting is variance. When 2 analysts handle the same phishing report differently, you get inconsistent outcomes, incomparable metrics, and defensive gaps that you cannot see. Standardization also unlocks everything in the rest of this objective, and the order matters. A process has to be repeatable before it can be measured. It has to be measured before you can improve it, and it has to be stable before it's worth automating. Automating an undefined process only lets you produce bad outcomes faster. And note the direction of current guidance as well. NIST Special Publication 861 Revision 3, published in April 2025, replaced the older 4-phase handling guide that reframed incident response as a continuous part of cybersecurity risk management aligned to the Cybersecurity Framework 2.0 functions. Preparation in that model is where standardization lives. Now, the concept, standardization, removes variance, so outcomes stop depending on which analyst caught the case. It matters because repeatable work is the only work you can measure, improve, or safely automate. And your exam cue, when a STEM describes different analysts producing different results from the same input, the answer is process standardization, not more tooling. Now, coordination is the human half of standardization, and CompTIA calls it out explicitly. Start with structure. Defined tiers with Tier 1 triaging and validating, Tier 2 investigating and scoping, and Tier 3 handling advanced analyses, hunting, and engineering. Then define the seams between them, because seams are where cases die. Escalation criteria say what conditions move a case up a tier and how fast. Shift handoff of procedures carry context across the clock, so the incoming analyst inherits the investigation rather than restarting it. Case management gives every piece of work one record, one owner, and one timeline. A responsibility assignment model, the kind often written as responsible, accounted, consulted, and informed, RACI, keeps two people from both assuming the other made the containment call. During an incident commander runs coordination while analysts work, and cross-functional partners get looped in on defined triggers. Legal, human resources, privacy, corporate communications, executive leadership, and information technology operations. And do not forget deconfliction, which means knowing whether the activity you're chasing is your own red team or authorized testing before you page the executive on call. The concept, coordination defines roles, seams, and communication paths before pressure arrives. It matters because under incident conditions, undefined ownership produces duplicated effort and silent gaps at the same time. Your exam cue is stems about handoffs, unclear ownership, escalation delays, or notifying outside teams point to coordination, not to a technology control. Playbooks and runbooks are how standardized process becomes a durable artifact instead of a hallway agreement. Building one starts from reality. Take an incident type your team handles often. Walk what your strong analysts already do and capture it. Then define the trigger that starts the procedure, the inputs required, the sequence of actions, the decision points where judgment is required, the escalation thresholds, the notification requirements, and the conditions for closure. Write for the person who will use it at 3 a.m, not for the person who wrote it. Keep the documents in version control with an owner and review cadence, because a procedure that references a decommissioned tool is worse than no procedure at all. Test them before you need them, through tabletop exercises and simulations, and update them after every real incident during lessons learned. One more habit that pays on the exam and on the job. Write your procedures so the deterministic parts are cleanly separated from the judgment parts. That separation is exactly where automation attaches later. Your concept, a playbook or runbook, converts expert practice into a repeatable, reviewable artifact. It matters because undocumented expertise walks out the door and cannot be audited, tested, or automated. And your exam cue, creation, versioning, testing, and post-incident revision of procedures all belong to this bullet. The contrast that's been said to come up regularly in CompTIA exams. A playbook is strategic and scoped to an incident type. Ransomware, business email compromise, insider data theft, cloud credential abuse. It spans teams, including conditional branches, contains human decision gates, and answers what happens and why. It brings in legal, communications, and leadership at defined points. A runbook is tactical and scoped to a task. Isolate this host, reset and reissue these credentials, pull this memory image, lock this domain at the proxy. It is step-by-step, deterministic, usually owned by one function, and answers how. Because a runbook has no ambiguity in it, a runbook is the natural unit of automation, and a playbook typically calls runbooks as it advances. In some platform documentation, the two words are used loosely, but on the exam, hold the distinction. Scope and decision content separate them. Playbooks have judgment in them. Runbooks are meant not to. So the concept, playbooks orchestrate a response across teams. Runbooks execute a defined task the same way every time. It matters because mapping automation to runbooks and governance to playbooks keeps humans in the decisions that carry business risk. And your exam cue, cross-team, conditional, incident type language signals, playbook. Single task, step-by-step, repeatable language signals, runbook. Walk the shape of a playbook once, and it'll stay with you. A trigger fires from a detection, a user report, an intelligence tip, or a hunt finding. Validation confirms the event is real and not a known false positive. Scoping and enrichment establish who and what is affected, pulling asset ownership, identity context, and threat intelligence. Then comes the first decision gate. Does this meet the criteria to be declared an incident? If no, it stays an alert, gets documented, and closes. And the disposition feeds tuning. If yes, severity gets assigned, roles activate, and notification requirements start. Containment follows, then eradication and recovery, then the reporting obligations, then closure and lessons learned, which feed back into the procedure itself. So notice where automation belongs. Enrichment, evidence collection, ticket creation, and notification are strong automation candidates because they are deterministic and low risk. Containment actions that can take a production system offline usually sit behind a human approval gate. They should. Now, concept, a playbook is a branching flow anchored by decision gates and closed by a feedback loop. That matters because knowing which steps carry business risk tells you which steps keep a human in the loop. And your exam cue. Expect questions on where an incident is declared, where notification obligations begin, and which steps are safe to automate. Now for a strategy checkpoint. Pause here and quiz yourself on these patterns instead of just listening to them. Pattern 1. The stem describes several analysts reaching different conclusions on the same alert type. The answer is standardized procedure or process documentation, not additional training alone and not a new tool. Pattern 2. The stem describes a task performed identically every time with no judgment required and asks how to make it consistent or faster. That's a runbook, and it's the automation candidate. Pattern 3. The stem involves notifying legal or communications, coordinating across teams or conditional branches by severity. That's a playbook. Pattern 4. The stem describes context lost between shifts or a case nobody owned. That's coordination, specifically handoff procedure and case management. Pattern 5. The stem describes a procedure that failed because it referenced tools that the team no longer runs. The answer is a review and maintenance cadence, not writing a new document from scratch. One habit that lifts scores across the whole domain. Read the last sentence of the stem first. The question CompTIA asks is often narrower than the scenario suggests. And the narrow question tells you which of these 5 patterns you're in. Now for segment 2, streamline operations, automation and orchestration, data enrichment, tuning, and dashboards. The 2 words automation and orchestration travel together and are graded separately. Automation is making a single task run without a human doing it. A script that pulls the reputation of every observed domain, a rule that opens a ticket when a detection fires, a job that collects a memory image on demand. Orchestration is coordinating multiple tasks across multiple systems into one governed workflow with sequencing, conditional logic, data passed between steps, and error handling. Automation is the individual action. Orchestration is the conductor. Together they buy you speed, consistency, scale, and analyst hours returned to work that need a brain. They also carry real risk. Automating a process you never standardized just industrializes a bad outcome. Aggressive automated containment can isolate a production system on a false positive and cause the outage your program exists to prevent. Integrations break silently when a credential rotates or an interface version changes. So build in approval gates for high-impact actions, error handling and rollback paths, complete logging so every automated action is attributable, and least privileged service accounts so the workflow cannot do more than its job requires. So the concept automation executes one task, Orchestration coordinates many tasks and tools into a workflow. It matters because automating an unstable process multiplies its errors instead of removing them. And your exam cue. Single task equals automation. Multi-tool, multi-step. Conditional workflow equals orchestration. Security orchestration, automation, and response, abbreviated SOAR, SOAR, is the platform that puts what we just discussed into practice. Read the name as its own definition. Orchestration across tools, automation of tasks, and response actions executed from one place. A SOAR platform ingests alerts and events from your detection stack, normalizes them, creates and tracks cases with owners and timelines, executes playbooks and runbooks as code, enriches indicators through connectors to intelligence and asset resources, takes response actions through connectors to enforcement points, and produces the metrics that tell you whether any of it's working. Hold the contrast with the Security Information and Event Management platform you met earlier in Domain 1. A SIEM is built to collect, correlate, and detect across log data. SOAR is built to act on what comes out. Detection versus response in one line. Modern guidance points the same direction. Revision 3 of the NIST Incident Response publication explicitly encourages using these platforms to reduce noise and prioritize where limited analyst attention goes. The concept: SOAR turns written procedure into executable workflow with case management wrapped around it. It matters because it compresses the response half of your metrics, the half that includes mean time to respond. And your exam cue: if the STEM emphasizes correlation and detection, answer SIEM. If it emphasizes automated response, case handling, or playbook execution, answer SOAR. We want to think about the SOAR in the stack. Picture the flow end to end. On the left, sources, your SIEM endpoint and extended detection and response, EDR, email security, cloud provider logs, identity provider events, network sensors, and user report. Those arrive at the SOAR platform where ingestion and normalization put dissimilar alerts into a common shape. A case is created and assigned. The playbook engine begins execution. Enrichment connectors reach outward to threat intelligence, the asset inventory or configuration management database, the identity directory, and vulnerability data, and they write results back onto the case. The workflow reaches a decision point. Low risk, high confidence actions proceed automatically. High impact actions wait at an approval gate for a human. Then response connectors act. Block at the firewall or proxy. Isolate the host or the endpoint agent. Disable or force re-authentication on an account. Quarantine a message across mailboxes. Open a change ticket. Everything gets written to the case record, and closure feeds metrics and tuning. That loop back to tuning is the part people skip and the part that keeps quality climbing. So the concept: SOAR sits between detection sources and enforcement points, carrying context and actions between them. It matters because the value is in the connectors and the case record, not in any single automated action. And your exam cue: know which side of the platform an activity lives on before you pick the tool name in the answer. Infrastructure as code means defining and provisioning infrastructure through machine-readable definition files rather than manual configuration. You describe the desired state of servers, networks, identity policy, and cloud resources in code. Store it in version control. Review changes through the same pull request process your developers use, and let a tool build the environment to match. For a security analyst, the value is direct. Environments become consistent, so you know what normal looks like, which sharpens every detection you wrote back in Objective 1.2 and 1.3. Baselines and hardening standards become enforceable artifacts instead of documents nobody reads. Changes become reviewable and attributable, so you can answer who changed what and when. Recovery becomes rebuilding from a known good definition rather than repairing a compromised system in place. Security requirements can be expressed as policy as code and evaluated automatically before deployment. The risks are equally direct. Secrets committed into a repository leak widely. A single misconfiguration in a template replicates across every environment built from it. Drift happens when someone changes a live system by hand, so drift detection matters. The concept: infrastructure defined in version-controlled code becomes consistent, reviewable, and rebuildable. It matters because consistency and rapid rebuild shorten recovery time and make anomalies easier to spot. Your exam Q answers about rebuilding from a template, detecting drift, or scanning definitions before deployment belong here.
4 contrasts to carry into the exam. First, declarative versus imperative. A declarative definition states the desired end state and lets the tool decide the steps. An imperative definition scripts the sequence of steps to get there. Declarative is the common pattern in this space and is easier to reason about for security review. Second, mutable versus immutable infrastructure. Mutable systems get patched and modified in place, accumulating unique history and configuration debt. Immutable systems get replaced by a freshly built instance from the current definition, which erases persistence and shortens recovery. Third, drift. Drift is divergence between what the code says and what the environment is, almost always caused by a manual change. And drift detection is what catches it. Fourth, policy as code and template scanning. Security rules written in a policy language can block a non-compliant deployment before it exists, and scanning templates before deployment moves defect discovery left. Alongside all 4, treat secrets management as mandatory. Credentials belong in a secret store referenced by the code, never in the code. Concept: the patterns that make infrastructure as code powerful also determine how it fails. It's important because an error in a template is not one misconfiguration. It's every instance built from it. Your exam Q: expect a distractor pair of declarative versus imperative, or mutable versus immutable in this objective. Data enrichment is adding context to an alert automatically, so the analyst gets a complete picture instead of a bare event. An unenriched alert says a process on a host contacted an external address. An enriched alert says the same thing, plus the host is a domain controller tagged business critical. The account is a service account with privileged rights. The destination address appeared in intelligence reporting 11 days ago. The parent process is a mail client, and the same behavior has never been observed in this environment before. The second alert is a decision. The first is a research assignment. Common enrichment sources include threat intelligence platforms and feeds from Objective 1.4, the asset inventory or configuration management database for ownership and criticality, the identity directory for role and privilege, vulnerability data for exposure, geolocation and network registration data, historical prevalence from your own telemetry, and endpoint process lineage. Enrichment reduces console pivoting, and console pivoting is where analyst hours quietly disappear. It also improves prioritization because criticality and exposure are what should drive queue order. The concept: enrichment attaches context to an event before a human ever opens it. It's important because it cuts investigation time and raises the quality of the triage decision at the same time. Faster and better. Your exam Q: adding context to an alert is enrichment. Changing the rule that produced the alert is tuning. Follow one alert through the pipeline. It arrives raw from a detection source. Normalization maps its fields into a common schema, so downstream logic works regardless of vendor. Enrichment then queries its context source in turn and writes the results onto the event. Asset criticality and owner from the inventory, user role and privilege from the directory, indicator reputation and campaign association from intelligence, exposure from vulnerability data, registration and location from network data. Scoring or risk weighing combines those attributes into a priority. Routing then sends the alert where it belongs. Known benign combinations close automatically with a documented disposition. Standard cases go to the Tier 1 queue in priority order. High criticality or high privilege cases route straight to Tier 2. Cases meeting declaration criteria open an incident. Then the closure disposition of every one of those cases flows back into detection engineering as tuning input, which is where the pipeline stops being a line and becomes a loop. The concept: normalize, enrich, score, route, then feed dispositions back into detection. The routing decision is only as good as the context available when it is made. And your exam Q: watch for stems where the fix is better context before triage rather than more alerts or more analysts.
Tuning is the ongoing adjustment of detection rules so that the alerts your team receives are worth their time. Every rule sits on a trade-off. Tighten it and false positives fall, while false negatives rise, meaning real activity slips past. Loosen it, and you catch more but bury the queue. Chasing zero false positives is how teams end up blind. The discipline is measurement. Know your alert volume per rule, your true positive rate, and how much analyst time each rule consumes. Rules with high volume and near zero true positives are your first targets. Tune against your own environment, since the vulnerability scanner that triggers detections every Tuesday night is normal for you and abnormal somewhere else. Document every change with a reason and an owner, because an undocumented suppression is indistinguishable from a coverage gap during an investigation. Give exceptions expiration dates so temporary decisions do not become permanent blind spots. Review on a cadence and after every environment change. Modern practice treats detections as code and version control with peer review and testing, which is the same standardization idea from segment 1 applied to detection content. The concept: tuning balances false positives against false negatives with measurement instead of instinct. It's important because an untuned queue trains analysts to ignore alerts, and that trained blindness is the real breach risk. So your exam queue is suppressing a noisy rule without documentation or expiry is a wrong answer, even when it sounds efficient. On the exam, you'll be expected to pick one of the 5 levers, the right one for the situation. Threshold adjustment changes how much of a behavior is required before an alert fires, useful when the activity is normal in small amounts and suspicious in volume. Its risks is that a patient adversary stays under the line. Aggregation and suppression group repeated identical alerts into one case or hold duplicates for a window, useful for a chatty rule that is technically correct, with the risk of collapsing separate events into one story. Exceptions and allow list exclude a specific known good source, account, or path, useful for authorized scanners and administrative tooling, with the risk of becoming an adversary hiding place if written too broadly or left without expiry. Adding a correlation or enrichment condition requires a second signal or a context attribute before alerting, which raises precision and is often the strongest option at the cost of more logic to maintain. Retiring and rewriting the rule applies when the detection logic no longer matches how the threat behaves, which is where hunting output from Objective 1.4 usually feeds back in. The concept: each tuning lever changes a different part of the detection, and each carries its own failure mode. It's important because the wrong lever creates a blind spot that looks exactly like good hygiene on the dashboard. Dashboards can be deceiving. Your exam queue: prefer a narrowly scoped, documented, time-bound exception over disabling a rule outright. A dashboard is a visualization layer over your operational data, and a good one starts with a question rather than a data source. Who is looking at this? What decisions are they making, and what would change their mind? Build backwards from that. Choose visualizations that match the data, trends over time for direction, distributions for concentration, tables for detail that need to be read exactly, and single large figures for the numbers that must be seen at a glance. Separate real-time operational views from trend views because they serve different decisions on different clocks. Reset the single-pane instinct where every metric gets crammed onto one screen, since a dashboard that shows everything communicates nothing. Feed the panels from consistent, defined metrics so the number means the same thing in every view. And label time ranges clearly, then keep them honest. Every dashboard needs an owner and a review cycle, and panels that no one uses should be removed. This bullet also bridges forward to Domain 4, reporting and communication, where these same figures become the basis of what you tell leadership. The concept is a dashboard translates operational data into a decision for a specific audience. It matters because the wrong metric shown to the wrong audience drives the wrong resourcing decision. And your exam queue: match the metric to the viewer. Executives get risk and trend. Analysts get queue and detail. 3 audiences, 3 dashboards. The analyst view is operational and immediate. Open cases by priority, aging alerts, my assigned queue, live detection activity, sensor and log source health, and the highest volume rules right now. It answers, what do I work next, and is my visibility intact? The Security Operations Manager view is about throughput and quality, mean time to detect, mean time to respond, case volume by category, closure rate against intake, backlog age, true positive rate by rule, tuning backlog, and service level compliance. It answers whether the team is keeping pace and where the process is bleeding time. The executive view is about risk and business exposure, overall risk trend, incidents by business impact, detection coverage against a framework such as MITRE ATT&ck or att&ck, exposure of critical assets, and progress against program objectives. It answers whether the risk is moving in the right direction and whether the investment is producing results. One rule ties them together. Every panel should trace to a decision the viewer can make. The concept, audience determines metric selection, granularity, and refresh rate. Leadership funds what it can see, and analysts drown in what they cannot filter. Your exam cue, a stem that names the viewer, is telling you which metric set the correct answer contains. Now we're at the second exam strategy portion of this video for Objective 1.5. You want to pause and work these traps out loud. So thinking about streamlined operations traps. Trap 1, automation versus orchestration. If the STEM describes one task done without a human, it is automation. If it describes several tools coordinated in sequence with conditional logic, it is orchestration. Trap 2, SIEM versus SOAR. Correlation, aggregation, and detection across logs point to SIEM. Playbook execution, case management, and automated response point to SOAR. Trap 3, enrichment versus tuning. Context added to an existing alert is enrichment. A change to the logic that generates alerts is tuning. Context, enrichment. Logic, tuning. Trap 4, aggressive automation. Any answer that fully automates a high-impact containment action with no approval path, no logging, and no rollback is a disaster, even when the STEM complains about slow response. Trap 5, dashboard mismatch. If the viewer is an executive, per rule, alert counts are the wrong answer regardless of how detailed they look. Trap 6, infrastructure as code language. Rebuild from a template points to immutable practice. An environment that no longer matches its definition is drift, and evaluating a template before deployment is policy as code or template scanning. Say each of these pairings out loud once before you move on. Pause the video is the recommendation I'm giving here. Recognition speed on paired terms is worth real points in the last 20 minutes of an exam. Segment 3, technology and tool integration, application programming interfaces, APIs, webhooks, and plugins. An application programming interface is a defined contract that lets one system request data or actions from another. In security operations, this is the plumbing under everything in Segment 2. Your SOAR platform queries the SIEM through an interface, pulls detections from the endpoint platform, submits a file hash to a sandbox, reads asset ownership from the inventory, and opens a ticket in the service management system. The pattern you'll see on the exam is a web interface using standard verbs over HTTPS with structured responses, commonly JSON. Know the operational realities that come with it. Authentication uses an API key, a token, or an authorization flow that issues short-lived tokens, and those credentials belong in a secret store and get rotated. Authorization should follow least privilege, so a service account that only needs to read alerts never receives permission to delete them. Rate limits cap how often you can call, which shapes how often you can pull. Pagination governs how large result sets come back. Versioning matters because an interface version change is a classic cause of an integration that silently stops working. Log the calls, since interface activity is both an audit trail and an attack surface. So your concept, an interface is a contracted request and response channel between systems. It's required because it lets you pull data on demand and push actions programmatically. That's what makes orchestration possible. Your exam cue, on-demand queries, scheduled polls, and bulk historical retrieval describe interface use. A webhook inverts the direction. Instead of your system asking repeatedly whether anything happened, the source system sends you a message the moment something does. You register a listener endpoint, a URL that accepts inbound requests, and the provider posts a payload to it when the subscribed event occurs. The advantage is latency and efficiency. There's no polling interval to wait out, and no wasted calls returning nothing, which is why webhooks fit alerting, ticket status changes, code repository events, chat integrations, and any workflow where minutes matter. The trade-offs are the exam material. Your listener has to be reachable from the sender and available when the event fires, or the delivery is lost or queued, depending on the provider's retry behavior. Because the endpoint accepts unsolicited inbound requests, you have to verify that the message is genuine, typically through a shared secret or a signature computed over the payload. And you should enforce transport encryption, validate the payload, restrict source addresses where possible, and protect against replay. An unauthenticated webhook receiver is an open door into your workflow engine. The concept: a webhook is an event-driven push from the source to a listener you expose. It matters because it removes polling delay at the cost of exposing an endpoint that has to be authenticated and available. Your exam queue is real-time notification the instant an event occurs. That's webhook language. Now let's think about pull versus push. Put them side by side because this is a comparison that gets tested. In the pull model, your system calls the source on a schedule. If you poll every 5 minutes, your average detection delay from that source is roughly 2.5 minutes, and your worst case is 5. And you spend calls whether or not there's anything to fetch. You control the timing, you can request history, you can page through bulk data, and you're limited by rate limits. In the push model, the source calls you the instant the event happens. Latency approaches zero, no calls are wasted, and you consume events as they occur. But you no longer control the timing. You cannot request the past. You have to keep a listener reachable and authenticated, and you need to handle duplicates and missed deliveries. This is why mature integrations use both: webhooks for immediate event notification, and interface calls for enrichment lookups, bulk history, and reconciliation to catch anything a failed delivery dropped. The concept: pull trades latency for control. Push trades control for immediacy. Choosing the wrong model builds either avoidable delay or an availability dependency that you didn't plan for. Your exam queue: scheduled and historical means interface. Instant notification means webhook. And reconciliation after webhook failures means both. A plugin is a pre-built module that extends a platform's functionality without custom development. Vendors and communities publish them under several names you'll see in product documentation: connectors, integrations, apps, content packs, add-ons. In practice, a plugin wraps the same interface calls you would otherwise write yourself and hands you configuration fields instead of code. The upside is speed and support. You get a tested integration in minutes, maintained by someone else, with documentation and a defined feature set. The limits are the exam material again. Functionality is bounded by what the author exposed. So if you need a capability outside that scope, you're back to writing direct interface calls. Version compatibility between the plugin, the platform, and the target product can break on upgrade. Plugins are the third-party code executing inside your security platform, which is a supply chain consideration. Verify the source, review what permissions and credentials it requests, prefer vendor-maintained or well-established community modules, watch for abandoned projects, and test in a non-production environment before rollout. The concept is a plugin is a packaged integration that trades flexibility for speed and supportability. It is third-party code with credentials inside your security tooling, so it inherits supply chain risk. Your exam queue: needing a supported integration quickly without development effort points to a plugin. Now we're at the third exam strategy checkpoint. Pause and answer before I do. The team needs 3 months of historical authentication events pulled into the SIEM for a retrospective hunt. That's an interface call, because it is bulk historical retrieval on your schedule. The team needs the SOAR platform to begin work the second email gateway quarantines a suspicious message. That's a webhook because the requirement is immediacy. The team needs to connect a new endpoint product to an existing SOAR platform this week with no developers available. That's a plugin because the requirement is a supported integration without development. Now layer the security control onto each. For an interface, the controls are least privileged service accounts, credentials in a secret store, rotation, and rate limit aware design. For a webhook, the controls are signature or shared secret verification, transport encryption, payload validation, source restriction, and replay protection. For a plugin, the controls are source verification, permission review, version and compatibility management, and non-production testing first. Say the requirement, name the method, then name its primary control. If a scenario answer skips the control, it's usually the distractor. That 3-step habit will carry you through this entire family. So now we're just about done with this video. Close out, recap, talk about the study method. That's objective 1.5 in full. There were 3 families, standardized processes where you manage and facilitate team coordination and create playbooks and runbooks, because the variance is the enemy and repeatability is the prerequisite for everything else. Streamline operations, where automation and orchestration, security orchestration, automation and response, infrastructure as code, IAC, data enrichment, rule and alert tuning, and dashboard creation take that repeatable process and make it fast, contextual, and measurable. Technology and tool integration, where interfaces, webhooks, and plugins are the 3 ways your tools talk to each other, each with its own use case and its own control set. And here's the 3-pass study method that I've talked about in the other videos. First pass, watch it through end to end without stopping, just to build the shape of the objective in your head. Second pass, come back and stop on every exam strategy slide in the video, cover the answer, and quiz yourself out loud before you let me say it. Those 3 slides carry the distinctions the exam turns into distractors. The third pass, in your final week before test day, name each of the 3 families cold and give the key contrast inside each one from memory. Playbook against runbook, automation against orchestration, enrichment against tuning, and pull against push. If you can do that without notes, you've got this objective down pat. Next, I'll be creating the full lesson for objective 1.6. 1.6 will be the last objective in domain 1. It's about summarizing concepts related to the use of artificial intelligence in security operations. That one covers the risks, including hallucinations, data exposure and model poisoning, and malicious prompts. The governance side with legal and regulatory compliance and usage policies, and the use cases where a security team gets real value, such as comparing artifacts, analyzing log files, incident investigation, event correlation, and the automation and orchestration work that you just learned here. So you're getting close to the end of domain 1, 1 more video, and you'll have finished domain 1 with only 2, 3, and 4 left to go. But 34% is where you'll be at that point. So if this helped to get you ready, if you feel good about what you learned here, if you think this benefited you, please subscribe. It's helpful to me, and it can be helpful to you for easily locating it to continue studying as well. Thanks for watching. Welcome back. This is CompTIA CySA Plus exam code CS0-004, and this video closes domain 1 with objective 1.6. Summarize concepts related to the use of artificial intelligence in security operations. This objective is new in version 4. There's 2 reasons you want to care about that. First, new content gets tested, of course, because CompTIA wrote these items to justify the version change, or they needed the version change because they wanted to add these items. Second, there's very little legacy study material for it, so the people walking in with version 3 notes have a big hole right here. The verb is summarize, which is the lightest verb CompTIA uses. It signals conceptual recall rather than configuration. But the questions still arrive dressed as scenarios, and the wrong answers still come from neighboring terms. 3 families cover the whole objective. First, AI risks, which are hallucinations, data exposure, model poisoning, and malicious prompts. Second, governance, which covers legal or regulatory compliance and AI usage policies. Third, use cases, which are comparing artifacts, analyzing log files, document creation, incident investigation, event correlation, and automation and orchestration. 12 terms, 3 families, all in this video. Place this objective in the arc you've walked. If you watched my 1.1 through 1.5 video collection, you have experienced this. Objective 1.1 gave you architecture and telemetry sources. Objective 1.2 taught you to read indicators of malicious activity. Objective 1.3 handed you the tools to determine whether that activity is malicious. Objective 1.4 added threat intelligence and hunting. And Objective 1.5 was efficiency and process improvement, where you learned standardization, automation and orchestration, enrichment, tuning, and integration. So now Objective 1.6 lands on top of all of it. We want to think about the reason that it lands last. Artificial intelligence in a security operations center is not a replacement layer. It is an accelerant applied to your work you already understand. It reads what 1.1 collects. It interprets what 1.2 taught you to spot. It sits alongside the tools in 1.3. It summarizes what 1.4 produces, and it plugs into the workflows you built in 1.5. Every use case in this objective is a task that existed before AI arrived. So the concept, 1.6 applies AI to work already defined in the earlier objectives rather than introducing new work. You could call that debatable, but you need to think of this as a partnership. An accelerant applied to a broken process just makes the breakage faster, which is why this objective sits after process improvement. Your exam cue is when a STEM asks what AI is doing, name the underlying analyst task first, then pick the answer that matches it. Before the risks, get the vocabulary straight, because the distractors are built from it. A model is the trained artifact that produces output. Training data is what shaped it, and fine-tuning is additional training that adapts a base model to a narrower task. Inference is the model running to answer your request. A prompt is the input you provide, and a system prompt is the standing instruction the application sets around your input. A large language model is a model trained on text that predicts and produces text. Generative AI is the broader category for systems that produce new content. Machine learning is the wider parent field, including user and entity behavior analytics from Objective 1.3, is machine learning without being generative. You see the hierarchy there. Retrieval augmented generation means the system fetches your documents or data and gives them to the model as context, instead of relying on training alone. Agentic use means the model can call tools and take actions rather than only produce text, which raises the stakes on everything in the next segment. Your concept, these terms describe distinct pieces, and the exam separates them deliberately. Several risks in this objective attach to one specific piece, and naming the piece names the control. So your exam cue, machine learning detection, and generative assistance are not interchangeable in an answer choice. So let's start with segment 1, AI risks, hallucinations, data exposure, model poisoning, and malicious prompts. Before the individual terms, put them on a map, because each risk lives at a different point in the pipeline, and that placement is what the exam is testing. On the left is the input side, your prompt, plus any content the system pulls in on your behalf, such as a document, a web page, a ticket, or a log excerpt. Malicious prompts live here. In the middle is the model itself, along with the training data and fine-tuning that shaped it. Model poisoning lives here. On the right is the output side, the text or action the model returns. Hallucinations live here. Running underneath the whole pipeline is your data, what you typed, what the system retrieved, what gets logged, and what a provider may retain. Data exposure lives across that entire path. 4 risks, 4 positions. If you can place the risk on a pipeline, you can usually name the control without memorizing a list. So your concept, each named risk attaches to a specific stage of the AI pipeline. The control that addresses a risk lives at the same stage as the risk itself. And your exam cue, read the stem to find where the failure occurred, then name the risk that lives at that stage. A hallucination is confident output that is wrong. The model produces fluent, well-formed, plausible text that's actually not grounded in any fact. In a security operations center, that means an invented registry path, a command flag that doesn't even exist, a citation to a vulnerability identifier that was never published, a threat actor attribution with nothing behind it, or a summary that quietly states something the source log never said. The danger is not the error itself, because analysts make errors too. The danger is the packaging. Hallucinated output arrives with the same confident tone as correct output, so it slides past a tired analyst at the end of a shift. Slides past overwhelmed people with too much to think about. Real consequences follow. An incident report with a fabricated indicator. An escalation built on a non-existent finding. A remediation step applied to the wrong system. Mitigation is verification discipline. Ground the model in your own data rather than its memory. Require sources you can check. Validate technical output before running it. And keep a human accountable for the decision. The concept is a hallucination is fluent output that is factually wrong. The confidence of the delivery is what makes it dangerous inside a report or an escalation. And your exam cue, fabricated commands, invented citations, or unsupported attribution point to hallucination. And the answer involves verification, not a stronger prompt. Data exposure is sensitive information leaving your control through an AI system. It happens in ordinary ways, which is why it's common. An analyst pastes a log excerpt full of usernames, internal host names, and addresses into a public assistant. Someone drops a customer record into a chat window to get help drafting a notification. A team uploads an incident report containing regulated personal data to a tool with no contract behind it. On the provider side, terms may permit retention or use of your input, and a service running outside your region can create a data residency problem. Exposure also runs the other direction. A system connected to internal repositories can surface documents to a user who was never authorized to see them, because the AI layer inherited broader access than the person querying it. Controls are data classification rules that state what may never be pasted. Approved tools with enterprise agreements and retention terms, redaction before submission, private or self-hosted deployment for sensitive work, permission inheritance checks, and logging of usage. So the concept is data exposure is sensitive information leaving your control through an AI service or an over-permissioned integration. A paste takes 2 seconds and can constitute a reportable disclosure. Your exam cue, an analyst pasting logs, records, or code into a public tool, that's the classic STEM, which you'll classically see in your scenario, and the answer is policy and approved tooling. Model poisoning is the corruption of a model through the data that shapes it. An adversary contributes manipulated data to a training set, a fine-tuning set, or a knowledge base the system retrieves from, and the resulting behavior serves the attacker. In a security context, the goal is usually blindness or bias. Teach a detection model that a specific pattern is normal so it stops alerting. Or teach an assistant that a certain family of activity is benign so it recommends closing the case. Poisoning can also be aimed at the retrieval layer, where planted documents get pulled into an answer and shift the conclusion without touching the model at all. The properties that make it dangerous are the delay and the quiet. The corruption is introduced early and shows up later as a gap you cannot see, because the system behaves normally in every other respect. Controls sit around the data supply chain. Vet and verify data sources. Restrict who can contribute to training and knowledge bases. Validate and monitor model behavior against known good test cases. Track provenance. And treat third-party models as supply chain components. Your concept? Poisoning corrupts the model, or its knowledge base, through manipulated data. It creates blind spots that look like normal operation, so nothing alerts on it. And your exam cue, manipulated training data, tampered knowledge sources, or a model that reliably misses one pattern points to poisoning. Malicious prompts are inputs crafted to make the model do something it shouldn't. The umbrella term you'll hear in industry is prompt injection, and it sits at the top of the OWASP top 10 for large language model applications. There are 2 shapes worth knowing. Direct injection is a user typing the attack, telling the system to disregard its instructions, reveal its system prompt, or produce restricted content, which is also where jailbreaking lives. Indirect injection is the shape that matters more to a security operations center. The instruction is hidden inside the content the system consumes on your behalf: a web page, a document, an email body, a support ticket, or a log field can carry text the model reads as instructions. An analyst asks for a summary of a suspicious email, and the email contains a line directing the assistant to exfiltrate the conversations or mark the message as safe. The user never typed anything hostile. Controls include treating retrieved content as untrusted data rather than instructions, constraining what the model is allowed to do, validating output before another system consumes it, limiting tool permissions and autonomy, and requiring human approval for consequential actions. Your concept: malicious prompts subvert model behavior through crafted input, directly or through content the system ingests. An assistant that reads attacker-controlled content is reading attacker-supplied instructions. And your exam cue: hidden instructions inside a document, page, or message is indirect prompt injection. So put these things side by side because the exam pairs them. Hallucination is a failure of accuracy with no attacker required, occurring at output, and the control is verification and grounding. Data exposure is a failure of confidentiality, usually caused by a user or an over-permissioned integration, occurring anywhere along the path, and the control is classification, approved tooling, and access scoping. Model poisoning is a failure of integrity caused by an adversary who reaches your data supply, occurring at training or in the knowledge base, and the control is source vetting, provenance, and behavioral testing. Malicious prompts are a failure of control caused by an adversary who reaches your input, occurring at inference, and the control is input isolation, output validation, and permission limits. Two contrasts pay for themselves on exam day. Poisoning changes the model, injection changes one session, and a hallucination is a mistake, while a malicious prompt is an attack, which means one gets verified away and the other gets defended against. The concept: the four risks differ by the security property they break and the stage where they occur. Naming the stage and the property points straight at the correct control. And your exam cue: attacker present or absent, and model changed or session changed. Separate these four faster than any definition. Now your strategy checkpoint. Try to pause and answer each of these before I do to get your brain involved more. STEM 1. An analyst pastes production log excerpts containing internal host names into a free public chatbot. That's data exposure, and the answer is an acceptable use policy with approved tooling, not a technical filter alone. STEM 2. An assistant summarizing a suspicious email follows an instruction embedded in the message body. That is indirect prompt injection, and the control is treating ingested content as untrusted data with limited model permissions. STEM 3. An AI-generated incident report cites a vulnerability identifier that does not exist. That's a hallucination, and the answer is human verification before publication. STEM 4. A detection model gradually stops alerting on one technique after an adversary contributed crafted samples upstream. That is model poisoning, and the answer is data source validation and provenance tracking. STEM 5. An internal assistant returns documents to a user who lacks authorization for them. That is data exposure through inherited permissions. And the answer is scoping the integration to the requesting user's rights. Say each risk name out loud with its stage attached. Stage recall is faster than definition recall when the clock is running. Now we're into segment 2, governance, legal or regulatory compliance, and AI usage policies. Governance starts with the rules you didn't write. Existing privacy law applies to AI the moment personal data enters it. So the General Data Protection Regulation in Europe, state privacy laws in the United States, and sector rules like the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, govern what you may submit and where it may be processed. PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard requirements, these still apply to cardholder data, no matter what tool the analyst pastes it into. Alongside those, AI-specific regimes have arrived. The European Union Artificial Intelligence Act takes a risk-tiered approach, with prohibited practices at the top, heavy obligations for high-risk systems, transparency requirements for general-purpose models, and light-touch treatment for everything else. Its obligations phase in over several years, and the schedule has been amended, so learn the tiered structure rather than the dates. On the voluntary side, the NIST AI Risk Management Framework organizes work around 4 functions: govern, map, measure, and manage, with a companion generative AI profile, While ISO IEC 42001 defines a certifiable AI management system that slots alongside ISO IEC 27001, sector and contract obligations sit on top of all of it. So your concept, existing data protection law applies to AI use immediately, and AI-specific regulation layers on top of it. The tool being new does not make the data any less regulated. Your exam queue, regulated data plus an unapproved external service equals a compliance answer, not a technical one. So governance that only exists as a document fails an audit and fails the team. Make each piece traceable from obligation to evidence. A privacy obligation becomes a data classification rule, which becomes a technical control, such as blocking known consumer AI endpoints or routing traffic through a sanctioned gateway, which produces evidence in the form of logs and exception records. A human oversight obligation becomes a review requirement in the procedure, which becomes an approval gate in the workflow you built in Objective 1.5, which produces evidence in the case record. An accountability obligation becomes an inventory of AI systems in use, including AI features quietly added to tools you already own, which produce evidence in the form of a maintained register with owners. 2 habits keep the program honest. Inventory first, because you cannot govern what you haven't listed. And vendor AI features are the ones teams forget. And review on a cadence, because a model version change, a terms update, or a new feature can alter your risk position without any decision on your side. So the concept, governance works when every obligation maps to a control and produces evidence. Auditors and regulators ask for evidence, and so do customers in contract reviews. Your exam queue, an unmanaged AI feature inside an existing product, is an inventory and governance gap. We are now at the second exam strategy checkpoint. So you want to pause and work these out loud again. Q1. The STEM mentions regulated data, personal data, health data, or cardholder data going into any AI tool. The correct answer sits on the compliance side, and the strongest option usually restricts or approves the tool rather than adding a detection. Q2. The STEM describes analysts using different assistants with no shared rules. That is an AI usage policy gap, and training is part of the answer. Q3. The STEM describes an employee using a personal AI account for work because the sanctioned option is inadequate. That is shadow IT, and the answer pairs enforcement with a usable approved alternative. Q4. The STEM mentions a vendor enabling an AI feature in a product you already run. That is an inventory and third-party governance question, including a review of terms and data handling. Q5. The STEM asks, who is responsible for an incorrect AI-assisted decision? The answer is the human and the organization, never the tool. CompTIA will offer you an option that tries to place responsibility on the model. Accountability does not transfer to software. Hold that line, and you'll pick correctly when it appears. Now we go into segment 3 with use cases, where AI earns its place in the Security Operations Center. Comparing artifacts means putting 2 or more things side by side and asking what changed and whether the difference matters. Analysts do this constantly. 2 versions of a configuration file, a suspect binary against a known good copy, a phishing message against previous samples in the same campaign, 2 memory captures taken hours apart, a script against the legitimate administrative tool it imitates, or a cloud template against the approved baseline from your infrastructure as code work. AI helps because it handles volume and verbosity well. It can pull the meaningful deltas out of 2 long files, describe what a change would do in operational terms, and flag differences a tired reader skims past at the end of a shift. The caution is verification. A model comparing artifacts can characterize a difference as harmless because it is common, and common is not the same as safe in your environment. Use it to surface and describe differences, then confirm the ones that matter against the source. The concept, artifact comparison, uses AI to surface and explain differences across files, samples, or configurations. It compresses tedious side-by-side reading that analysts skip when the queue is deep. Your exam queue, language about differences between versions, samples, or baselines, points to this use case. Log analyses is where a security operations center feels the volume problem hardest, and it is the use case CompTIA is likeliest to build a scenario around. AI helps in specific ways, summarizing a long log excerpt into plain language, explaining an unfamiliar entry or error code, translating an analyst question into query syntax for the platform, spotting anomalies in a large body of entries, and extracting structure from output that arrives in an inconvenient format. Notice the range across the pipeline from Objective 1.1. Ingestion, parsing, and interpretation all gain speed. Two limits matter. First, whatever you paste is a data exposure decision. So log excerpts, full of hostnames, accounts, and addresses, belong only in approved tooling. Second, a summary is not evidence. When a finding is going into a case, an escalation, or a report, cite the underlying log entry rather than the model's description of it. Use AI to decide where to look, then read the source. Your concept: AI accelerates summarizing query and interpreting log data at volume. It puts an analyst's attention on the right entries faster, which pulls mean time to detect down. Your exam cue: the summary is a lead, the log line is the evidence, and on the exam you'll be rewarded for the answer that respects that distinction. Document creation is the use case that gives analysts their calendar back. Security work produces constant writing, incident reports, executive summaries, after-action reports, notification drafts, runbook and playtext from Objective 1.5, customer-facing explanations, and the ticket updates that nobody enjoys. A model drafts quickly, adjusts tone for an audience, and turns rough notes into structured prose, which pairs directly with the audience-aware reporting work coming in Domain 4. 3 cautions travel with it. First, factual accuracy is your responsibility, because a hallucination detail in an incident report can survive into a legal or a regulatory record. Second, the input is often the sensitive part, since incident details, personal data, and customer names are exactly what you should not paste into an unapproved tool. Third, a draft is a starting point, not a deliverable, and reports that read as generic tend to be reports nobody validated. Keep the analyses and the judgment yours. Let the model handle structure and phrasing. So your concept: document creation uses AI to draft and shape security writing that a human then owns. It recovers real hours, and it is the use case where hallucination does lasting damage if unchecked. Your exam cue: AI drafted reporting always requires human review before it leaves the team. Incident investigation is the use case with the highest value and the tightest guardrails. AI can accelerate an investigation in several concrete ways: building a first-pass timeline from mixed sources, summarizing what is known so far for a shift handoff, suggesting next investigative steps or hypotheses to rule out, decoding obfuscated commands and encoded strings, explaining what an unfamiliar script or binary behavior appears to do, and drafting the running incident narrative while the case is live. Each of those is a task from earlier objectives, sped up. The guardrails come from the nature of the work. An investigation produces evidence, and evidence has handling requirements: chain of custody, integrity validation, and preservation, all of which appear in Domain 3. A model summary is analyses, not evidence, so the artifact stays authoritative. Containment and eradication decisions remain human decisions, because those actions carry business risk, and the investigation data itself is sensitive, which loops straight back to the data exposure rules from Segment 1. The concept: AI accelerates investigative work, while the evidence, the decisions, and the accountability stay with the analyst. Speed in an investigation is valuable only if the resulting record holds up later. Your exam cue: AI supports the investigation, but the analyst declares, decides, and signs. Event correlation is connecting separate events into one picture, and it's the use case where machine learning earned its place long before generative AI arrived. Your security information and event management platform already correlates on rules. Behavior analytics already baselines normal and flags deviation. What newer AI adds is the ability to correlate across dissimilar sources and to explain the resulting change in language. This authentication anomaly, this endpoint process, this outbound connection, and this cloud configuration change appear to belong to one story, and here's why. That capability reduces alert fatigue by grouping related alerts into a single case, and it surfaces low-signal events that no individual rule would have escalated on its own. 2 cautions apply. A proposed correlation is a hypothesis to test, not a conclusion to act on. And correlation is precisely where a poisoned model or a biased baseline does quiet damage, because a suppressed connection never appears for review. Validate against the underlying events and keep your rule-based detections alongside the model rather than replacing them. The concept: correlation joins dissimilar events into one narrative and explains the link. It collapses alert volume into cases and catches chains that single rules miss. And your exam cue: relationships across separate systems or sources point to correlation, not to enrichment or tuning. This bullet appears in Objective 1.5 and again here, and the repetition is intentional. Automation and orchestration. In 1.5, you learned automation as a single task without a human and orchestration as multiple tools coordinated into workflow. Adding AI extends both. A workflow step can now summarize a case, classify an alert by type, triage low-severity items with a documented rationale, extract structured data from unstructured input, decide which brand of a playbook fits, or draft the notification the workflow sends. In agentic form, the model can call tools and take actions on its own. That's where the risk curve turns sharply, so hold 3 limits. Autonomy scales with reversibility. Enriching a case is safe to automate. Isolating a production host is not. Permissions given to an AI-driven workflow are permissions available to anyone who successfully injects a prompt into it, which connects segment 1 directly to this part. And every automated action needs logging and attribution, because you'll be asked later why a system did what it did. The concept: AI extends automation and orchestration into judgment-shaped steps that once required a person. An autonomous workflow inherits both the model's fallibility and its exposure to injection. Your exam cue: the more consequential the action, the more the correct answer keeps a human approval gate in the path. Assemble the 6 use cases into one picture, because seeing the placement makes the exam questions read faster. At intake, AI summarizes and classifies incoming alerts and correlates related ones into a single case. At triage, it enriches and explains, decodes what's unfamiliar, and proposes a priority. During investigation, it builds the draft timeline, compares artifacts, queries and interprets logs, and suggests hypotheses. At response, its role narrows sharply, because this is where actions carry business risk. So it prepares and recommends while a human approves. At reporting, it drafts the incident report, the executive summary, and the handoff notes. And around the whole loop, orchestration carries the work from stage to stage. Notice the shape. AI participation is widest at the left, where the cost of an error is a wasted minute, and narrowest at the right, where the cost of an error is an outage or a bad notification. That taper is not a limitation of the technology. It is the design. So your concept: AI assistance runs widest at intake and triage and narrowest at response and disclosure. The guardrails tighten exactly where the consequences of being wrong get expensive. Your exam cue: when a STEM places AI at a decision point, look for the answer that adds a human gate, rather than the one that removes it. Every use case in this objective assumes verification, so make it a habit rather than a good intention. Match the check to the output type. A factual claim gets checked against the source artifact, the log line, or the vendor advisory. A command or a script gets read line by line and tested in an isolated environment before it touches production, since a hallucinated flag can be destructive. A summary gets spot-checked against the underlying entries, especially anything that will land in a report. An identifier, a citation, or an advisory reference gets confirmed in the authoritative catalog, because these are prime hallucination territory. A recommendation gets weighed against your environment, since the model does not know your architecture, your change freeze, or your business hours necessarily. A correlation gets validated against the raw events before anyone acts on it. Then record what you verified. A note in the case that a human reviewed the output makes the record defensible later. The concept: verification is matched to the type of output rather than applied to a single blanket step. It is the control that turns AI from a liability into leverage, and it's what an auditor asks about. So your exam cue: the answer that keeps a human validating output before it is used is almost always the correct one. Now we're on the 3rd exam strategy checkpoint: cover the answers and work these first. A STEM about spotting the difference between a suspect file and a known good copy is comparing artifacts. A STEM about summarizing, querying, or interpreting large volumes of log data is analyzing log files. A STEM about drafting an incident report or an executive summary is document creation. A STEM about building a timeline or suggesting investigative next steps is incident investigation. A STEM about linking activity across identity, endpoint, network, and cloud into one story is event correlation. A STEM about a workflow that runs steps across tools with AI making a judgment inside it is automation and orchestration. Now, the pattern that decides close calls. When two answers both fit, prefer the one that keeps a human accountable for the decision, and prefer the one that treats AI output as input to analyze rather than as a finding. Answers that remove human review, grant an AI system broad autonomy, or route sensitive data to an unapproved tool are distractors even when they sound efficient. The subjective rewards the cautious reading, and that is a rare and useful thing to know walking into a question. Now, if you've been following along with all of the objective videos in this series that I put out for the CSO004 CySA Plus exam preparation here on YouTube in my channel, then you are just about done with Objective 1, at least your first review. Throughout Objective 1.6, we've got 3 families: AI risks, hallucinations at the output, data exposure across the whole path, model poisoning at the training and knowledge layer, and malicious prompts at the input. Governance, legal and regulatory compliance, where existing privacy and sector law applies immediately, and AI-specific regulation layers on top, and AI usage policies, which turn those obligations into rules and analysts can follow. Use cases, comparing artifacts, analyzing log files, document creation, incident investigation, event correlation, and automation and orchestration. Each one an existing analyst task with a human still accountable at the end of it. So again, you've heard me mention this in other videos, the 3-pass study method. First pass, watch it through to the end without stopping to build the shape of the objective. Second pass, come back and stop on every exam strategy slide in this video. Cover the answers and quiz yourself out loud before I get a chance to say them. Third pass, in your final week, name each of the 3 families cold and give the key contrasts inside each. Poisoning against injection, hallucination against attack, regulation against internal policy, and assistance against decision authority. If you can do all that without the notes, then you've got this objective down. So that's 34% of the material for the entire exam. This was the largest domain on the exam. So next I'll be working on getting Objective 2.1 from Domain 2 released for you. That's vulnerability management. Given a scenario, implement the appropriate vulnerability scanning method. If you feel like this helped you get ready, please subscribe so the rest of the series is easily accessible for you, and of course, it's helpful to me as well. Thanks for watching.